We have a fight between Carrick and Portadown. Portadown from Northern Ireland, Carrick from County Leitrim. So we can see the yellow on the left of the screen, followed by the blue on the right. So Portadown versus Carrick and Shannon. Who will prevail from this fight? It looks like the scudder from Carrick looks a little bit stronger, but there's still nothing in it. The scudder from Portadown was let off first, though, so unfortunately there's a bit of a gap between these scudders in times, so we'll have to see how they get on. But it looks like the scudder from Carrick has pulled through Portadown. This is a real good battle here. It's always really good to have someone next to you so you can look to your left or look to your right and see how you're doing in comparison to other scudders. So as we can see, that really strong looking Carrick and Shannon scudder, he's starting to tire a small bit, but he's getting that strength back as he's pulled through the Portadown. He looks really strong on that screen. The blue and white of Carrick and Shannon really coming through there as he has about 50 metres left to go. He's left that Portadown scudder. There's clear water between them now at this point. So Carrick and Shannon with only about 5 or 6 more strokes left to go, followed by Portadown in the yellow and green. He looks like he's starting to tire, but he knows he only has a few more strokes left to go. He must empty the tank for that semi-final later on if he wants to have a chance of getting in. Next up we have Blackrock College, County Dublin. As with about 250 metres left to go, we can see that striped one piece of black rock coming down towards the enclosure. He's surging with the blades. Those blades are going in lovely to the water. You can see he has a really sharp catch on that scudder, pushing down with about 100 metres left to go. In his last 100 metres, this is probably the most harsh 100 metres he'll do in this race, but he'll have to bring that intensity up. He's then chased down by CRCC, Come on Ravit and Closh na Curba, as that scudder pushes down, followed by Tralee Passway, who is on his way down as well. So that scudder from Blackrock looking extremely strong on the screen as he pulls towards the finish line. CRCC not out of it yet either.
At the Irish Rowing Championships. And coming into the last 150 metres, we have Tralee. You can see the T of Tralee on the back of his one piece there. Lovely drone footage. Slightly lower rate. Potentially maybe be bringing it up a little bit now just for the finish. But it's great that he has Lag and Corrie there not too far off him. That's going to push him on and get him a great time there in this men's junior 16 single. Tralee, bow number 50. Looking great as he comes up to the line, but chasing him down is bow number 51, Lagan Corrie. Rating slightly higher. Again, some great technique from these young junior men's scullers. They've got about 10 to 15 strokes to go here in their time trial. They're going to be tired at this stage, but that's not affecting their technique. They're looking great as they come into the line here in the men's junior 16 single. And coming hot on their heels is Galway, all the way from the River Corrib. No stranger, I'm sure, to pacing crews and racing up and down that river in Galway. But here he is down in Inniscarra, putting in a fantastic performance in the men's junior 16 single. No doubt he'll be looking to get into that top 18 later on to get another run down the track in the heats of the men's junior 16 scull. But quick look over the right shoulder there just to see where those red boys that mark the finish line is. He's only got about 10 strokes to go, so he's going to be glad to see that line. But again, fantastic performance from Galway. And coming hot on their heels is the Killorglin sculler, Killorglin Barry. He seems to have overtaken a number of scullers on the way down as he powers his way into the line. And then I'd be looking at Neptune there over on the far side. That seems to be who's coming into the line at the moment. But Killorglin Barry, lovely rate, lovely long technique. You can see his blue Philippi there with the blue stripe and then the blue and white of Killorglin making its way down. Great to see some fabulous rowing here from the J16s. And not long behind them we have Neptune McCarthy at a blistering pace making his way into the finish. You can see in their lovely drone shots. These scullers close enough just to be putting a little bit of pressure. Know there's someone there just to try get the fastest time they can possibly get. And just about to come up to the line, it's St. Michael's Buckley. He won the men's junior 16 double yesterday, and let me tell you, it doesn't look like he had 3 races yesterday afternoon, but here he is at 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning doing a time trial in the men's junior 16 single. Not an easy boat to row, but he's doing fantastic here as he's just crossed the line in his time trial of the men's junior 16 single.
So on their way down, we have a battle for the last 100 metres between Athlone, Dolan and Hurley of Commercial. Hurley of Commercial looking really strong, particularly strong as he makes it towards the finish line, overtaking the scudder Dolan of Athlone. Hurley of Commercial 100% one to watch later on. Looking extremely powerful coming down towards that finish line. We're about to hear the hooter in just a second as up the course we see Ban Campbell of Ban coming down. He's overtaken the scudder Halliday of Galway. So Ban has overtaken that scudder from Galway. Ban looking really efficient on the water there. Those red and white blades slicing through the water. Ban from Northern Ireland. So Ban coming down with about 200 metres left to go, maybe 150. Pulling down, he looks extremely efficient through that water. He's pushing down. Only 18 scudders out of these 68 will go to the semi-finals later on. So it's going to be really tough to get through. 50 scullers will have to be dropped in these stages. Really important in these races. Galway only 18 will get through to the semi-finals later on. This is a 2,000 metre course. These lads are only junior 16. This is their first time rowing in an Irish rowing championships. On your left, opening up even more water from that Donegal Bay sculler, with Skibbereen looking really strong there. Coakley of Skibbereen just pushing through with only about 100 metres left to go. He has that rate brought right up, almost about 36 strokes per minute. That's really difficult to do in these headwind conditions, but he's seeming to manage fine. So Skibbereen followed by Donegal Bay. Donegal Bay reacting to that challenge as he pushes through. Only 50 metres left to go, as Skibbereen has only about 5 strokes towards the line, looking really strong, and he'll definitely be one to watch later on. Wow.
Get the fastest time we can possibly get here in the time trials. Not an easy task, might I add, but they're all doing fantastic out on the water. And coming down to the line here, hot on the heels of the Offaly sculler, is Muckris O'Connor. He's coming down with about 15 strokes to go. That lovely, bright canary yellow of the Muckris sculler. Really lifting the rate there, and that's what you want to see in a time trial. Be able to go for a sprint for the line, even when there mightn't be anyone beside you, but that's going to try get you them fast times, get you into those final 18 scullers to race the heats later on. Next up, coming down the course, we have a tight little race going on there between Bantry and Lee Valley. Lee Valley would have been let off after Bantry, but he's just managed to catch him there in the last couple of hundred, and that's going to spur both of those scullers on. In the moment, they might be thinking, God, there's someone coming towards me, but it's actually excellent racing in a time trial, able to push both scullers on, both Lee Valley and Bantry. They're going to get the fastest times they can possibly get. As I said, 18 scullers to qualify. So it's going to be tricky, but no doubt everybody is giving it their best shot. Lee Valley really going for it here now, coming up to the line. This is his home water. He's going to know where everything is coming down the course, every tree, every road. That's Lee Valley Rehill just after crossing the line, and following him is Bantry Spillane. That's going to be the next two scullers across the line. And coming down the course is Coxless Jacobson. This is another, you can see this sculler, he's going really strong at it now. He's got about maybe 20, 25 strokes to go. A couple of shouts there from supporters just to encourage him. Look, you've got 20 strokes to go. This is your time to change gear. This is your time to see, can you get an extra couple of seconds? It might be the difference between 18th and 19th place. It could be even further up the list. Who knows? But look, fabulous rowing from Coxless Jacobson as he makes his way down the course. Lovely sprint going on here. This is what you want in a time trial. This young man knows what a time trial is about, and he is going for it. Shortened his slide slightly, brought the rate up, and the boat just, it's perfect there for the end of his time trial race in the men's junior 16 scull. Next up, we're looking at the Enniskillen sculler coming down there. He's in a lovely bright blue boat. You can't miss him coming down the course here now. He's got about 15 strokes to go. Again, lovely high rate coming into the line. Some shouts there from the crowd just to try get those scullers going in the last 100 or 200 metres of their race, and that's going to get you some fast times in a time trial. And coming up hot on his heels is Bantry O'Mahony. He took a quick look over his right shoulder there a minute ago just to make sure he is in fact in the closing stages of this race, and there is no doubt about that. He definitely is. Lovely high rate of striking there, just coming across the line, and that's going to finish out his time trial. But our last sculler coming down to the line, Commercial Ryan in the men's junior 16 single. He's got a lovely bright yellow M packer there, and he's just about to cross the line, and that is going to finish out our men's junior 16 singles.
So massive well done to those junior 16 scullers. It was not easy, that 2,000 metre course. Only 18 will qualify out of those almost 70 entries, so we'll have to see later on with the times. You can check the Rowing Ireland website and the Google Sheets to see how those scullers get on. Next up, we have the first two time trials of the Women's Club 2 single sculls. In the first, in the running order, we have Pasinska of St. Michael's pushing down. She's past 500 metres. She looks like she has a slightly slower stroke rate, but she's definitely going to bring that up towards her sprint at the end. So as the drone makes its way back up towards the scullers, we can see that lovely view of Coachford and the Roofs Bridge in the background as Pasinska of St. Michael's comes down to do her final sprint. So as the drone focuses on the scullers, we can see the next up sculler, we can see Kilmac Simon Lorden, who is in third in the running order, but she's a little bit further back than the rest of the scullers. So we have Pasinska of St. Michael's, followed by McClements of Queen's, and then Lorden of Kilmac Simon. These are the first three down. They're still in order. Reminded, these scullers were let off with about 50 seconds between them, so we'll have to see at the very end who is doing the best. So there's still fairly even gaps, so they seem to be all around the same pace, which is good to see. We love to see some competitive racing between these scutters. But Pasinska of St. Michael's has opened up a good lead over the scutter from Queen's University, McClements. So Pasinska of St. Michael's with about 200 metres left to go. As I said earlier, St. Michael's having an excellent weekend so far. They won the junior men's single scull, the junior men's quad, junior women's 4 and junior women's pair. So really, really good weekend so far from St. Michael's Rowing Club. Can they do it again with the women's club scull? We'll have to see. So Pasinska of St. Michael's pushing down towards the line as she has about 10 or 15 strokes left. So they're almost done now. So St. Michael's Pasinska pushing down with only a few more strokes left. We can see Kilmac Simon and Queens. The Kilmac Simon scutter Lorden pushing on that McClements of Queens. So Kilmac Simon looking really efficient there. She is making hymns on that McClements scutter of Queens. Great support here for Kilmac Simon here this morning. The red and white coastal club of Kilmac Simon. This is their first Irish Championships for Flatwater, and they've really been doing so well this weekend. Kilmac Simon pushing on. She'll be bringing up her rate soon as she puts pressure on that Queen scutter. Kilmac Simon definitely be putting down a good time later on. There is 31 entries in this club scull. There'll be 18 to go through to semi-finals later on. Will Kilmac Simon make it? She definitely is in with a chance. Following down afterwards, we have UCC Kelly. UCC having a brilliant weekend as well. They won the senior women's quad, won the senior women's 8 as well. So really efficient rowing from UCC, as we can see Kilmac Simon and Queens putting down towards the line. So Queens through the line, followed by Kilmac Simon, who has made up that gap. Really efficient rowing from Kilmac Simon. She's well able to deal with those headwind conditions. As we can see UCC Kelly coming down into her last 150 metres of the race. So UCC Kelly pushing down as we see Kilmac Simon finish her race. Lorden looked really good in those last 100 metres. So she's definitely in with a chance. Huge support here for Kilmac Simon today. After her, we have the second Queen sculler. Queens pushing down. They won the novice quads yesterday, so really good rowing from Queens. Good sculling from them. Followed by Queens, we have Carrick and Garda McLaughlin and Carrick McDermott pushing each other on. They can look to their left and look to their right. They can see there's someone next to them. It's always good to have someone beside you, because rowing by yourself for 2,000 metres, it's very hard to know where you are and to gauge yourself against the rest of the competition. But we can see the second Queen sculler pulling down. She's at the launch, which means she has about 100 metres left to go, bringing that stroke rate right up, getting in her sprint, making sure she leaves nothing to chance in these time trials. They have to be in the top 18. They do not want to be 19th or 20th and be knocked out at this early stage of the event. We can see McLaughlin of Garda pushing through Carrick McDermott. So McLaughlin of Garda looking extremely strong as she opens water on that Carrick sculler. Garda having a brilliant weekend so far as well. So Garda McLaughlin pushing through. She has a slightly slower stroke rate. She's actually underrating that Carrick boat, but still putting through, which can only mean she's pulling like a dog, as they would say, putting really hard. So Garda McLaughlin opening up clear water on that Carrick sculler as they pull towards the finish line with only about four or five strokes left to go. This is a really hard course, 2,000 metres. It is a lot longer than it looks. It feels long anyway. So as we can see Carrick putting through the finish line, that is number 80, pulled through the finish line as we can move on to the next two scutters.
And next up, tearing down the course, we have another bunched up group of scullers. You're looking at Carrick, you're looking at Neptune, and you're looking at Queens. I know Gabriel Cox is glued to the live stream at home back up in Leitrim watching these Carrick crews, so it's great to see the support from all over the country. So here it is, Carrick O'Rourke coming down to the line. She's been put under pressure by Neptune Mahan. I'd be keeping an eye on her in the finals later, that Neptune sculler. Carrick putting up a fight, not letting her get through with ease, and then a little bit couple of length or two back to Queens Donoghue, making her way down to the line in this women's Club 2 scull. You can see there up on the live stream, this is some really close racing, and that's what you want to see in time trials. So that's Neptune O'Rourke and Carrick Mahan crossing the line at nearly the same time. And then Queens Donoghue also about to cross the line. So that's some close racing in time trials, and that's exactly what you want to get the faster times. And making their way down to the line is Tralee O'Sullivan. You can see that T on the back of her one piece as she comes into the final 15 strokes of her time trial. Women's club single scull, it's a very competitive category, there's no doubt about that. So we're going to try get it down to 18 to get into the heats later on. And Tralee is going for a nice little push there as she comes into the line. I have a lot of black and red and a lot of blue coming down at me here. We have Sligo Bradley, number 86, making her way down. You can see the black and red of her one piece and the red of her boat, making a very distinctive mark on the waters of Inniscarra. She raced the Club 8 yesterday and the 4 the day before. So let's see what she can do for her third day of racing here in the Club Single Scull. Nice little race there going on behind her between Carrick and Lee, number 87 and 88. That's going to push on both scullers' times as they come into the last 250 metres of their race. But coming up to the line, as you saw on the drone footage there, it is Sligo Bradley. Lovely black and red colours. She's got about 15 strokes to go. Carrick and the black and red of Lee making their way down the course here in the women's club single. Less than a length in it, but that's going to really push on these scullers as they try to get the best times they can to qualify for the heats later on. And Garda Duggan in that blue and white one piece in the yellow Empacher, storming her way down the course. This has been a well-known name in the Irish domestic events calendar. She's been doing well recently in events, but here she is in the women's club single scull, bow number 91, Garda Duggan. That rate has come up. Plenty of shouts from coaches and family members, no doubt, as she comes into the line. We're talking the last, I'd say, 5 to 6 strokes as she finishes out her time trial of the women's club single scull. And just coming down to the line now in the last 200 metres, we're looking at UCC Davidson and University of Limerick Hurley. 2 university scullers racing in the club single. It's great to see them here. University College Cork sculler would have been let off slightly before the University of Limerick sculler. So great to have them. We're talking maybe 2 to 3 lengths of clear water just to try get the best times they possibly can to try get into that top 18. So you can see there up on screen, we're looking at the University College Cork Davidson sculler. They train on the marina there in Cork City, but here she is out in Inniscarra, giving it her best shot in the women's club single scull. And coming up behind her is the University of Limerick Hurley, again all the way from County Limerick. They train there in O'Brien's Bridge, and she has about 3 strokes to go before she finishes out her time trial of the women's club single.
So up next we have Fermoy, Burke. Burke looking extremely strong as she's passed out a couple of crews, but she's looking strong towards her last few 4 or 5 strokes, looking extremely strong. So we have over 30 scullers in this event. Only 18 will qualify, who will go through to the semi-finals later on. She is followed in then by the other Fermoy sculler, Nagel, and then Clonmel, Kate Meehan. So Kate Meehan of Clonmel making her sprint, followed by, but she's just behind Nagel of Fermoy. So it's a battle between Fermoy and Clonmel. Can Kate Meehan of Clonmel make it up to Fermoy in the last couple of strokes? They are then followed down by UCC Payne. Or apologies, UCC... The UCC sculler coming down with only about 50 metres left to go. Really strong rowing there. As I said earlier on, UCC having a brilliant weekend so far. Those black blades of UCC slicing through the water, pushing her down to the finish line. She's almost there. Extremely a tough course, this 2,000 metres, but they seem to be handling it well. Next up we have New Ross Brennan. So Anna Brennan of New Ross. Apologies, Orla Brennan of New Ross, the sister of Anna. Her sister won this last year, so can she do the double? So will it go from Anna to Orla? We'll have to see. Orla Brennan of New Ross pushing down towards the last 50 metres of her race, the blue and Brown of New Ross from County Wexford. So New Ross pushing down, only 15 metres left to go. She's so close to the finish. It's a really tough course, as I said. You can see up on screen New Ross, the lovely light blue of New Ross, putting down as she's one of the last scutters to come down to the finish line. So on the far side, we can see Neptune Keho just passing down, followed by Neptune Jordan, followed by Keho. So there is a battle between these two green one pieces. But it looks like Neptune on the far side has the better of that UL scutter. Neptune was let off afterwards, so it looks like Neptune are pulling through the UL. UL are underrating that Neptune scutter, so Neptune look like they have the better. So it's Neptune followed by UL. UL were led off first, so they will have a bit of a disadvantage coming into the times, but we'll have to see. We have no way of knowing until all times are done and all scutters have raced. So as we see Neptune on the far side putting through, they're on the top of your screen, UL on the bottom. UL are struggling to keep up with Neptune, but we'll have to see how the times end up at the finish. So Neptune looking extremely strong, pulling towards the finish. Only about 4 strokes left to go. It is a really tough course. As we pull down to see our last two scutters, O'Mara of Fermoy and Dugan of Commercial. Commercial has Clearwater behind Fermoy, but definitely catching up as Commercial have a higher stroke rate than Fermoy, but will Fermoy react to the challenge? We'll have to see. Fermoy bringing that rate up and nice and high as she sees the challenge behind her from Commercial. Commercial will have a lot of work to do if she wants to catch up to Fermoy, but has she left it too late? Reminder, there's about 45 seconds between each of the scullers as they're let off at the start, so it's going to be really tough to tell where all the scullers are, especially if there's no one around them. But as for O'Mara pulls in towards the finish, she's done her race in about 4 strokes, followed by Commercial, who is hot on her heels, and they will close out the women's club sculls, the time trials this morning. So O'Mara through the second last sculler. Commercial not done yet. She has to keep going. So Commercial, the last sculler, as she pulls through she has not reached the finish line yet. She needs to keep going to the red boys. And that concludes the women's club 2 single sculls.
That is it for the morning time trials. We have a little bit of a break now before we go into the women's intermediate Cox 4, our first heats of the afternoon. And just a reminder, whether you're here in the regatta enclosure or you're at home watching on the live stream, there are live results. The link is available on the Rowing Ireland, and the times for the men's junior 16 scull are in, and we have narrowed it down to the final 18, who will race in the heats later on between 20 past 10 and half 10. No doubt. The times of the women's club single are already in, so they're available. We've officially narrowed it down to the final 18 in the men's junior 16 scull and the women's club single. So go onto the Rowing Ireland website, have a look at that, and we'll be back shortly with the first heat of the women's intermediate Cox 4.
16 single scull and the women's club 2 single scull. In the top 3 at the moment, we have in the men's junior 16, we have in first Skibbereen Wheeler O'Brien, second Lee Valley Scally, and third Lee Valley Creedon. So excellent showing from Lee Valley Rowing Club in the men's junior 16 single sculls. In the club single sculls for the women, we have in first UCC Winter, followed by in second Fermoy Nagel, and in third Neptune Mahon. So well done to all those crews. 18 have qualified from both categories through to the semi-finals later on, and we will see how those scullers plus the rest of the other 15 in each category fare in the semi-finals later on.
Cox for Athlon's men's junior 18-4. Please come for weigh-in. Can a representative from Athlone please present to the regatta office in relation to the weigh-in for the men's junior 18 cock 4?
boats are being presented at Control Commission in the state that they can go on the river. We've had a few presented this morning with no proper bow balls or safety straps. Please check your boats before bringing them down. Have a good day. Thank you.
So good morning once again and welcome to day 3 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships, live here from the National Rowing Centre in Cork. Looking forward to another fantastic day of racing here to finish out a packed weekend of racing and outstanding performances we've seen over the last 2 days. So whether you're here on site or tuning in online, thanks for being with us at the biggest event in Irish rowing. Just want to take a few moments again to recognise and thank the people and partners who make this weekend possible. The event sponsors, Fáilte Ireland, Cork County Council, Foda Island Resort and Total Cleaning Supplies. Rowing Ireland sponsors, Kinetica Sport, Coillte, MG Motor, Powerhouse Sport, F4 Energy, Swift Racing and Rowfit, and to our funding partners in Sport Ireland, Sport Northern Ireland and the Irish Sport Federation. Also want to thank John McMahon of Upshot for managing our amazing streaming service for all of you that are tuning in from home, bringing all the action to screens around the country and beyond. And thanks as well to Martin Gray of Gray Mobile Media, who's provided the big screen here on site. And we're delighted to have TG Cahir on site with us all weekend, capturing footage for the Championships highlights programme that were broadcast Friday at 9 o'clock. Yesterday it was at 6:15, and we believe it's 9:15 tonight. You'll be able to see the highlights from today's racing. So tune in and watch back of, just in case you haven't had enough of racing over the last 2 days. So as you explore the National Rowing Centre, be sure to visit the on-site vendors offering food, drink, the merchandise, as well as keeping you fueled in between racing. We mentioned and provided advice as well about the hydration and sun protection given the weather, the amazing weather that we're having here. So while we're enjoying these perfect rowing conditions, we want to remind everyone to stay hydrated, use sun protection throughout the day, stay in the shade where you can. There's a lovely air-conditioned room up here with the tuck shop at the Finish Line Cafe if you want to pop in here and take a break from the sun. And there's water refill barrels there provided by Cork County Council at the venue that we'd encourage everyone to try reduce our single-use plastic by topping up your refillable water. We will be back shortly with the first heats of the day after the time trials. Up here on commentary, Brian and Ella took you through the time trials. Amazing job by the two guys. Leah's out on the water ready to pick up the first few races. So we'll be back shortly. Up on the stake boats, you can see first race of the day, the first heat of the Women's Intermediate 4.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
Welcome back to today's racing, and we start off with the first few heats. First, we have the first heat of the Women's Intermediate Cox 4. In lane 1, we have DULBCA, lane 2, ULA, lane 3, DULBCB, lane 4, Neptune, and lane 5, Shannon. Now, last year we have the reigning winner in this heat, University of Limerick, so we'll have to see what happens with this one. So in this heat so far, we have the crew on the left of your screen, DULBC Trinity A, leading it out. They already have almost a full boat length, and they're only just off the block. So this is going to be a really cool showing from this crew. So DULBC A Trinity, really strong. And that M-Packer on the left of your screen, you can see their distinct yellow boat as they're ahead of in lane 4 Neptune. So it's DULBC Trinity ahead of Neptune. DULBC having a brilliant weekend so far. They already won the senior 4. They won they won the senior pair as well. So they've had an excellent weekend so far. So DULBCA already a full boat length ahead of Neptune. So DULBC ahead of Neptune. There's UL behind them as well, and the second Trinity crew along with Shannon. Shannon have creeped up into third place, so it's now a fight for third between Shannon and UL. The second Trinity crew have dropped back a small bit. It is 3 to qualify out of these 5 boats. So it's still DULBC A ahead of Neptune, followed by Shannon, and with a closely followed by UL. UL will have to start charging if they want to be within contention of getting into that qualifying spot. Only 3 to qualify. So as they approach 500 meters, we can see the DULBC crew just taking it away from the rest of the field. They are dominating this race so far. Trinity DULBC still really one to watch in this race. And as the ULBC are dominating this race, we're going to move to our eyes on the water. Over to you.
Thank you, Tower team. And we're out here on the water at the 1,000-meter mark, and it is the crew from Dublin University Ladies Boat Club, better known as Trinity, out in front. But they're getting a real fight on from Neptune. A lot of experience and calibre in this crew from Neptune, and a lot of them in rowing junior and have come through Trinity themselves. So good bit of experience there, and they're going to want to stay in this race. They know how to fight and row. And they're really pushing on, but Trinity have just taken a big sweep up, and they're absolutely flying past me now. They're in absolute control, and they are just almost sailing away with this. It's amazing to see. They're just flying ahead. Flying ahead well out into clear water now. They've got at least 3 lengths clear water, and now Neptune, who were originally holding a good push off the start, are actually beginning to slip now, as UL have taken a bit of a push on now, and again also just getting really good, nice solid boat speed on their boat and getting a really good run on it, and they've drawn level with the crew from Neptune. So they're the 1, 2 and 3. Trinity the clear leads, and then it's really close. They're both still in contact between Neptune and UL, but UL, as I said, do seem to have the better boat speed at this point. But of course, it's 3 to qualify now. So Neptune have to make the decision. Right, we're up in clear water. It's us, Trinity, and UL. We're all about three lengths in clear water up from the crew in 4th place. Do they want to fight to try and get into a better lane for more stability, more calm water in the final, or do they just sit back, cruise through, and save it for the legs? So a lot of energy is expelled in a 2K. Many of you have done this and know what it's all about. I once heard a statistic that one 2,000-meter race in rowing is the same as doing 8 basketball races back-to-back, or matches back-to-back. Don't know how true that is, but it gives you a real impression of just how tough rowing is. It's the 2nd toughest sport in the world after professional cycling. So it is a real strategic decision, and can be a real smart move just to sit back when you're up in qualifying, cruise, save the legs, because you're going to have a real battle in ahead for you in the final. And you can see it now. In fact, the 3 crews in front, they've all settled right down. They're kind of just taking it nice and relaxed into the final. They're all up in clear water. They're back. They're all about 4 lengths up from the crew in lane 5, and Shannon, who are about 2 clear lengths up on the Trinity B crew. So it's looking like, barring any disasters now, it's going to be the crews from Trinity, Neptune and UL through to the final for those 3 spots.
Thank you, Leah. So apologies. Just a correction on my saying earlier. It was actually University of Galway who are holding this title.
As you look at them now that they're kind of into strategy mode, into preservation of energy, just take a good look, because, you know, with intermediate crews, really experienced rowers, many of them at this since they were kids. So you can just really get an appreciation of the long, controlled rowing, the really great technique, getting off the nice long strokes, letting the boat run underneath them. Because you can guarantee that they won't be able to do this in the final now. So it's just what I like to call peacock rowing. They're putting the feathers up and they're displaying their good technique. So with about 300 meters to go, I'll hand you back over to the tower to take these crews in.
Thank you, Leah. So apologies earlier on. It was University of Galway who won last year's event in the women's intermediate 4. So we can see DULBC still dominating the field. We have major success in their boat so far. We have the Adelaide Tells Row and Ms. Keita Garcia of that boat, who've already won a number of events so far. In the bow, we have Grace Healy, who went to the World Championships last year as well. So they've brought their rate down. They know they're safe into the final later on. They're being closely followed by Neptune, who are from Dublin. But we can see on that screen the black and pink, the lovely black and pink of Trinity Boat Club, DULBC, really strong, followed by Neptune and UL. UL look like they're under a little bit of pressure, but they have brought that rate right down. Their fellow Limerick crew, Shannon, are falling behind, and the second Trinity crew, they're looking like they're not going to qualify out of this heat. So as DULBC pull through to the finish line, they know they're in major control of this race. They're followed in then by Neptune and then UL, who have Clearwater behind them. So it is DULBC through in first. Then as Neptune come up to the line, they will be coming through in second. And then there's a bit of water back to UL, but they have taken they're taking their time with this one. They know they're through to the final. So UL third as they approach the finish line. Shannon unfortunately missing narrowly on that final place, followed by the second DULBC crew, who have fought hard but unfortunately will not be going through to the final of the women's intermediate Cox 4.
And next up, we have the second heat of the women's intermediate Coxed 4. This is a 5-boat race. So in lane 1, Skibbereen. Lane 2, University of Galway Boat Club. Lane 3, Fermoy. Lane 4, University College Dublin. And lane 5, Killoeglan. So these boats, they've gone through the 1 kilometre mark. We're talking about 750 metres to go. And I'm going to be looking out at that crew. University College Dublin, they seem to be leading this one out by about a length. Then I'd be looking over at Fermoy and then about half a length back to University of Galway Boat Club. Again, 3 to qualify from this race. It's the heats. Grand final later on in the afternoon. We'll be looking forward to that. But coming up to the 500 metre mark, we're looking at that University College Dublin crew. You can see those blue and white one pieces with the blue and white blades making their way down the course. Fantastic success over these years from University College Dublin. Then I'm looking back to Fermoy, some internationals in that Fermoy crew. O'Mahony sitting in the stroke seat. She's off to the homes later on this month, so be looking out for that Fermoy crew later on in the final. And then we're looking back at University of Galway, They're sitting in third place. Again, 3 to qualify, but not without a little bit of pressure coming from Killoeglan. They're at the bottom of your screens in lane 5. They're going to know it's 3 to qualify. Let's see, can we put pressure on these university crews? Can we make a final later on at 11? So they have gone through the 500 metre mark. We're looking at about 2 minutes of rowing left in this heat of the second heat of the women's intermediate coxed 4. You can see the head of University College Dublin sticking up out of the boat there. They've got out to clear water. It's a commanding lead for University College Dublin. I'm sure they're going to start thinking, look, we have a final later on, all going to plan at 25 past 11. Can we conserve energy? And it looks like they've taken the rate down slightly there, still pipping along very nicely. Good technique, women's inter 4s, that's what you're going to expect. And then looking back to our second place, looking at that Fermoy crew, as I said, good experienced women sitting in that boat. Many internationals as you look down the crew list. And then in third place, that third qualifying spot looking like University of Galway. Owen Finnegan sitting in the cox seat. Very experienced cox there. Goes up and down that River Corrib in no time. So as they approach the regatta enclosure at a blistering pace, it's University College Dublin. You can see there their rate. They've started to take it down, commanding clear water, in this second heat of the women's intermediate 4. Just placing the blades nice and assertively at the catch and letting the boat do its fair share of the work. As I said yesterday, the rowers actually spend half the race with their blades out of the water. So it is all about efficiency here in the women's intermediate 4. So with about 200 metres to go, we're looking at the University College Dublin. They train up on Island Bridge. You can see their blue and yellow one pieces, blue and yellow blades, and they have a view of their full field in this heat of the women's intermediate 4. It'll be very interesting to see what they can do later on at 25 past 11, all going to plan if they make the final. Then I'm looking at Fermoy for that second qualification spot. As I said previously, a lot of internationals in that boat. I'm sure they're going to have their eyes set on a potential, and I would say actually have their eyes set on a lane in the final. They've got about 10 strokes left. Killorglin did put on a push there with University of Galway, but University of Galway have managed to hold them off, and looks like they're going to claim that third qualification spot. But that is University College Dublin just across the line in first, followed by Fermoy, and in about 2 strokes time is going to be University of Galway, and they're going to grab that third qualification spot. So that's your 1, 2, 3 in the second heat of the women's intermediate 4, and we have the final later on at 25 past 11.
So on their way down, we have the first heat of the women's junior 8s. In lane 2, we have Enniskillen A, lane 3, Enniskillen B, lane 4, Colosh Lake Nod, and lane 5, St. Michael's. So this will be an extremely competitive event. This event was won yesterday, and in the men's category by Enniskillen. Can they do the same thing today? So there is a huge amount of competition in this. St. Michael's have already won the junior women's pair and 4. Can they go for the triple by doing the 8? So on the water we have our catamaran Leah. She's going to take up the rest of this race. Over to you, Leah.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I'm here on the water with the first heat of the women's junior 18-8. An event very close to my heart, as I spent my entire adolescent years chasing the dream of winning this event. So I know all too well how much this means to these girls. So out here in the second heat, or first heat should I say, last year's winners, Enniskillen, out on the water, and the previous year to that was St. Michael's. So I think it's going to be a real battle between these two crews. Enniskillen want to retain their title. St. Michael's want it back. St. Michael's have won the 4 in the pair already, so they're really going to want to prove that they're the queens of sweep and get the clean sweep this year. Out on the water so far, very cool, very calm, very collected. They haven't got the knives out. They're not fighting yet. They're very much obviously got their eye on the prize for the final. So it's actually really quite a chill atmosphere. they're just out in front. They know they've both qualified. 3 to qualify, so the 2 Enniskillen crews and St. Michael's well out in front, about 4 or 5 lengths on the Closh-Nodge 8, and they're just taking their time. Really, it's very clear that they're just saving the legs for the final. So as they move through into the enclosure there, it's the 2 Enniskillen crews and St. Michael's out in front, getting ready and preparing themselves for the final. And I'll hand over back to the tower.
Thank you, Leah. So it's still St. Michael's leading that 8 as expected. Ada Haher doing an amazing job stroking that St. Michael's 8. They're followed then by Enniskillen, who are doing a great effort to keep up to them. And then the second Enniskillen crew, so well done to Enniskillen, having 2 8s, really competitive, having 16 girls in this race. Closh-Nodge have dropped back, unfortunately, which means they will be the ones not going through to the final. It is 4 boats and 3 to qualify. So it's looking pretty set in stone that it will be St. Michael's, Enniskillen A and Enniskillen B going to the Junior Women's 8 final later on. So as St. Michael's push in towards the finish line, St. Michael's looking really strong. Ada and Clodagh in that 8 doing excellent. You can see up on screen their excellent technique, their blades in the water all together. It's really hard to coordinate an 8 that well. Their cox is saying to them, "We have this, lads. We our girls, apologies. We have this, girls. We know we're in the best spot in the final." So this St. Michael's 8 doing really well. They've brought it down a small bit. They're conserving their energy for the final later on. It'll definitely be a huge fight between Enniskillen and St. Michael's for that championship later on, with even more left to go as well. So St. Michael's and Enniskillen, as Enniskillen have pulled ahead of St. Michael's in this heat. So Enniskillen first through, followed by St. Michael's, and the second Enniskillen through to the final as well. So it's Enniskillen A, then St. Michael's, then Enniskillen B. Closh-Nodge further back afield, but that is the qualifiers 1, 2, 3. With the Jez unfortunately missing out on that final as they were a little bit less up to scratch. And that concludes the first heat of the Women's Junior 18 8s.
And as the drone flies its way back up to the 1,000-metre mark, we're looking at the second heat of the Women's Junior 18 8s. In lane 2, Galway. Lane 3, Castleconnell B. Lane 4, Shandon. And in lane 5, Castleconnell A. So they're just gone through the 1,000-metre mark. We're looking at about 750 metres to go. And I'm looking at that crew out in lane 4. I'm looking at Shandon. You can see they're still got a high rate of striking, under a little bit of pressure there from Castleconnell A. And then he'll be looking over there on the far side to Galway, who actually won the Junior 16 8s yesterday. So, Women's Junior 18 8s, it's 3 to qualify for the grand final later on at 11:35. So basically, it's a race for first, second and third, and whoever can do that well enough gets to race another 2K later on in about 2 hours' time. But here we are, look at this kaleidoscope of colours. You've got the red, you've got the light blue, and you've got the purple and gold of Galway. But we're up here with Shandon, Stern Pair, you've got Gaffney and Forrester. They're no stranger to racing 2K, and in fact, they're no stranger to racing at an international level as well. They're doing phenomenal work here, setting a lovely rhythm for all the other 6 girls behind them to follow it down the course. Then looking over at Castleconnell A, these are the girls out of O'Brien's Bridge in County Limerick. No doubt they've raced plenty of times this season, done plenty of training sessions up and down the river in O'Brien's Bridge. You have McNamara and Niamh Flaherty sitting there in the middle of the boat. Again, no stranger to international competition from Coop and Holmes, but here they are racing in the heats of the Women's Junior 18 8s at a blistering pace. Then I'm looking at Galway over there on the far side of the course and on the right-hand side of your screen. They won the Junior 16 8s yesterday. Let's see, can they make a final in the Women's Junior 18 8s today? And what can they put on display if they make the final later on? Then I'm looking at Castleconnell B there just on the right hand side of your screen in lane 3. So I'm going to say about half a length between themselves and a qualifying spot, but we're going to go back up to the front and we're looking at Shandon in lane 4. They're just inside the final 500 metres. We're talking about 400 metres to go as they storm down towards the enclosure. It's pure power, precision and excellence as they come down here into the final 400 metres. As I said, 3 to qualify. Some of these girls might be thinking, will we conserve energy or will we just race it out? Shandon still look that lovely high rate of striking because they're under a little bit of pressure from Castleconnell A. But that's good. That's going to get them some fast times here in the heats as well. Plenty of shouts from the crowd. You can tell it's the 8th racing. The regatta enclosure is starting to fill up. There's a lot more people standing in front of me now as the heats of the Women's Junior 18 8s make their way down towards the regatta enclosure. So here we are. Look at this. What a sight. 4 8s racing down the course here. And it's only 9:30 on a Sunday morning. Shandon coming up to the line. This is only the heat. Let's see what they can bring to the final. Getting pretty close between Castleconnell A, Galway, and Castleconnell B there for your 2nd, 3rd, 4th place. I'm looking at Castleconnell A and I'm looking at Galway. They seem to be in the qualifying positions at the moment for 2nd and 3rd place. So coming up to the line, it's the light blue of Shandon, and they're going to cross the line in first and qualify for the final later on. That's going to be followed by Castleconnell A, and very closely behind them is Galway, and Castleconnell B missing out by only, I'd say, 1/3 of a length. So that was our 2nd heat of the Women's Junior 18 8s. Again, the final later on at 11:25, so make sure to tune in for that. And next up, storming down the track, is the first heat of the Men's Club 8. 5-boat race. In lane 1, St. Joseph's A. Lane 2, Commercial. Lane 3, Castleconnell. Lane 4, Shandon. And lane 5, UL Rowing Club, all the way from Limerick. So we're going to go out on the water to get the live updates. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And out here for the first heat of the Men's Club 8. Very competitive field, really tricky one to win. 3 heats, so there's only 2 crews to qualify, as you well know. And out in front, it is the crew from Commercial, followed by UL. A lot of entries in this one. We've got a lot of school clubs entered in this event today, so they want a piece of the pie in the adult events as well. So, and why not? So, but up in front, it is certainly Commercial, who are about a length up from the UL crew. Still not fully eased off. I think the crews behind are still battling. I'm right here beside the St. Joseph's crew. They're really giving it absolute legs. So no one in the behind has given up yet. They're going to fight to the end. They want to get into this final very clearly. So UL Commercial out in front. Going to have to seem to have taken it down a little bit, but they're going to have to keep, one eye behind on the competition. Get ready to fend off any pushes coming from the field behind, because they're not ready to give up yet. Everyone's looking to their left, looking to their right, seeing where they are. Their coxes are still encouraging them on. They're not out of this yet. The race is 2,000 metres. It's not over till everyone crosses the finish line, or certainly the first 2 crews cross the finish line. So still have to keep an eye how this progresses, but it is very much looking like Commercial and UL are actually in control, barring any disasters, and ready to take it in and go for the final. So with that, I will hand it back to the tower for first heat of the Men's Club 8, and it is Commercial and UL currently holding quite convincingly the qualifying positions.
Thank you very much, Leah. And they are storming down in towards the line here, and there is no doubt about it. It is Commercial and UL leading this one out. Again, men's Club A, 2 to qualify for the grand final later on this evening. But it's Commercial. They have taken the rate down. They're well in control of this race. They're like, do you know what now? We're in control of this. We've got a race later on. Let's just show we can row well. And as they come into the line, we're talking about 7 strokes to go. Commercial are going to take that first qualification spot, and that's going to be followed by University of Limerick in about 5 or 6 strokes time. Great cheers from the crowd there as Commercial cross the line, and they're into the final later on, and that's going to be followed by University of Limerick. Still a good race going on there between Shandon, St. Joseph's and Castleconnell, but it's not to be for those 8s today as they will not make the final, but still great racing for the first heat of the men's Club 8.
So as we await the second heat of the men's Club 8, we have in lane 1 Shannon, lane 2 St. Michael's, lane 3 St. Joseph's B, lane 4 DUBC or Trinity, and lane 5 St. Joseph's D. Now, as we can see, a D crew from St. Joseph's. It's not every day you see 4 crews in an 8. That is crazy. 24 rowers altogether, so that is unbelievable. Or apologies, 32 rowers from St. Joseph's in those 8s. So unbelievable competition from St. Joseph's. So as we start, we can see an amazing shot of those rowers off the first 100 meters as they just left the blocks. They left those blocks with no problems. There is no steering issues so far, and we can see in lane 4 DUBC seem to be having a bit of an edge over the rest of the field, but we'll have to see now. So DUBC, Trinity have a bit of an advantage over the rest of the field. From this angle, we'll have to wait until we get the drone footage, but it looks like they have made a pretty comfortable start as the umpires are making their way down, watching to make sure there's no steering issues. These 8s are extremely competitive. They were won by UCD last year, University College Dublin. Can they do the same thing again this year? We'll have to see. So looking down, as I said, it's DUBC Trinity out in front, but closely followed by the Shannon crew. So Shannon and DUBC clashing for that first spot, but it's only 2 to qualify as there's 3 heats in the men's. Shannon have a full length over St. Michael's. So you can see on the screen the results of the first heat of the men's Club 8 with Commercial and UL safely through to the final. They will be in the final later on. We'll have to wait for the next 2 heats to come down before we can get the full list of the men's club final later on today. That'll be happening at about 11:45 this morning. So back to the race. It is still DUBC Trinity in first, followed by Shannon in second. St. Michael's still catching up to them, but they cannot let go. The crews from St. Joseph's B and St. Joseph's D unfortunately have pulled back a bit. They will be out of contention for the qualifiers unless they put in a massive charge. We'll have to see how they get on. But back to the drone footage, we can see that lovely shot of the 2,000 meter course. So DUBC, the white polo shirts racing down on the left of your screen, being challenged by Shannon, who still have connection to that DUBC crew on the right. St. Michael's slipping away. If they want to be in contention for qualifying later on, they have to keep pushing. They are slowly losing that connection, which is giving Shannon a bit of an advantage. It's allowing them more time to conserve their energy. So you can see that side-by-side footage of St. Michael's just going past. You can see the 7th seat in that St. Michael's boat. A little bit of struggle. Those lads have been very busy racing all weekend in different sorts of events through sweeping and sculling. DUBC have now opened up a full boat length on Shannon. They're starting to take it a little bit easier as they know they're in safe qualifying position. DUBC followed by Shannon. St. Michael's have slipped back, so unfortunately St. Michael's are in a lot of trouble if they want to qualify later on. It's only 2 to qualify through to the final. This is the second heat of the men's Club 8. DUBC having a lot of success so far. Their women's intermediate 4 really challenging for that win earlier on this morning. So DUBC followed by Shannon. Shannon yet to have a win this weekend, but will this be their first win? We'll have to see. DUBC followed by Shannon. And then St. Michael's. It's really important to know that St. Michael's Club 8 is mostly consisting of juniors. They won the junior men's quad yesterday with Jack Rafferty and Evan O'Byrne in that quad. Jack Rafferty also won the single scull. So can they do it again in the Club 8? They have to start charging, otherwise they'll be in big trouble. As they approach the 500 metre mark, those coxswains will be telling those rowers to start their sprints. But however, DUBC are in so much control, they don't need to sprint. They can actually conserve their energy. They have a final later on. That's the important one. They're going to keep their rate. They're going to keep their rate down nice and low. Just focus on their technique. Make sure there's no problems. This is like a training session for them almost. So DUBC with so much domination above that Shannon crew. Shannon with a little bit of push on, but still behind the crew from DUBC by more than a full length. St. Michael's seem as if they're going to be out of it as they approach the 500 metre mark. Only 500 metres left to go, 1500 metres done. As DUBC looking really strong on the left of your screen. DUBC looking so strong. Trinity from Dublin rowing up in Island Bridge. You can see there they have so much competition behind them, but they have just left them behind. So DUBC bringing that rate right down. That coxswain looks very relaxed. She knows they're in first position. You could see that crew from St. Michael's. They're all juniors, but they look like they're struggling a little bit to keep up. They are in a lot of trouble. It looks like they won't qualify through to the final, but anything can change. We've seen that on Friday with the women's senior 4s. So can St. Michael's rise to the challenge? We'll have to see. As they approach about 300 metres left to go, we have DUBC still in the lead, that black and yellow Empacker, followed by Shannon in the Filippi boat, but they're still behind. They look like they've overrated that Trinity crew, but they still have a length and a half behind that Trinity crew. Trinity looking so strong on the screen there. They are just dominating over the rest of the field, but Shannon are okay. They are in that qualifying spot, that dark blue from Shannon and County Limerick. So it's DUBC from Dublin, followed by Shannon from Limerick. They will be the 1 and 2 going through to the final. St. Michael's, unfortunately, will be missing out on the final later on. These juniors have worked so hard, but in fairness to them, they've kept up. The other crews from St. Joseph's further back afield, but it's DUBC who led from the start and are still dominating the field. As you can see, their white polo shirts putting in towards the finish line. Only 2 more strokes to go as they pull through the finish line. Definitely a good time from that Trinity crew. Followed in by Shannon, who just approached the finish line as well. And then St. Michael's, who unfortunately narrowly miss out on that final. It will be disappointing for them, but they definitely put in a massive fight against those two older Shannon and DUBC crews. As we see the two crews from St. Joseph's putting in towards the final, or towards the final few strokes. It is a very hard course, the 2,000 metres. As those two St. Joseph's crews pull towards the finish line, that concludes the second heat of the men's Club 8.
And next up, we have the third heat of the men's Club 8. In lane 1, University of Galway. In lane 2, Coxless. In lane 3, University College Dublin. In lane 4, Queen's University Belfast. And in lane 5, St. Joseph's C. Again, 2 to qualify from this men's Club 8. They're about 250 metres off the start. And let me tell you, when you're up there in an 8, it's 5 boats sitting across. It can get quite noisy. I was up there yesterday. There's coxes, there's blades, there's seats sliding, there's a lot of shouting going on. But I've no doubt, you're talking men's Club 8s. We're looking at quite experienced coxes, I would say, here now. And as we catch up to them with the drone, I'm looking at the crew in lane 3, University College Dublin. They seem to be leading this one out, but look, it's 2 to qualify. Let's look at our second qualification spot. I'd be going over to the outside, University Galway, but not far behind them at all is Queen's University Belfast. They're going to know it's 2 to qualify. They're only about 500 metres in. And to get the live action, we're going to go over to our catamaran on the water. Over to you.
Thank you, Ella. And it's the final heat of the men's Club 8. Last 2 spots up for grabs. And it is between the 3 university crews right now. UCD looking like they took an early heat. They've just broken contact from the Queen's University Boat Club crew. But here comes a charge from the University of Galway crew. And they are absolutely flying. In the space of about 10 strokes, they've just drawn level right up with the UCD crew and are looking to go again. So it's between these 2 crews, UCD and University of Galway, still locked together for first and second place, and they're both broken contact about a length of clear water, maybe a length and a half now from Queen's University Boat Club, and they've really taken up in front. And just further down behind now are the 2 schools crews from Coxless and St. Joseph. So this one's definitely going to be one for universities for sure. Club crews doing really, really well. Really valiant effort from the kids in St. Joseph's and Coxless, but they just can't compete with the physical challenge of just going up against adults. And that's just, that's how it goes, and that's why we have those junior events, so that they can shine themselves. But as we stick back here with the school crews, it's very much the Queen's, University of Galway and UCD crews very much in front, fighting for the last 2 positions. Right, and we don't want to interfere with anyone's race, so we're just, as we hang back here with the schools crews, I'm going to hand it back to the tower to see how the fight with the universities is developing up in front. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Leah. And here we are, the men's Club 8. And it looks like UCD seem to be leading this one out. The last time I was with them, they were leading this one out as well. But let's go back over to our second place finish. It's looking like at the moment, by I'd say a quarter of a length, University of Galway. But not far behind them at all is Queen's University Belfast. They are gone through the 1,000 metre mark. We're looking at about 600 metres to go. Again, 2 to qualify. This is going to be a good race for second place. These are only the heats. What's it going to be like at the final later on? You have to ask yourself. Last year, the winners of our event, University College Dublin, and here they are leading out their heat here in the men's Club 8. We'll have to wait and see later on what they have in store, but I'm going to go back to this second place, or second qualification spot. It looks like University of Galway seem to still just have the lead. Judging from where I am, we're talking about a canvas between University of Galway and Queen's University Belfast. University of Galway, they row out on the Corrib. You have Fee in the coxswain seat. I'm sure she's letting all those 8 men know in front of her. There's 2 to qualify in this race. If we can just keep that canvas, all we need to be is ahead at 2,000 metres, not a second before that, just the 2,000 metres. I'm sure the Queen's Cox is saying the exact same thing. I think we're talking about half a length now between University of Galway and Queen's University Belfast for that second qualification spot. But as they roar down towards the enclosure, there's no doubt about it, UCD seems to be leading this one out. Again, still quite a high rate of striking. Like there might be just clear water between University of Galway and University College Dublin, but that elastic band has not broken. I'm still looking. It's, again, 2 spots to qualify for the grand final later on. I'd be watching this one if I were you. The standard of club rowing in Ireland is phenomenal, and it's great to see Irish rowing going so strong. But here we are, coming into the finish in the third heat of the men's Club 8. It seems to be University College Dublin, and I'm going to look over those University of Galway boys sitting there on the far side. They seem to have managed that second place finish, but Queen's is right on them. The elastic band has not broken. It's bow on stern. But coming up to the line, there's a slant on this line. This could be a close one. 2 to qualify. It's looking like University of Dublin. They're going to grab that first spot. But look at this. Second place. Is it going to be University of Galway? Is it going to be Queen's University? It's going to be a close one. I think University of Galway might have just grabbed that second qualification spot. We will have to wait for official results, of course. But that looks like University of Dublin, followed by University of Galway. Very closely followed by Queen's University Belfast. And we just have Coláiste and St. Joseph's C coming into the line. Again, these are more than likely junior rowers racing up here in the club category. Big step up, but they're doing phenomenal. And as Brian said earlier, St. Joseph's has 4 8s entered in this category. So it is phenomenal to see this amount of junior rowers racing at club level. So as they come up into the line, that's going to finish out our heats of the men's Club 2 8s. Final later on at 11:45. I'd be tuning into that one if I were you. It's going to be a good race. It's 8. It's noisy. It's going to be good. So that's Coláiste and St. Joseph's just coming up to cross the line, and that's going to finish out the heats of the men's Club 8s.
St. Joseph's crew on the screen celebrating. It looked like a really good rivalry between St. Joseph's and Coláiste. St. Joseph's got the better towards the back of that second heat of the last heat of the men's Club 8. So next we move on to the first heat of the men's Junior 18-4. In lane 1 we have Coláiste B, lane 2 Prez A, lane 3 Blackrock B, lane 4 Prez B, lane 5 Shannon, and lane 6 Castleconnell. And in lane 6, we can see on the left of the screen the red from Castleconnell leading it out. There will be 3 heats of the men's Junior 18-4, so it'll be 2 to qualify. On the left of your screen, it's Castleconnell, but on the right of your screen, you can see Prez A in the purple. It is Castleconnell from Prez. They are your 2 qualifiers. Just in third place, we have Shannon, who are not out of it yet either. So it's Castleconnell from Prez back to Shannon, but it's a real fight for second place. So it's Castleconnell who have the lead in this. They have a full boat length upon second place as Shannon creep up towards the Prez crew, putting a bit of pressure on them. It is going to come down to the final sprint, but Prez look like they are reacting to that challenge pretty well. So Castleconnell followed by Prez and then Shannon. Last year, the winner of this event was Enniskillen. They won the Junior 8 yesterday. Can they do it again? We will see them later on in the next few heats. But in this heat, it is Castleconnell, followed by Prez and Shannon. You can see on the screen the blue versus the purple. They are the 2 boats fighting for second place. The red of Castleconnell in first. They are comfortable. They have a full boat length, or they have a 3/4 of a boat length on second place of Prez. Shannon dropping back a little bit, and you can see in the middle as well, the second Prez boat in fourth. They are in contention for that second spot, but they will have to start charging now. As they approach 500 metres, they are going towards their sprint. Castleconnell, they are comfortable. They know what they have to do. Their coxswains are just screaming at them, saying, keep it going. For Castleconnell, they are comfortable. Their cox might be saying, keep looking left and right, but if you're in the lead, take it a little bit easier. Prez, however, are definitely being told, keep it up. Do not let this go. You can see on the screen the results of the men's Club 2-8, the final heat, UCD and University of Galway, comfortably through to the final, although it was very close between University of Galway and Queen's. So Castleconnell still in the lead, followed by Prez A. On the 2 outside lanes, you can see Clostegnaud B being dropped out of it as well with Blackrock B. On the screen you can see the 3 leaders, but it looks like Castleconnell are comfortable. The cocks of the Castleconnell boat looking left. They're looking to see where are Shannon, where are Prez. Are we still in the lead? But they are getting pressure from the Prez boat, but it is with only about 250 metres left to go. Castleconnell still looking pretty comfortable, followed by Prez. Castleconnell rowing up in Limerick, Prez on the marina, but they are getting a lot of pressure from that Shannon crew. Shannon Rowing Club have to go now if they want to be in contention for that spot. Only 2 to go through, but now Prez have opened up a length over Shannon and they're challenging Castleconnell for that first spot, but have they left it too late? As the finishing boys are starting to come into sight, Castleconnell still leading out with a half a length over Prez, followed by Shannon. Shannon might have left it too late to qualify through to the final as Castleconnell coming into the finish line. Only about 5 more strokes left to go. Who will it be? It'll be Castleconnell through to the final along with Prez. Shannon narrowly missing out, along with Blackrock, Presby and Clostegnaud, who are further back and unfortunately will not be going through to the final. So that is the first heat of the men's junior 18 coxed 4.
And next up, just gone through the 1,000 metre mark, we have the second heat of the men's junior 18 coxed 4s. In lane 1, St. Joseph's. Lane 2, Lee. Lane 3, Clostegnaud A. Lane 4, Cork. Lane 5, Commercial. And lane 6, Ban. It's looking like that crew from lane 3, Clostegnaud, seem to be leading this one out. Again, 2 boats to qualify, but I'm going to pass it over to Leah out in the water to get the live updates. Over to you.
Yes, men's junior 18-4, another big one. A lot of these guys will be in their last year rowing, so last chance to get that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that Alan was telling us about yesterday. So taking an early lead out in front was Clostegnaud. They seem to have taken the rate down and be relaxed, but it is very close. Lee and St. Joseph's are also cruising right beside them. Really very little between these two crews. Hard to tell from this angle, but it's looking like Clostegnaud in front over Lee, over Bish. But really it could be any one of these crews now. Only 2 to qualify, so I wouldn't be getting comfortable. But they do seem to have been taking the rate down, not pushing it on too hard, looking quite relaxed. But they're going to have to fight at some point, I would think, to get 3 crews neck and neck, only 2 spots into the final. But still looking quite comfortable, all 3 crews. Neither one really looking too left or too right. Cox is in control, has got this. And still very, very close. I'm going to say it's probably Clostegnaud who are up on St. Joseph's, up on Lee. But really, anyone could take this home. A good push to pull away. You're gone, you've got it. And they are about 2 lengths up on the crew from Commercial, who are a length on Cork. And that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, still looking very calm, collected, up in front. Those same 3 crews. So interesting to see when one of them will take a push. So as they draw closer to the enclosure, I'm going to hand it back to the tower to take them in and see where this goes.
Thank you very much, Leah. And look at this, the crowd are going wild, and this is only the heat. I'm looking at Clostegnaud in lane 3. They seem to be leading this one out for the first qualification spot, but who is going to get that second spot? I'm looking at St. Joseph's over in lane 1. Then I'm looking over at Commercial here nearest to the enclosure. This is going to be a tight one. Only 2 places to qualify, but I'm not leaving out Lee. They're sandwiched in the middle. That's going to be close. The crowd are getting noisy. This is going to be a close one. 2 spots to qualify. Colostic Nodge were leading this one out, but they're facing pressure now. Look at this. There's pressure coming from St. Joseph's. There's pressure coming from Commercial. Lee dropping back slightly. There's 3 boats now going for 2 qualification spots. Lee seems to have dropped off, but I'm looking at Colostic Nodge. I'm looking at St. Joseph's, and I'm looking at Commercial. Men's Junior 18, Cox 4s. Coming down to the line, this is only the heat. I'm going to give Colostic Nodge about a canvas up on St. Joseph, and then about half a length back to Commercial. And coming down to the line, it looks like Colostic Nodge A are going to take that first qualification spot, followed by, I'm going to say, St. Joseph's for the second, and then Commercial. Again, we're going to have to wait for official results on that one. But that's only the heat. What are we expecting in the finals at 11:55? I know I'm saying this for a lot of the races, but I'd be coming down to watch that final. That's only the heat. What are we going to see then? So that's the second heat of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. And the third one is be on its way down shortly.
And on their way down, we have the third and final heat of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. In lane 1, we have Neptune. In lane 2, Blackrock A. Lane 3, Athlone. Lane 4, Enniskillen. And lane 5, Methodist. Now, in this race, we have last year's reigning champions, Enniskillen. They won the 4 yesterday. Can they do it again? But in lane 1, we have Neptune Rowing Club up from down from Dublin. They are leading this out. They have almost clear water over the rest of the field. Enniskillen in second place. It's surprising to see Enniskillen not in the lead of this race, but things happen. Neptune have come with a very strong crew this year, and Neptune are leading this out in lane 1. So it's Neptune from Enniskillen. They are the 1 and 2. Only 2 will go through to the final from this third heat of the men's junior Cox 4. So the green and black of Neptune with the bucket rig, the backward, so that's special rigging. It's different to the rest of the crew. Enniskillen have it as well, and so do the Athlone crew. So we're looking at Neptune right now. They're looking extremely strong. So Neptune black and green from County Dublin rowing up an Island Bridge, looking really dominant over the rest of the field. Enniskillen still in second place. Enniskillen had an amazing win yesterday in the 8, but they seem to be struggling a little bit back. So we have Neptune from Enniskillen, Methodist in third, and it looks like Athlone are in fourth, and Blackrock are further back afield, but Neptune and Enniskillen undoubtedly in those 2 qualifying spots. So Neptune and Enniskillen are in the 2 qualifying places. Methodist are making that challenge. They'll have to go now if they want to be in contesting for that qualifying spot. Athlone in the green and red behind as well, but they might be too far back. So it's Neptune from Enniskillen. Enniskillen are starting to react to the challenge of Neptune, but have they left it too late? The impacker from Enniskillen charging towards the Felipe of Neptune. You can see them making their ground, but the coxswain from Enniskillen have they left it too late to shout at them to say we're nearly there. Only 50 metres left to go. Where will it go? But it looks like Neptune have it secured. Neptune coming towards the last couple of strokes. Brilliant weekend from Neptune so far. Can they do it again? The junior men's 4. Neptune with about 4 or 5 strokes left to go, followed by Enniskillen. They will be the 1 and 2. Methodist with connection to Enniskillen, but they will be missing out on the final later on today, unfortunately, as they were so close to only 2 crews to qualify. So we can see Methodist and Athlone and Blackrock College further back afield as they finish off the heat of the men's junior 4. So we will be waiting for official results, but it looks like the crews through to the final of the men's junior 18 Cox 4 are Pres Cork A, Castle Connell, St Joseph's, Closheg Nod A, Neptune and Enniskillen. Up on screen we can see the results of the second heat of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. We see Closheg Nod A and St Joseph's through to the final in a brilliant time of 7:21 by Closheg Nod. Commercial behind by just 0.4 of a second, narrowly missing out on that final. They must be heartbroken, but that's the way it is. Only 2 to qualify through to the final later on. On screen we can see the official times of the third heat of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. In first we have Neptune putting a time of 7:08.2, followed by Enniskillen who pulled a time of 7:10.3. Those are our 2 qualifiers from that last heat of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. And the next race is off. We have the men's senior singles sculls, one of the most heavily contested or one of the most competitive events of the weekend. This is a really important one. In lane 2 we have O'Connor of Neptune, lane 3 Castle Connell Cota, lane 4 Belfast Boat Club Doyle, and lane 5 UCC Yamada. So obviously one to watch is Philip Doyle in lane 4 Belfast Boat Club. We have the bronze medalist from Paris 2024, the Olympics in the men's double, so he will definitely be one to watch in the senior single, as he already takes a lead with his blue oars there on the screen overhead. You can see that shot where he has almost a quarter of a length over the scudder from Castle Connell Cota. So it's Belfast from Castle Connell from Neptune, but then Yamada of UCC slightly further behind, but only by half a length. So it's still really close so far. They've gone about 100, maybe 150 meters. This is the start of their race, making sure they can get those nice strokes in to push on for the start of their race. So Philip Doyle of Belfast pulling on. He almost has a full length on the scudder from Castleconnell. Castleconnell Cota just behind. We've seen some brilliant rowing from O'Connor of Neptune and Castleconnell Cota this weekend. So no doubt they'll be doing the same thing again as Belfast Boat Club. Philip Doyle pulls away from the rest of the field. So as these rowers come down towards us, we have Philip Doyle of Belfast coming down. He is in the lead, and as we have the overhead shot of them, we have Leah on the water, and she's ready to take the rest of this race. Over to you, Leah.
Yes, and it's the first heat of the men's senior single scull, one of the prime events of this whole weekend. And it is 4 crews, 3 to qualify. So you think strategy would hopefully be get out in front, drop a crew, and cruise to the end. Still a bit of contention in there. Philip Doyle, lane 4, out in front, looking nice and comfortable. He's taken his boat speed down already and is just getting ready to cruise to the line. He's up about closing into about two lengths from the crew in lane 2, Cota from Castleconnell, who's taken another push, trying to just get back in, get into contention, and he's closing the gap with Phil Doyle, who's now taken a bit of a push. He's responded to this, he's seen what's coming, and there's a charge coming from O'Connor in Neptune, who is now drawn level with Cota from Castleconnell. So they're the 1, 2, 3. And back behind is Yamada from UCC, who's down kind of an easy distance from the other crew. So it's very much Doyle, followed by Cota, followed by O'Connor from Neptune, who I recognise the hat. I believe he won the men's inter-single scull last year, so he's taken a step up and gone for the challenge at the senior scull. And they've all dropped off now, so they're just seem to have settled in, happy that they're through to the final quite comfortably in front, and they can just settle in, rest the legs, and conserve energy for the final. So that seems to be the lead that the order that they're happy with. No competition for lanes in this case, just gonna get your place, get into the final, and get ready for battle. Phil Doyle has taken another little bit of a squeeze and is just kind of further widening that gap, but certainly back into cruising pace as well. So looks like that's definitely just going to be the run into the finish. So Doyle right out in front, and Cota about a length and a half up on O'Connell. So length and a half in a scull, really not very much. You know, these small boats, the sculls, the doubles and the pairs, they really do respond to when you add pressure on, when you take a push. They can go and really respond really quickly, and can get out and get going very quickly. So length and a half in a scull, not very much. So O'Connor would have the opportunity now to challenge Cota and maybe try for the second place position, get into a more central lane for the final, but it looks like they both seem to be pretty comfortable and are just going to go with the lanes they've got and get into the final. So no change here in the race order, so I will hand back over to the tower with those 3.
Thank you, Leah. So you can see that navy one piece of the blue blades of Philip Doyle, the Olympian on the course. He is then followed down by Cota of Castleconnell and O'Connor of Neptune. They are the 1, 2, 3. It is 3 to qualify through this heat, so it is pretty evident that these will be through to the final as long as they stay in their boats. So it's Doyle of Belfast with an absolutely commanding lead over the rest of the field. It's more of a race between the middle two. So it is Cota of Castleconnell who is about a length ahead of O'Connor of Neptune, as Leah said, the winner of the intermediate scull last year with that iconic hat. So Doyle of Belfast with massive amount of clear water above the rest of the field. He's brought his stroke rate right down. He knows he needs to conserve his energy for the final later on, especially if he's this much ahead. There's no point of charging too much. So as they approach the 300 meter mark, Doyle of Belfast so far ahead in the lead. He has command over this race completely. You can see O'Connor trying to put pressure on Coated of Castleconnell, but at this point it is extremely close between those two rowers. But it is Belfast Doyle who has pure command over this race. He has brought his rate down. He looks like he's doing steady state. He's that far ahead. So Doyle of Belfast, followed by Coda of Castleconnell, then Neptune O'Connor. Yamada of UCC seems to be out of it so far, so he will not be going through to the final later on. Doyle of Belfast pulling through with 250 metres left to go, still with that extremely low rate, doing really well. Obviously with that Olympic experience, he's been to the Olympics twice, both in the double, medalled in 2024. Lots of experience from him, so he knows what he's doing. He is followed then by Coat of Castleconnell, who seems to be matching Doyle's rate. Then O'Connor of Neptune. He's not going to take the challenge trying to get into second place. He's going to stay content with third as he brings his rate down as well. Yamada of UCC seems to have really fallen back behind as we see Doyle of Belfast pulling towards the final few strokes of his race. He's brought that rate right down. So it's Doyle of Belfast pulling towards the final, about 5 more strokes left, putting really slowly in but conserving that energy. Now it looks like O'Connor of Neptune has actually taken his strokes up a little bit more. He wants to challenge that rower from Castleconnell. Coat of Castleconnell doesn't really seem to be reacting too much, but it looks like O'Connor of Neptune really going for that sprint in the last 100 metres. O'Connor of Neptune starting to regain connection on the Castleconnell scudder, but it seems to be too late. So it is Castleconnell from Neptune. They will be the 2 and 3 as long as they reach the finish line. So really good effort there from Neptune, but it was too late to reach the Castleconnell scudder, although he comes into third place, the qualifying spot. We can see Yamada of UCC coming in. It's a really hard battle. UCC coming towards the line. Senior single. It is a really hard contested event. So it is well done to all the athletes in the first heat of this senior men's single. As Yamada of UCC pulls in towards the finish line, we're about to conclude the first heat of the men's senior single sculls.
And next up, just coming down about past the 1,000 metre mark, we have the second heat of the men's senior single scull. In lane 2, Kenmare Kirby. Lane 3, University of Galway Colch. Lane 4, Galway Leiden. And lane 5, Skibbereen McCarthy. We're going to go up to Leah just to get a quick look at where everyone is. Over to you and the cat.
Yep, second heat of the men's senior single scull. 3 to qualify once again. So again, we have 3 crews out in front. So we've got McCarthy from Skibbereen out in front, but getting a bit of a challenge from Colch from University of Galway in lane 3, who's not letting McCarthy get away with this. So kind of a bit of a push between the two of them. So it'll just be a decision of, do they decide to battle for the middle lane or do they just stay comfortable? But neither one looking too worried right now. And they're the 1 and 2 back to the other University of Galway crew, Leiden in lane 4, and he's got 3-4 lengths clear water up from the Galway Rowing Club. Sorry, apologies. Leiden lane 4 in Galway is down. He's fallen down from the pace behind the two the University of Galway and Kenmare, with Skibbereen out in front. So it's a well spread out field there now, with McCarthy, Colch and Kirby in the qualifying positions, and Leiden from Galway is falling behind. Seems to be struggling a little bit with the conditions, but has recovered but he'll have to do a lot of work if he wants to get back into contention for the qualifying positions. So I'll hand back to the tower there just to follow this out.
Thank you very much, Leah. And this is the second heat of the men's senior single. So just going through about just coming up to 500 to go, we're looking at Fintan McCarthy in that yellow M-Packer storming his way down the course. That's going to be a very familiar name to a lot of people. He is two-time Olympic champion and most recently got a bronze medal in the men's heavyweight double out in Lucerne at World Cup 2. So he's leading this heat out. But in fairness, that Kenmare sculler, Kenmare Kirby, he is staying right up with our current Olympic champion. He got second in the Junior 18 single on Friday afternoon. Certainly doesn't look like he has a 2K in his legs, multiple 2Ks in his legs from this weekend, but he's doing well. Again, this is only the heats, so it's 3 to qualify. And then looking back in our third qualification spot, we're looking at Colch of University of Galway. And then a little bit back to Leiden of Galway. But as I said, this is the men's senior single, and this is one of the fantastic things about the Irish Rowing Championships. You have some of the best athletes Ireland has to offer, McCarthy and Colch, rubbing shoulders with some of our juniors, Kenmare Kirby and Galway Leiden. It is phenomenal to see both the up-and-coming talent and the current internationals racing it out here on the course in the men's senior single. So at the moment, as they come down towards the enclosure, it's 3 to qualify. So it's looking at Fintan McCarthy from Skibbereen. Looks like he's going to hang on to that first qualification spot. And then Kenmare of Kirby looks like he's going to get the second. And then a little bit back to Colch of University of Galway. He's going to get that third qualification spot if he can just hang on to it. As you can see, big margins here, but it is 3 to qualify, all going to plan. Those will be the 3 scullers that will have to race the final later on. So they're not going to want to paddle this down if they can at all possible and have a right go at it later on. From the final earlier, we had Doyle from Belfast, Cota of Castleconnell and O'Connor of Neptune. They're going to meet the first 3 scullers from this heat in the final later on this afternoon at 12:15. But that is Fintan McCarthy just across the line first in the second heat, of the men's senior single. That was followed then by Kirby of Kenmare. And just coming up to the line, paddling it in, it is Colch of University of Galway. Again, another one of our international athletes, no stranger to competition, especially at under 23 level. But Colch looks like just going to have a bit of a sprint there. Galway definitely going for it. Do you know what now? I'm going to have a pop. Colch had to go for a bit of a sprint there, and it looks like he is going to hold him off. It's bow on stern, might I say. But yes, Colch is just going to grab that third qualification spot, followed by Leiden of Galway. So great race there by all our senior athletes. And the final is later on today at 12:15. So I tune into that one. Some big names going to be racing down the track. That's the men's senior single heats, all safely down the course.
Next up, we have race 315. The first heat of the men's intermediate cox tour. In lane 1, we have University Galway A. In lane 2, University Galway C. Lane 3, Skibbereen. Lane 4, Shandon. Lane 5, UCC. So in lane 1, the boat from University of Galway have made great progress on that Skibbereen crew. So it's University of Galway followed by Skibbereen. Shandon also not out of it yet either. So it's University of Galway followed by Skibbereen. You can see UCC making a charge now. So they've overtaken that Shandon crew. It is going to be 3 to qualify out of this event, but there is 4 crews contesting those 3 spots. So it is still University of Galway with only a canvas ahead of Skibbereen. But it looks like UCC have now made a charge just ahead of Shandon. They're about a bow ball ahead of Shandon. It's going to come down to the wire for that 3rd spot for the qualification later on. So University of Galway on the far side, followed by Skibbereen. Skibbereen are making that charge in the red Philippi 4. These boats are cocks. They have a cock sitting in the bow or stern of the boat. They will be making the decisions of the four. They'll be making sure that these rowers can focus on just pulling. They don't have to steer with their foot or anything. So they'll be making sure that these rowers are putting in everything. They might have to push as much as they can, which will be using a lot of their energy, but it'll have to do if they want to make it to the final later on. University of Galway reacting to that charge from Skibbereen, but it is neck and neck at the moment. UCC also making a charge for first, so it's going to be really close. You can throw a blanket between these three crews. Skibbereen now pointing their bow ball out, followed by UCC. UCC making a brilliant charge, but it looks like Skibbereen have that first place. It is three crews to qualify. Three crews are currently challenging for first as University of Galway drop back as Shandon come forward. It's going to come down to the wire with this one. But Skibbereen and UCC challenging for first place. UCC have come from fourth to first, apologies. So UCC and Skibbereen challenging each other for that first spot. It is then Shandon and University of Galway for second. It's going to come down to the wire with this one. But it looks like as they come towards the finish line, it's really hard to tell. UCC and Skibbereen pull through, but we're waiting for unofficial results, but it looks like Shandon might have been the fourth crew in, which means they won't be through. We'll have to wait for official results on that one, though. Photo finish will have to be done. So we won't say anything yet. We're not betting people up in the commentary tower. We're going to wait for that official result, but it looks like Shandon might have been knocked out, but we'll have to wait. Nothing official yet. Brilliant charge from that UCC crew, along with Skibbereen, who went from second to first in a matter of seconds. So Skibbereen and UCC putting down a massive sprint, but massive well done to those four crews, making a really exciting heat there.
And next up, just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, it is the second heat of the men's intermediate Cox 4. In lane 1, Commercial. In lane 2, University of Limerick. Lane 3, Cork. Lane 4, University of Galway B. And lane 5, Lee. And our eyes on the water are right up with them, so we're going to go out onto the water to get the live updates. Over to you.
Yes, indeed. 5 crew heat. But right now it's a 4-boat race. And one because all these crews look hungry. None of them are content. It was looking first off, there was an early lead from Cork and Galway in the middle lanes, but the other crews aren't having it. Commercial, absolutely. You can see they want this. They're hungry. They fell behind off the start and they took a big charge and they've drawn right up with the rest of the pack. So four crews still in contact. So you've got the Commercial, UL, Cork Boat Club looking like the three crews. Hard to tell from this angle exactly who's quite in front. I'm gonna go with Cork Boat Club up from Commercial, up on UL, but University of Galway still very much in this. So these are the kind of heats you don't want to race. You want to be able to get out in front, get comfortable, secure your position, and rest the legs to go to battle for the final. You never want to have to fight, but if you need to fight to get into your final, that's what you got to do. And this is what these guys have got to do, because no one's broken contact yet. Anyone can take a push. Anyone can catch up and go and get in this. So this might just be a fight right to the final. Looking like the University of Galway crew might have lost a bit of momentum compared to the other three. I think the other three might be a bit more securely in front, but University of Galway are down, but they are not out. They're still within touching distance of the crews out in front. So still anyone's game at this point. And you can just feel that the Coxes are just having to really push these crews on to get them to the end. No one's backing out of this fight. Just dropping a bit further back down behind now. So I'm going to hand back to the tower to take this one in.
The second heat of the men's intermediate 4 is storming its way down the course. They're already at 500 metres to go and leading this one out, but by a hair's breadth. We're looking at Cork Boat Club there in lane 3. Then I'd be looking over at Commercial out in lane 1. followed by University of Galway there in lane 4. That's the 1, 2, 3. It's 3 to qualify, but let's not forget about University of Limerick, where I'd say they have half a length now between them and a qualification spot in the final later on. University of Limerick won this event last year. Let's see, at the moment they're out of a qualification position, but they've got about 300 metres to go, maybe even 350. And this is a tight race. It looks like Cork Boat Club seem to be leading this one out, but here come Commercial on a bit of a surge. This is only the heats. But look what we have coming down here towards the regatta enclosure. University of Galway, this is supposedly their B crew, but look at the race they are putting up here in the second heat of the men's intermediate 4. Commercial going for a bit of a charge here against Cork Boat Club. They want the middle lanes in this final in 2 hours' time. They want to make their stamp. They know they're going to be up against it in the final, but look at them here coming down to the line. Again, 3 to qualify. I'm still looking at Cork, I'm still looking at Commercial, and I'm still looking at University of Galway, but there's about half a length in it between UL and University of Galway for that third qualification spot. But up at the front, it's Cork and Commercial. Look at this, there's about a canvas in it. This is only the heats. It is 3 to qualify. You can tell there's lots of people around here at the National Rowing Centre, lots of shouting, lots of cheering crews on, and Commercial seem to have really gone for it now in the last couple of hundred, but Cork's still leading them by about half a length. University of Galway seem to have crept out to about half a length lead for that third qualification spot, even putting pressure on Commercial. But look at this, it's a 4-boat finish, and from where I'm standing it's looking like Cork are going to grab the first qualification place. Very, very close between Commercial and University of Galway, and then about half a length back to University of Limerick. Lee Rowing Club also going to cross the line in a couple of strokes time. And that's going to finish out our second heat of the men's intermediate 4. The finals at 12:25 today. That'd be one to keep an eye on if that was just the heats.
So next up we have our first heat from the time trials this morning. We have the men's junior 16 single scull. We had 68 scullers this morning. We had to narrow it down to 18. We lost 50 scullers in the process of time trials, but now we move on to the semi-finals or heats of this morning. So in lane 1 we have Ban Campbell, lane 2 Shannon McDevitt, lane 3 Skibbereen Wheeler O'Brien, lane 4 Methodist Miller, lane 5 Kilorglin Barry, and lane 6 Commercial Hurley. So at the moment, it's still looking like they haven't made it to the 500 metre mark yet, but they're still pulling through. It looks like Wheeler O'Brien is leading, but we're going to move up to the catamaran, and we're going to move to Leah, who's going to take the rest of the race. Over to you, Leah.
Yes, indeed. Men's junior 16 single sculls. These guys have come through a morning of time trials into semi-finals to get to the final. So it's a tough morning of racing, and they're only 15 years old, so you got to hand it to them, seriously. But there can only be one winner, so we must narrow the field down further, and it is 2 to qualify from this semi-final. And out in front is the crew from lane 3 in Lee Valley, and he's about a length of clear water up on the following crews, and then it's really close. There's 1, 2 and 4 all right on top of each other. So we've got Hickey from Castleconnell, Donna from Enniskillen, and Kirby from Kinmare. So all still in this fight. Looking left, looking right, but they're really going to have to go for it now. They kind of just are kind of sitting quite level with each other, but one of them's going to have to make a move, break out in front to get that second place position. And Scally from Lee Valley can't get comfortable. He is out in clear water, but as I mentioned earlier this morning, that's nothing in a scull. A good push, a good charge from any of the crews behind, and you can find yourself drawn level and passed out by the next scullers. So you really gotta keep attention. There's gonna have to be a battle. There's not gonna be any cruising or resting the legs for this one, because any 4 of these crews can make it into the final. Looks like Scally from Lee Valley might have just taken a little bit of a push, hasn't gone with the rate, but I can see a bit of extra squeeze of pressure from the legs just to kind of maybe secure that gap, open that lead a bit more.
Apologies, some confusion there with the heats. It is heat 1 of the men's junior 16 single sculls, so it is Sam Wheeler O'Brien in first of this heat. So Sam Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen, he's been selected to represent Ireland in the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and there's no wonder why. You can see that lead he has upon the rest of the field. So Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen, definitely one to watch for this weekend. He did very well last year in the junior 16 single. He made the final, and no doubt he'll be making the final again later on this evening. So it's Wheeler O'Brien, followed by the Methodist sculler Miller. They are the 1 and 2 at the moment, but the rower from Shannon McDevitt not out of it yet either. Ban Campbell also putting a push on for 4th, but it's only 1st and 2nd through to the final later on. We can see the very close results from earlier on in the men's Inter 4. It was Skibbereen, University of Galway and UCC who made it through to the final. As said earlier, Shandon unfortunately narrowly missed out, but that's the name of the game. So Skibbereen, Wheeler O'Brien pushing on. He has over 2 boat lengths upon the next sculler, Miller of Methodist. But it's really close battle for 2nd place. There's 3 boats going for 2nd. There's Shannon McDevitt, Methodist Miller and Ban Campbell. They are all pushing on for that 2nd spot. Only 2 to qualify. Wheeler O'Brien has that 1st spot. Who will get 2nd? We'll have to see. Miller of Methodist taking on a really nice sprint at the moment. They're just past 500 metres. They'll be coming down to the last 250. Skibbereen, Wheeler O'Brien, you can see he's lowered that stroke rate. He is comfortable. He has control over the rest of the field. Miller of Methodist, he has about half a length over the two in 3rd and 4th. Will he be the 2nd to qualify? We'll have to see. So Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen looking really comfortable, followed by Miller of Methodist. Methodist has now opened up a full length over 3rd and 4th, so they are the 1 and 2 at the moment. Huge screams for these athletes on the enclosure. We have to keep these junior 16 lads in the sport, so we need to support them as much as we can. Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen still leading. He's about 100 metres away from the finish. Really strong performance for Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen as he pulls in. He opens up that lead to about 3 boat lengths upon Miller of Methodist. Miller of Methodist, he is opening up that lead on Ban. Ban now pulling ahead of the sculler from Shannon, but he is in 3rd place. 3rd place will not go through. We need 1st and 2nd. So as Wheeler O'Brien claims that 1st qualifying spot, we wait for Miller of Methodist to take the 2nd spot. So it's Skibbereen and Methodist through to the final. Unfortunately, Shannon and Ban very unlucky to miss out as they were closely following behind, but they didn't have enough in them for 1st or 2nd. That is the 1st heat of the men's junior 16 single sculls.
Just after going through the 1,000 metre mark, it's the 2nd heat of the men's junior 16 single. In lane 1, Castleconnell Hickey. Lane 2, Enniskillen Donaghy. Lane 3, Lee Valley Scally. Lane 4, Kenmare Kirby. Lane 5, Closhtignodge Hume. And lane 6, Lee Flaherty. So, these junior 16s, they went through the time trials this morning. All of these athletes are in the top 18. And here they are now in the heats with 2 to qualify for the grand final later on in the men's junior 16 single. So they're gone through the 1 kilometre mark. We're talking about 750 to go. And from the angle I'm at, I'm looking over at Enniskill and Donaghy, and I'm also looking at Kenmare Kirby. This is scullers from Kenmare. Kirby's a well-known name here at the National Rowing Centre and also down in Kenmare. But here they are fighting it out. It's 2 to qualify. From the angle I'm at, I'm looking at Enniskill and Donaghy, who won the Junior 18-8. You wouldn't think that. He's plenty of power as he comes down here in the heats of the men's Junior 16 singles. So he can scull and he can sweep. That's a great talent to have at only Junior 16. But as they approach about 600 metres to go, they're going to looking at the speed coaches at their feet. They're knowing they're going to have about 500 metres to go, and there's going to need to be a push coming very soon. But to be honest, I haven't forgotten about that Coxless sculler there out on the, the Lee sculler out on the outside. He's also up there from the angle I'm at. It's slightly hard to tell, but I'm still going to give the lead to Enniskill and Donaghy and Kenmare Kirby. Again, 2 to qualify, a men's Junior 16 single. The final is later on before lunch at 25 to 1. This is our youngest competitors here at the Irish Rowing Championships, but the display of rowing they are putting on is nothing short of a great spectacle. So as we come down here, I'm kind of looking at Enniskill and Donaghy. I'm going to say he is about a length on Kenmare Kirby, and then a little bit back to, Lee O'Flaherty. That's your 1, 2, 3. But again, it's only 2 to qualify in this race, and there we have those great drone shots. That's just the race coming behind, but we're going to focus on the race coming into the enclosure at the moment, and it's looking like Enniskill and Donaghy seems to be leading this one out. You can see it's looking like a slight headwind on the course, maybe a slight cross headwind, but that's not proving any difficulty to these young Junior 16 single scullers. So Enniskill and Donaghy all the way from County Fermanagh. He's down here in County Cork at the Irish Rowing Championships, and he's putting on a fine display of rowing as he comes into the line. That is Lee Valley Scally. That's my fault. Lee Valley Scally seems to be leading this one out. He got second in the time trials earlier on, so I'm not surprised by that. He's sitting there in lane 3, and he's got clear water now between himself and Kenmare Kirby. Again, Leo Flaherty there on the outside, putting a small bit of pressure on Kenmare Kirby, but there is definitely clear water between those two scullers. So coming into the line, it is Lee Valley Scally. He's definitely taken down the rate. He knows there's a final later on in about 2 hours' time that he's going to reserve his energy for. This is his local water. He's going to know what every tree on this bank means, where every landmark is, but he definitely knows that line of red, boys, is the finish line that he is about to cross in this second heat of the men's Junior 16 single. And that's going to be followed then by Kenmare Kirby, and he's going to take the second qualification place for the men's Junior 16 single scull final later on. And they're going to be followed in then by Leo Flaherty and Coxless, Hume, Castle, Connell, Hickey. That's your second heat of the men's Junior 16 single, all safely down the course.
And on to our last heat of the men's Junior 16 single scull. In lane 1, we have Cummin Robbie to Closh and the Curba, Lawler. Lane 2, Lee Devons. Lane 3, Lee Valley Creedon. Lane 4, St. Michael's Ryan. Lane 5, St. Michael's Buckley. And lane 6, Methodist Rosetto. Leah has these lads up in the tower, or up in the catamaran, apologies. So off you go, Leah.
Tell you what, there's nothing in it between these ones. It's a really packed field. You've got 3 crews right in contention, and they're only a length up from the next 3 crews. So absolutely nothing in it for this one. Anyone's game. So it's looking like Lawler from Closh na Curba is up with Creedon from Lee Valley, up from St. Michael's, and it's really, really tight between them. There's absolutely nothing in it. They're about a length and a half to 2 lengths of clear water up from the crews in lanes 2, 3 and 4, who are all neck and neck as well. But it looks like the top 3 are pulling away now, getting a bit more comfortable, have the better boat speed. So it is 2 to qualify. So it is a fight between Lawler, Creedon and Buckley. And it's looking like Lee Valley have just taken a bit of a push, got a bit of an increased boat speed, and are just kind of pulling out a bit in front over them. Yes, and it is Creedon who's just taken a bit of a drive and pulling away from the rest of the field, but still very much a 3-man race. He can't get comfortable. He's still in touching distance the other 2 crews. St. Michael's crew taking another push as well. He's looking over to his right, he's looking over to his left to see who he's in front. They've pulled away from the trailing field in the last 3 crews. But yeah, anyone's game from between these 3, all still very much in contact with each other. And it's looking like Creedon Lee Valley is going again. He wants to get into this final. He wants to get as far as he possibly can, but he's just not able to drop Lawler from CRCC or Buckley from St. Michael's. So it's going to be a fight all the way to the finish from these 3 crews. So it's still anyone's game. Just a good charge from any one of them can get them out in front. I think the strategy of trying to save the legs for the final just isn't going to be a luxury in this one. And still coming to the finish of about 300 meters left, and the fight continues on. It's still neck and neck between all 3 guys, and I'll hand it back to the tower to finish this through.
Thank you, Leah. So really competitive battle between Creedon of Lee Valley and Lauder of CRCC. Really interesting fact, Creedon came second through these heats. CRCC Lauder actually came 15th, so brilliant effort from him. We see Ryan of St. Michael's pushing on. Ryan was one of the winners of the Junior 16 double yesterday, so it's going to be really competitive between these three athletes. Creedon of Lee Valley, Johnny Creedon, he wants this so bad. He was a runner-up yesterday in the double. He wants to do better in the single. Can he do it? It's going to come right down to the line. It's looking like Creedon of Lee Valley starting to bring his stroke rate up. He has half a length on Lauder of CRCC and Ryan of St. Michael's. Who will it be? It looks like Lee Valley's Creedon. He still has it at the moment. It's still Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley in first, followed by Lauder of CRCC, who had a bit of a mishap there. So it's Ryan of St. Michael's in the last 10 metres who just takes it. So it's Creedon of Lee Valley, followed by Ryan of St. Michael's. Unfortunately, Lauder of CRCC, just because of one technical mishap, missing out on the final. Commiserations to Lauder of CRCC. Amazing effort put down, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be with that technical error. So it's Creedon and Ryan through to the final from that 3rd heat of the men's Junior 16 single sculls.
And making their way down the course, just gone through the 1,000 metre mark, is the first heat of the men's intermediate double. In 1, University of Limerick. Lane 2, CRCC. Lane 3, Killorglin. Lane 4, University College Cork. And Lane 5, Muckross A. So as I said, just gone through the 1,000 metre mark. It's 2 to qualify in this race, and at the moment I'm looking at UL, University of Limerick, out there in lane 1. They seem to be leading this one out, but following very, very closely behind. It's looking like Killorglin, the blue of Killorglin, they seem to be getting that 2nd place. But look at Muckross A, I'm talking half a length between them, and I'd say a quarter of a length back to UCC. This is the men's intermediate double. They were at a high stage of rowing at this point. They've been rowing for many, many years, and here they are in the double scull. 2 of them rowing it down, placing the blades of the catch, releasing at the finish, and letting the boat move as fast as it can towards the finish. 2024 saw Queen's University Belfast win this title, but this year they don't have an entry in this category, so it is all up for grabs. At the moment, it's looking like UL out there on the far side seem to be leading this one out, and then I'd be looking at Clorglen for that second qualification spot. So they are just gone through the 500 metre marker. That means they're 3/4 of the race done, 1/4 to go. And here we go. Ideally, you'd like to be paddling your way through these heats, but that isn't the case here in this race. We have UL leading it by a length. Then I'm looking back to Clorglen, who are about a length again from Muckross A. That's the 1, 2, 3, but it's 2 qualification spots for the final later on at 12:45. You can see the backs of that very strong-looking University of Limerick crew. They train there in O'Brien's Bridge, County Limerick. No doubt they've practiced this thousands and thousands of times, taking hundreds of strokes each session, which is amounting to thousands over the weeks as they prepared for the Irish Rowing Championships over the last number of months. But here we are. It is Sunday in July. They're at the Irish Rowing Championships and they're all going well, going to qualify. But look at this. Clorglen's still not happy with where they are. They're putting on a bit of a push. They're tearing down towards the enclosure. We're talking 250 metres to go. Muckross also not out of it yet. They're about a length behind Clorglen. But where I'm standing, it's looking like UL are still leading this one out. Slightly lower rate. They know if all goes to plan, they're going to have a final later on. But still managing to hold off that Clorglen crew. It's about UL, a length to Clorglen, and then I'm going to say 3/4 of a length to Muckross A. Muckross A putting on a bit of a push. They know, look, this is their last chance. If they want to make a final in the men's intermediate double at the Irish Rowing Championships 2025, this is their time, and they've got 15 strokes to do it. But I'm not sure they have it in them. Clorglen are looking very, very strong, and so are UL, who are going to cross the line in the next 10 to 15 strokes. And it's going to be 2 to qualify in the men's intermediate double first heat. And coming up to the line, it is the University of Limerick double. They're going to take the first qualification spot by the looks of it. Bit of a surge going on there from Clorglen and Muckross A. There's no doubt about that. But it's going to be University of Limerick, half a length to Clorglen, 3/4 of a length to Muckross. And then that UCC crew also just crossing the line now. And then a little bit back to the CC double. So that was University of Limerick and Clorglen who are going to qualify for the final of the men's intermediate double at 1:45. And we're going to head back up the course down a couple of minutes for the second heat of the men's inter double.
And in the second heat of the men's intermediate double sculls in lane 2, we have Skibbereen. Really tired, but we can see now the second heat on their way down. UCC leading it out, followed by Skibbereen. They are the 1 and 2 at the moment. It is 2 to qualify, and they look fairly comfortable. So, apologies, it's UCC and University of Galway. Skibbereen are on the right-hand side in the red Philippi, so it is UCC, followed by University of Galway. Commercial not out of it yet either. So it is UCC, followed by University of Galway with about a canvas back to Commercial. UCC and Galway are now level. It is the fight between the universities. So Commercial now trying to make their way back up to those two crews. There's a blanket between University of Galway and University College Cork. We're going to have to see how it goes. They're just past the 1,000 metre mark. They're halfway done, halfway to go. So as University of Galway and UCC are still level, they are neck and neck. They have the opportunity to look left and look right to see where they are. They are really talented looking scullers. They have a lot of experience behind them. So these two crews definitely bouncing off each other. They're seeing where is University College Cork, where is University Galway. They are pushing each other on. We can see Commercial in the middle, the crew from Dublin Island Bridge just moving up. We can see that shot of all four crews there. There's nothing between them so far. They are all competing for those two spots. It's four crews in this race, only two to qualify. So we'll have to see who goes through. Now University of Galway are feeling the pressure from those two crews. Commercial are now starting to charge towards the rest of the field, so it is University of Galway in first, but really close back, maybe about half a canvas back to Commercial and UCC. UCC starting to fall back a small bit, but Commercial are putting pressure on those two crews. We can see in the bow of that UCC boat we have Rory Buckley. He represented Ireland in the World Championships last year in the men's four. So will he be able to bring this double back? In the University Galway crew, we have Zach Megan and Rian Claffey. Rian Claffey, of course, went to the World Championships last year, won the junior single with Athlone. Zach Megan won the intermediate single yesterday with University of Galway. Some massive amounts of experience in that crew. Will that crew be able to prevail? And yes, they are. So Megan and Claffey of University of Galway, as they come past 500 metres, they're pushing towards their sprints. It's going to have to come down to a sprint in this one. It's two crews to qualify. University of Galway now have half a length on the rest of the field as they bring it back. They have a stronger stroke looking than the rest of the crews. So University of Galway followed by Commercial, as University of Galway just bring their double forward. They're followed by Commercial from Dublin, as Commercial put a lot of pressure on UCC. UCC are going to have to keep working if they want to be in contention for that final later on. UCC starting to drop back into third as Commercial come forward. So it is now between University of Galway and Commercial. They are the 1 and 2. Only two to go through this to the final. Skibbereen has now dropped back as it is just University of Galway and Commercial in the first two spots. UCC have to start doing some work if they want to qualify. They're down to 250 metres left. So it is still University of Galway followed by Commercial. Commercial now putting pressure on University of Galway for first. It is almost a blanket finish from those three crews. UCC really have to put on massive pressure on Commercial if they want to qualify. There is less than half a boat length between these crews. Less than half a canvas, I'd even say. So it is now University of Galway followed by Commercial, then University College Cork. If this is the heat, I wonder what the final will be like. So it's still University College Galway, followed by Commercial, then UCC. UCC now looking in a lot of trouble. What will they have to do to get up there? It is Commercial now charging for the line. It's followed by University Galway. Galway now taking a massive charge as the finish line is in sight. Galway followed by Commercial. They will be the 1 and 2 as they reach the finish line. So it's University of Galway followed by Commercial. UCC, who were in second place, unfortunately missing out on that final as Skibbereen also come in towards the finish line. And that is the second heat of the men's intermediate double sculls.
And well off the stake boats, it is the third heat of the men's intermediate double scull. This is a 4-boat race with 2 to qualify. In lane 2, Muckross B. Lane 3, University College Cork B. Lane 4, Dublin University Boat Club. And lane 5, Cork. Again, 4-boat race, 2 to qualify. And as we come up here with the drone shot, lovely shots here from the drone, we're looking at Muckross B there on the right-hand side of your screen in the far lane. They seem to be leading this, and then we're looking at maybe a third of a length back to Cork, and then maybe a length then back to Dublin University Boat Club. Again, 2 to qualify. Men's intermediate double. We're getting up to the experienced guys here now. We're expecting some really high standards of rowing, and let me tell you, that is what we are seeing. They're putting the blades in at the catch and pushing the boat away from them. Lovely square, placing it in and moving the boat. And that is doing a very, very good job for a lot of these crews, especially for Muckross B out there on the right of your screen and Cork. That boat is moving nicely. We're talking about a canvas between Muckross and Cork for the 1-2, and we'd say about 3/4 of a length then back to Trinity in lane 4. They are through the 1,000 metre mark. We're looking at about 750 to go here in this third heat of the men's intermediate double. Final is at 12:45 today, so you're always trying to play the game. Will I race this, or will I try conserve energy if I'm well inside a qualification spot? But again, good race going on there now in the outside lanes between Muckross B and Cork as they race down towards the enclosure. I was talking about them a lot up there at the 1K Classic 2 weeks ago, but it's Muckross, the bright canary yellow of Muckross, and here they are at the Irish Rowing Championships performing again. Hopefully, as of now, in a qualification spot into the men's intermediate double final. But let's not forget about Cork Boat Club here at the bottom of your screen, nearest to the enclosure, out in lane 5. They row on the marina there in Cork, and they are definitely putting down a performance here in this race, this third heat of the men's inter double. So look at this again. I'm going to say a third of a canvas between Cork and Muckross B. They're just going to get a feel for how fast these boats can move, because at the moment it's looking like they're going to meet each other later on in the final of this race. Again, Trinity Dublin University Boat Club seem to have slipped back to about a length and a half off Muckross and Cork, but we're talking nearly drawn level now between Muckross B and Cork. If this is what they're racing in the heats, who knows what they're going to be like in the final? Is there an extra gear there in a couple of these crews that could come out later on at 12:45? But for now, they are tearing down towards the enclosure. They're gone through 500 metres. We're talking about 400 to go as they race down towards the enclosure. And it is looking like Muckross B and Cork, looking like they're going to qualify in this heat of the men's intermediate double. Again, this is a double scull, so two people in the boat with two oars, and they don't have a tiller to steer with or anything like that, so they're steering with pressure. But look at this, what a race from Cork and Muckross B. This would be one to watch later on, I would say, at 12:45 in the final, no doubt. Quick look to the right there from the bowman of the Cork Boat Club crew, just to see where they are on the course, and let me tell you, they're coming down towards the enclosure. They are moving now. Slight headwind, cross headwind here for these crews, but that's not showing at all with their magnificent rowing, as we would expect in the men's intermediate double. I'm going to say Cork have about a half a length over Muckross here for the 1-2. Again, 2 to qualify in this heat. So at the moment it's looking like Trinity won't qualify, judging from where they are, but you never know. We've got about 15 strokes to go. The crowd is starting to give a bit of encouragement here, especially for Muckross and Cork. I'm going to say Dublin University Boat Club are just out of this. They're about a length off a qualification spot. But as we come down into the line with about 10 strokes to go, Cork have gone for a bit of a push there in the closing stages, and I think they're going to win by about a length and take that first qualification place. Close between Dublin University and Muckross. Look at this. Where did the Trinity double come from? What was that? Here we go. A second qualification spot going to Dublin University Boat Club. What a sprint from them in the last 15 strokes. I nearly didn't even see it. We'll have to wait for official results as usual, but it looks like Cork Boat Club take the first qualification spot, followed by Dublin University Boat Club, and then Muckross just coming in third. And in a couple of strokes' time, the University College Cork B crew will cross the line. And that's going to finish out our third heat of the men's intermediate double. As I said earlier, 12:45, the final. I'll be keeping an eye on that. And also keep an eye on official results just to double check and keep an eye on the seeding for the lanes later on. But yes, final, men's inter double, 12:45.
So we'd just like to remind everyone at the NRC that Powerhouse Sport are doing a giveaway. So they have hidden 3 business cards around the National Rowing Centre. One has been found but not redeemed, and another one is still unfound. If you find these cards around the National Rowing Centre, they are hidden around the place, you bring them back to Powerhouse Sport and you'll be getting a brilliant prize, okay? If you need any clues, you can check the Powerhouse Sports social media, and if you have any questions, you can go to the tent and you can ask them there. Thank you very much. So we have, on the way down, we have the first heat of the Women's Club 2 singles scull. As similar to the Junior 16s, they had to come through time trials to qualify to this. In lane 1, we have St. Michael's Basinska. Lane 2, Neptune Jordan. Lane 3, UCC Winter. Lane 4, UCC Payne. Lane 5, Garda Duggan. And lane 6, Kilmac Simon Lorden. So they're on their way down, and we have Leah on the water, who has a better view of the rowers, so we're going to move on to Leah.
Thank you, Tower Team. And it was looking at the 5 meters that it was an early lead from the two UCC crews, but Sculler from Neptune, Jordan, was not happy with that, so she took a big push, and it's now her in looking like the second place position. So it's 2 to qualify, 3 crew race at first, but it's looking like Neptune and UCC Winter so far in the qualifying positions. Payne in lane 4 from UCC seems to have just lost some of the momentum that she had earlier on in the race. So nothing too pressing going on. Again, it's a heat. Doesn't seem to be a huge battle on into the positions for the final. Quite low rating out here, quite long, controlled length and rate. And it's, as we kind of develop through the race, it is the crews from Winter from UCC and Jordan who appear to be holding the lead, who pulled a bit away from Payne in UCC. And just as they kind of get a bit further away from me, I will hand back to the tower to finish this off.
Thank you, Leah. So in lane 3 we have UCC Winter. She has a command lead over the rest of the crowd. UCC Winter, followed by Payne of UCC as well, and Jordan of Neptune. So Jordan of Neptune and UCC Payne are fighting for that second spot, as in because it is 2 spots through to the final. So UCC Winter, who made the final in the club skull last year, unfortunately did not make the title, as it was Anna Brennan last year who won. So she's hungry for it this year, the women's club skull. So Danielle Winter of UCC in first place in this heat of the women's club skull, followed by Jordan of Neptune and Tara Payne of UCC as well. So Tara Payne and the scutter from Neptune, Jordan, those are fighting for second place. So it is UCC followed by Neptune and the second UCC scutter. We can see Winter of UCC. She is a coastal rower originally from Ballycotton Rowing Club. You can see she's able to deal with those conditions well, although she might be having some blade work issues. So Winter of UCC, she also went to the World Indoor Championships and had a lot of success there, so she's very experienced in that swift scull from UCC. As she is followed down by Jordan of Neptune and Payne of UCC. That second UCC sculler is going to have to do a lot of work if she wants to make it she wants to make it into the final later on. So it is Winter of UCC, followed by Jordan of Neptune and Payne of UCC. Pasinska of St. Michael's, you can see her on the screen, but she's a little bit further back. Garda Duggan and Kilmac Simon Lorden also further back afield, but it is now Winter of UCC. It is her race. She is in full control. Jordan of Neptune is in that qualifying spot, but she is facing pressure from Payne of UCC. So Payne of UCC putting massive pressure on that scudder, but she might have left it too late, as there is only about 500 meters left to go. So it is now Daniel Winter of UCC, followed by Jordan of Neptune and Payne of UCC as well. So will we see 2 UCC boats through to the final? We'll have to wait and see. As UCC Payne is making pressure on Jordan. She might have left it too late. They are about to start their sprints. As we saw in the earlier races, the sprint can change anything. As Winter of UCC looks really comfortable, she is safely flowing through to the final. As long as she makes no mistakes, she should be comfortably into that final later on today. One definitely worth watching. Jordan of Neptune she's facing that pressure from Payne of UCC, but she seems to be reacting well. So at the moment, it's going to be looking like UCC and Neptune through to the final, only if that second UCC sculler can react. So now the Neptune scutter has opened up 2 lengths upon that UCC scutter Payne. It looks like she might have left it too late. She might be very unlucky in this heat of the women's club scull. So it is UCC Winter followed by Neptune Jordan. They are the 1 and 2. Will they be through to the final? It looks as if that'll happen. coming down towards their last 100 meters, 150 meters. They're pushing down. They're doing really well. You can see Winter of UCC taking down a notch. She's saving her energy for the final later on. She looks very comfortable in this commanding lead of the second heat of the women's club scull, followed by Jordan of Neptune and Payne of UCC, who seems as if that third place now is starting to slip back. She's slightly falling behind. It looks as if she's not going to make it through to the final later on unless something catastrophic happens for the other two scullers. As Winter of UCC pulls towards the final finish line, she is safely through. Neptune, Jordan, just pushing up as well. She is almost there, looking to her left and right, looking where are those finish line boys. The red boys indicating they are done their race. Payne of UCC unluckily missing out as we can look back and we see the scutter from Kilmac, Simon, Garda and St. Michael's finishing off their race as well with about 150 metres left to go.
Just going through the 1,000 metre mark is the second heat of the women's club single sculls. In lane 1, Fermoy O'Mara. In lane 2, Commercial Dugan. In lane 3, Fermoy Nagel. In lane 4, New Ross Brennan. In lane 5, Fermoy Burke. And lane 6, Queen's Donahue. And now to keep up with all the live action, we're going out to our eyes on the water. Over to you.
Very good. Second heat of the women's Club 2 scull. And taking an early lead from the beginning was Nagel from Fermoy, looking very calm, cool and collected and in control of this race. Looking very, very confident out in front. And she's held that lead since about 500 metres and followed on by Nagel from Fermoy, who was looking like a comfortable second place. And a challenge came in then from Dugan in Commercial, who pulled up and closed the gap, but doesn't seem to have been able to keep that momentum and has just been holding the second place position. It was a well spread out field, still is a bit, but I have to say, if anything, it has actually closed in a bit. Everyone's still kind of fighting. They've still all got skin in the game till the very end. So it's looking like the 1, 2 and 3 though still holding, very in control of this race. Nagel, Fermoy, and then Nagel Fermoy still out in front with apologies. Brennan New Ross in front, followed by Nagel Fermoy up from Commercial Dugan. And Fermoy Nagel has pulled right up. She's probably about 3 lengths clear water now, even 4 lengths clear water, and Dugan from Commercial. So barring any disasters, it's looking like it's going to be Fermoy in lane 3, second place from New Ross Brennan lane 4, who are the 1 and 2 into the finals. And just kind of an update on conditions to those of you who are interested. It's getting quite windy, choppy here. You've got a bit of almost a full tailwind, just a bit of a headwind up here. Conditions do seem to be building kind of here between coming up to the 1,500 meter mark. It seems to be where it's choppiest. So really important to get that long controlled rowing, leaning back into the wind to keep the run on the boat into these conditions. That advice is for free for anyone who is racing out here later today. And with that, I will pass this race back to the tower.
And thank you very much. And this is the second heat of the women's club single scull. And they are just starting to go through the 500 metre mark. Again, 2 to qualify. And it's looking like New Ross Brennan seems to be leading this one out, followed by Fermoy Nagel. New Ross Brennan, this is not her first trip down the track here in Inniscarra. She made the final of the women's junior 18 single scull on Friday. But there's no sign of tired legs here of this sculler as she makes her way down the course. Then I'm looking over in lane 3 for Moy Nagel. She seems to be hanging on to that second qualification spot. Again, she's off to the homes later on over in London in 2 or 3 weeks' time. So I'll be watching these scullers carefully now over the next couple of hours as they hopefully make their way into the finals. However, I'm not forgetting Queen's Donahue out there in the outside lane. She also seems to be keeping well up with the pack, but there's no doubt about it that it is Orla Brennan from New Ross. She's leading this second heat of the women's club single out with clear water. You can see the raid has been taken down. She knows there's a final coming later on in the afternoon at about 10 to 1. That's going to be the women's club final. I'll be watching that one. Brilliant technique from a lot of our junior and senior women. Orla, she's a junior woman. She's only junior 18. And here she is in the club single leading out her heat. And for Moy Nagel, she is also coming in looking like the second place qualification spot. Rowing very, very strongly here. Then I'm probably looking over there at Queen's, for Moy and Commercial. They'd probably be the next 3, 4 and 5, but up at the front where there is no questions asked, it is Brennan of New Ross in lane 4. She's leading this one out. We're rating about 24, 22 maybe even, as she comes in to the line with about 10 strokes to go in the second heat of the women's club single scull. And that's for Moy Nagel following in behind her. Then she's going to looking like she's going to grab that second qualification spot. Good race going on there between Queen's Donahue, Commercial Dugan, and Fermoy O'Mara there for the 3rd, 4th and 5th place finish. But as she comes up to the line, it is New Ross Brennan. She is going to qualify for the final later on at 10 to 1. And following her, it is going to be Fermoy Nagel. She's going to grab that second qualification spot in the women's club single. And then in a couple of strokes time, we're going to have Commercial Dugan, Fermoy O'Mara, Fermoy Burke, and Queen's Donahue crossing the line. That's going to finish out the second heat of the women's club single scull.
Next up, we have our third heat of the women's club single scull. This is our third heat with 2 to qualify. In lane 1, we have Garda McLaughlin. Lane 2, Lee Cudmore. Lane 3, Neptune Mahon. Lane 4, Tralee O'Sullivan. Lane 5, Clonmel Meehan. And lane 6, UL Rowing Club Kehoe. So we're just going to wait for the input on the tower, and you can see up on screen, you can see those scullers are on the way. Now, it's quite hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like O'Sullivan of Tralee has made pretty good ground upon the rest of the scullers. She is going to the Coupe de la Jeunesse and the women's sculling team this year, so she is definitely some experience behind her. The sculler from Neptune Mahon also really challenging for that top spot, but it is between O'Sullivan and Neptune for those top 2. Tralee O'Sullivan, as said before, has domination over this race. We've seen Tralee do very well this weekend. We had Dara Mars come second in the club scull yesterday. So can Grace O'Sullivan of Tralee do one better? So it's O'Sullivan of Tralee, followed by Mahon of Neptune, and then back in lane 4 we see Meehan of Clonmel in 3rd, but it is only 2 to qualify in this 3rd heat of the women's club scull. Lovely shot there of the on the back of the rowers. You can see that big T, the iconic T on the back of the Tralee one pieces. So it is Tralee from Neptune from Clonmel. That is the 1, 2, 3. So Tralee in first, followed by Neptune. We can see in lane number 1, Garda McLaughlin putting pressure on Meehan for 3rd, but 3rd unfortunately does not matter in this race. So it is O'Sullivan, Tralee, followed by Mahon of Neptune, then Clonmel, Meehan and McLaughlin of Garda, with Cudmore of Lee and UL Kehoe further back behind. This is a really competitive field. There was a lot of rowers in this category this morning. We had to whittle it down to 18. We're now going to find our 5th and 6th rowers for the final later on. Grace O'Sullivan of Tralee Rowing Club. We can see her there. She's going to the coupe, and no wonder why. You can see the command she has over this race. She's followed by Mahon of Neptune. They are the 1 and 2. You can see Tralee O'Sullivan bringing that rate down. She looks very comfortable in this race. She has command over Neptune O'Mahon, who has Clearwater behind her. So it is O'Sullivan of Tralee, who's handling these conditions very well. There's headwind conditions against these rowers. It is quite difficult. They are pushing against the wind. So it is O'Sullivan of Tralee, followed by Mahon of Neptune. It looks like McLaughlin of Garda has pushed through Meehan of Clonmel into third. But again, as I said, third place will not do in this heat of the Women's Club Scull. So O'Sullivan of Tralee still going as they come back down towards the 500. They come down towards 200 metres left to go. O'Sullivan of Tralee looking really comfortable, looking really skillful in this race. She's led from the get-go. She's followed then by Neptune Mahon there, the clear 1 and 2. There's a very decisive result in this. There's clear water between nearly every rower. So there is going to be a very commanding finish for O'Sullivan of Tralee. Really well done to her. She's followed then by Mahon of Neptune, and then a good battle for third between McLaughlin of Garda and Meehan of Clonmel. Further back to the other two rowers. So as we see at the finish line, we see O'Sullivan of Tralee well deserved first place as she pulls through the finish line. Those red boys with the honk of the hooter. She's then followed by Mahon of Neptune, who's just coming up to the finish line as well. That is our 1 and 2. So we have now found all 6 finalists for the final of our Women's Club Scull. So we narrowed it down from 31 to 18 in the Women's Club Scull. So well done to all 6 rowers who made it through to the final. O'Sullivan and Mahon from that third heat making it through to the final later on today. After all that racing, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and we will see you back with the final of the Women's Intermediate 4, and we will have a number of finals then afterwards, starting with the Women's Inter 4 and then the Women's Junior 8, with a lot of them after that. Thank you, and see you back in 15 minutes.
So just under 5 minutes to go to our first series of finals. Amazing racing coming through. The time trials kicking us off this morning into the heats. And now we're getting ready for our first series of finals before the lunchtime break. We're starting off with the final of the Women's Intermediate 4, followed quickly then by the Women's Junior 18-8, Men's Club 8, the Men's Junior 18-4, Women's Senior Scull, Men's Senior Scull, the Men's Intermediate 4, Men's Junior 16 Single, the Men's Interdouble, and then closing out this morning's session before the lunchtime break, it is the final of the Women's Club Single. So next up, and on the stake boats, it's the Women's Intermediate 4 between UL Fermoy, Trinity, UCD, Neptune, and University of Galway. Back shortly, first final of the day at day 3 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships, the Women's Intermediate 4. Fantastic drone footage of the start. Looking the first few crews getting on in lane 6, we can see that University of Galway on the right-hand side of the screen already onto the stake boats. This is up at the 2,000 metre mark. Those of you tuning in from home, just at the bridge up at the top. And there's a tower you can just see at the bottom of the screen. That's where the umpire, with the starter and the timers are all based. You can see the launches for the umpires in the centre of the course. They'll be taking off. Following the crews down. And in lane 6, that's the University of Galway crew. You can see the cocks in the bow of the boat. The crew's just getting their final thoughts ready before the race. Right inside them, the Neptune crew now coming in to attach themselves. So the Neptune crew just attaching there in lane 5. Inside them it's going to be UCD. In lane 4 just getting ready to come in there. And beside them it's going to be the crew from Trinity. And then in 2 and 1 we have Fermoy and UL. So raced earlier on in the heats. So these are the qualifiers into the final. University of Galway Boat Club, winners of this event last year. So they're looking to maintain the win for 2 years in a row. Trinity and UCD winning the heats earlier on. They've the centre lanes. So that's where we're expecting the running to be done. But we saw in a couple of races yesterday coming through time trials and through the heats as well, the outside lanes, people just making sure they qualify, not necessarily racing in the heats for those centre lanes. A couple of championships won yesterday from lanes 1 and lane 6. So we've 3 crews attached on there, UCD, Neptune and University Galway. Just waiting now for UL, Fermoy and Trinity to attach and get ready. We'll be away shortly. First final of this morning's session. It's the Women's Intermediate 4. So slight delay for our first race of this morning's finals. Not quite sure what the issue is. Just waiting for an update from the start. We did see 3 crews get on the stake boats, but they've paddled off and they've come down a couple of 100 metres and they're swapping over now. So just looking to see, might be an issue with one of the launches. We'll find out shortly, but hopefully we'll be underway for the women's intermediate four. And once again, it's going to be a lineup between UL, Fermoy, Trinity, UCD, Neptune, and University of Galway. University of Galway already won this event in 2024, looking to maintain that Championship of Ireland in that event. Just a reminder that our merchandise area and vendors are all here. We've Badass Barbecue, the Boathouse for tea and coffee and food, Chignon Burritos, the Crazy Vegetable, Weirdo Pizza, and the Rowing Ireland merch tent as well is open. And down just in front of the Boathouse here we have Powerhouse clothing as well as Verse Creative. They're loving that poster that they've created for the championships this year. And of course SDS Photo Pro for all the action shots of the last 2 days and today as well. And the Finish Line Tuck Shop is open here in the main building as well. Are air conditioned. That's my sales technique for them. If you're looking to take a break from the hot weather, you can pop into the centre there. And of course we also have Brendan and Sandra Wall of D Wall Racing Boat Repairs. They're new Irish agents of SL. It's a New Zealand built boat. Emma Twigg raced in the SL in the Paris Olympics, won silver. So it's an in-form shell, and you can pop over to Brendan and Sandra Wall of D Wall Racing Boat Repairs. They're over just beside the merchandise tent for Rowing Ireland. So plenty to see and do while we wait for the next race to get underway. You can see the crews now coming to reattach, so hopefully underway shortly with the final of the women's intermediate four. So there's blustery conditions, as you can see. Some of the crews having a little bit of difficulty getting onto the state boats and then maintaining a straight line and down the course. But we have 5 out of 6 on there now, so away hopefully shortly. Just waiting for UCD to reattach. Sorry, DULBC to reattach. And the crews came through qualifying this morning. They were our first heats out of the time trial. So at 9 o'clock this morning, the races for the women's intermediate 4 heats took place. In the first heat, Trinity won by more than 9 seconds ahead of Neptune. They were the 1 and 2. UL back in 3rd place in heat 1. In heat 2, it was UCD who took the win ahead of Fermoy in 2nd place and University of Galway in 3rd. Looking at the times then for Trinity and UCD, the 2 winners of the heats, just 0.6 separating the 2 crews, even though they're in different heats. So Trinity and UCD should be on paper and on time the 2 informed crews, and should be very similar when we get underway. So all eyes are going to be on lanes 3 and 4, but not to diminish the qualifying that came through for UL, Fermoy, Neptune and University of And now we're underway. So first final of this morning's session at day 3 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships is underway. The final of the women's intermediate Cox 4. Lane 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, University of Limerick. Lane 2, Fermoy. Lane 3, Trinity. Lane 4, UCD. Lane 5, Neptune. And Lane 6, University of Galway. So out to an early lead is the Trinity crew, having a really good regatta from Trinity, winning the women's senior 4 already and the intermediate pair. Now up with about a third of a length ahead of the chasing pack of UCD on their inside, Neptune, Galway, Fermoy and UL. And the crew's already going through the first few 100 metres, but stretching out already into a lead. It's lane 3. It is Trinity. And then the two crews from Neptune and University of Galway side by side, second and third, still with an overlap to Trinity. And these three starting already to make a move ahead of the chasing pack from Neptune, Fermoy and UL. So already through the first few 100 metres, Trinity establishing a lead. We can see what their tactics are here. Get out to the lead, get clear water and power on towards the finish. Very similar tactics we saw for the women's senior 4. Just coming through the first few 100 metres. University of Galway, the current title holders in the women's intermediate Cox 4. They're in lane 6. They'll be nearest to us. And they're very much in the mix at the moment here in the top 3. No doubt about Trinity leading it out. In second place, it's the crew from Neptune now. Into second, they look like they've got the better of University of Galway at the moment. They were side by side, now moving out to about a length ahead of University of Galway. So Trinity doing all the running. They're the crews just off to the right of centre on screen. White Blades in lane 3. It looks like they've got a bit of clear water ahead of Neptune. They're the 1 and 2. Coming back into it now is the UCD crew. Back in 4th or 5th coming off the start. They now look like they're coming up to challenge University of Galway for 3rd place. Still in touch for Moy and UL, now making inroads to get into the mix for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. All to play for here as they come up to about 600 gone. We're going to check in with Leah. Leah, looking good for Trinity so far.
It absolutely does, Richie. And here they come, throwing in a charge. This is the same 4 that won the women's senior 4 on Friday. They won the inter pair as well. Last year they won the club 4. So let's throw some icing on the cake and get the inter 4. They're looking very comfortable. I've raced them before. They had control of the race then. They have control of the race now as they glide past Neptune over in lane 5. And that's an experienced Neptune crew. They've come through the universities themselves. A lot of calibre, a lot of experience in that crew. But no one can compete with the power of Trinity. It's a real spectacle to see the absolute charge and the aggression. And as they get further away, they just go for it more because they really want to make a show of everyone and just show what they've got and how much they can win by. And they just pull away further from the field. They're on 2.5 lengths of clear water, and now the rest of the field is closing in. University of Limerick, who are kind of down in 6th position, have just taken a push, and they're pulling up, and they're about to draw level with the crew from Fermoy. So it's really going to be a battle for 2nd place here. I just don't see how Trinity can let this waver. They're just so determined, they're so experienced and so strong, and they're in absolute control. And of course, they're senior women winners. They're well able for these conditions. They know what they're doing. They've been doing this for years. So let's look back then down into 2nd place. So Neptune holding the 2nd place position, but UCD have re-established contact. There's an overlap between their 2 canvases, and they're still getting a challenge from Fermoy in lane 2, back on UL, who are level with University of Galway. University of Galway, of course, won this race last year, but it doesn't look like they're going to be retaining it this year, as they're kind of just not up with the pace up with the winners on this occasion. So it's a real fight now in the further into the field. University of Limerick taking another push, drawing level with Fermoy. Fermoy working to catch up, and they are half a length down on UCD, who are in 3rd place. And Neptune seem to have opened up the gap again. UCD did manage to re-establish contact. There was an overlap of the bows, But Neptune taking a push now, getting a good drive. I can see an increase in boat speed, and they're just about to break contact from the UCD crew. So it's still Trinity well out in front, 1, Neptune 2, UCD 3, and just some really good display. You can really see the experience of the intermediate rowers here. It's a cross headwind, as I mentioned earlier today. It's quite blistery up here, so it's not fun conditions to be rowing in, but you can really not seeing anyone struggle in these conditions. They're all rowing really, really well, really good technique, as you'd expect to see in women's intermediate fours, but it's all just down to the fitness and the power today, and it's no arguments as to who that is. So as we get through the 500 meter mark, I'm going to pass back over to the tower to take this to the line, as Trinity College Dublin from Island Bridge I'm sure they're just really enjoying this now, having great fun with it as they take the run to the finish line. Over to you.
So our first final of this morning's session, the final of the women's intermediate Cox 4 on its way down. A familiar sight over the last 2 days has been DULBC's ladies leading out their crew and leading out their races. We saw this in the women's 4 in the intermediate pair as well. And they have Clearwater back to second place, Neptune. In third place, it's UCD. They're the 1, 2, and 3 beside each other, matching each other stroke for stroke. On the far side, UL and Fermoy are battling it out for fourth and fifth. And in sixth place, we have the University of Galway crew, current holders of this title, but it looks like it's heading eastward from Galway to Dublin, as Trinity look in full control of the race here. I'm sure the stroke of the Trinity boat is well in control, letting the cocks know exactly what's gone on. In the background behind them, the crew being stroked by Sive Merriman, backed up by Julia Dunn in the 3 seat, Elisa Barrett-Cotter in 2, and Beatrice Crisculio in the bow seat, and expert cocks there, Amelia Nowlin in the bow of the boat as they make their way in towards the finish. Just over 200 metres to go as they wind up for the line. Neptune are the only crew that came within touching distance in the first quarter of the race to challenge the Trinity crew, but the women's intermediate 4 looking in full control, and it might be the Trinity crew just winding for the line that can take it easy with that Clearwater advantage. They have Neptune racing all the way to the line, pushing to get to the finish, but it is going to be finish line in sight. Last few strokes from the crew from Trinity. A little glance over the shoulder from the bow girl to see where is that finish line, and the Championship of Ireland for the women's intermediate 4. It's going to be Trinity DULBC. They won their heat this morning and now taking the final. So the championship moves from University of Galway over to Trinity. They're the winners. In second place, a very spirited performance from the crew from Neptune in second. Clearwater then a little bit back to UCD in third, ahead of the crews from Fermoy and UL and University of Galway. Hugs all round, celebrating the first championship of this morning's session. It's heading the way of the Trinity Women's Intermediate 4. So they are underway already. Up on screen, we can see the next race. The women's junior 18-8 have gone off the starts. A little bit of an error there in the steering from the Shandon boat. It looked like we're just checking to see how they're getting on through the first 500. So the heats earlier on today in the women's junior 18-8. We saw the qualifiers coming through, and the lineup is going to be Enniskillen B in lane 1, Castleconnell in lane 2, Enniskillen A in lane 3, Shandon lane 4, St. Michael's in lane 5, and Galway in lane 6. Galway, of course, had that success in the women's junior 16 race. Let's see if they're going to be in the mix here. I wonder if it's the same crew competing here, and now junior 18 as well. Coming through the first few 100 metres, and it's a familiar sight in this event as well, it is St. Michael's and Enniskillen, the two leading crews, with Castleconnell very much in the mix as well. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Enniskillen probably by just a third of a length at the moment over St. Michael's, who in turn have half a length over the crew from Castleconnell. They look like the 1, 2 and 3. Back then to Shandon. Looked like Shandon had a steering issue coming off the start. They had to make a big correction, which would have cost them a little bit of mileage, and they now look like they're well into their flow, passing out the crews from Enniskillen B and Galway to move into 4th place. First to 4th looked like they were overlapping, so all to play for in the Women's Junior 18A Championship of Ireland. Current holders, the crew from Enniskillen, and they're looking to go for a repeat performance, but there's a informed St. Michael's crew beside them. They've won a number of the Women's Junior Championships already. And some of this crew back now to perform in the 8. But at the moment, it's still the Enniskillen crew leading it out. Probably now moving out to half a length. Looks like Enniskillen have extended their lead over the St. Michael's crew, coming through the first 500. So it's Enniskillen from St. Michael's. Shandon on a big charge now, looking to correct that issue that they had, looking to come back into contention for 3rd place with Castleconnell. And now to find out how the race is looking up on the water, we're heading out to Leah. Leah, looks like Enniskillen opening up to 3/4 of length lead over St. Michael's.
Absolutely. Finals time, that means battle time, and this is one battle for sure. Enniskillen won this last year. They're looking to retain the lead. St. Michael's got it the year before. They've managed, so they'd be wanting it back. They've won the 4 and the pair already this weekend. Can they get the 8? Not looking like it yet, but we're still early on. It's still just coming to the 1,000 metre mark, and Enniskillen out in clear water with St. Michael's behind them. But they're also getting a challenge from Castleconnell in lane 2, who are not being left behind by Shandon in lane 4. So they are front of the pack, those 4 crews, all really putting the charge in, really putting the surge in, and just trying to cling on and get this victory. As I've told you before, this really is a magical event for these girls. You know, when you're in school, you don't have bills to pay, you don't have jobs to think about, and you know, all your life and all your friends are in rowing, so it really does become really central to your world. So winning a junior pot and knowing that you've only got a few years to do it is a huge deal for them. So, and you can really see it in the fight in front of me as they absolutely just push on through. None of those 4 crews have given up. They're absolutely battling it. But of course, Enniskillen have taken an early lead and are still in control of this race, as they have broken contact from the following crews, up a length on looking like Castleconnell in second, and very closely with St. Michael's. Can't quite see the angle there, but it's looking like those 3 with Shandon in lane 4, still not escaping contact from those crews. So as they pull away from me now, I'm going to hand back over to Tower to see who gets crowned victor, but it's looking good for Enniskillen from here.
So the crew is well spread out as they come into the second half of the race here, coming down into about 700 to go. The Enniskillen crew have been leading all the way through the start. They've opened up now a little bit of clear water, and the race really looks like it's on for second, third and fourth between St. Michael's, Shandon and Castleconnell. Clearwater and Enniskillen are leading this by, looking to maintain the Women's Junior A Championship, the Junior Championship Cup that headed their way last year. They're looking for 2 in a row here and in full control, extending Clearwater lead. The St. Michael's crew were the only crew that looked like they might challenge them in the first half of the race, but coming in towards the last 500s, Enniskillen go again. St. Michael's in second, but it might be the Castleconnell crew now moving into second place, out on the far side in the red colours. So it looks like they're the 1, 2 and 3. The Shandon crew, after that steering issue coming off the start, have recovered well, and they're definitely in the mix for third place in the final of the Women's Junior 18-8. No doubt about the leaders, though. Enniskillen continue to power on. into the last quarter and down to about 3:50 to go. It's all about Enniskillen for the Women's Junior A Championship. The race for second between St. Michael's and Castleconnell. Castleconnell now looking like they might move in. The distinctive E on the back of the crew from the Enniskillen Women's 8. Castleconnell not giving up, determined fight from them in the background there, pushing on and trying to get into second place, and they might have moved ahead of the St. Michael's crew nearer to us. But no doubt about the leaders there. They've pushed on again. Clearwater, Enniskillen Women's Junior crew, looking to maintain that championship trophy in full control here. They've dominated off the start and they've continued to move away from the crews. We're seeing a response now from St. Michael's against the push for second to Castleconnell. Shandon unable to maintain the pace of second and third, so they push back into fourth place. The second Enniskillen crew and Galway back in fifth and sixth by some distance. But up in the lead, down to the last 10 or 15 strokes, it is the crew from Enniskillen powering on yet again. And that Junior Championship of Ireland for the Women's 8 looks like it might be heading back the way of the Enniskillen crew in full control here. A dominant display of rowing. They're just coming up to the line. Little glance from the bow person. There it is. It's Enniskillen taking the win. And it looks like it might be the Castleconnell crew just by 2/3 of a length. Castleconnell in second place ahead of St. Michael's. They're the 1, 2 and 3. It's going to be Shandon coming across in fourth. And then followed by the crews from Galway and from Enniskillen B to bring in fifth and sixth. You can see just how much it means to the crews, but also just how much it's taken out of them as well. Some fantastic racing there from all of the crews coming through the heats earlier on into the finals. But it is the Junior Championship Cup for Women's 8s is going to be heading the way of Enniskillen. So congratulations and well done to the crew there. I'm going to give the crew information as it was entered. Might be different to what's out there, but in the bow seat, Eva Johnson, Ruby Hamill in 2, Emily Black in 3, Zara Welch in 4, Rhea Carton-McCluskey in 5, Naomi Robinson in 6, Isabel Wright in the 7th seat, Kate Huddleston in the stroke seat, and Cox there by Jessica Thompson. Once again, they're the entries that we had coming through, so apologies if it's anyone different. Next up, already on the way, it is the final of the Men's Club 8 between Shannon, UCD, Commercial, Trinity, UL and University of Galway.
And I'm on the water with the final for the Men's Club 8, and what a battle it is. Challenge defenders, UCD, who are actually down in fourth. The fight is up in front with Trinity and Commercial. Trinity took an early lead. They were actually 3/4 of a length up on Commercial, and then a massive charge came from Commercial. They are one determined crew. They are so hungry for this. Aaron Hurley, stroking the 8, captain of Commercial Rowing Club, looks absolutely determined. He wants to end his tenure as captain with a championship in his hand. Can he get it? Because they're really putting a fight in, but Trinity are not letting them away with this at all. It's an absolute fight as these two crews are locked together, and they really look like a like for like in terms of technique, power, length, strength. This is going to be a battle of wills. This comes down to who wants it more. When you come out racing, you know you're up against fittest people in the country. All rowers train hard. Who wins on race day? Who wants it more? That's who. So that's who it's come down to, and it's looking to me like Commercial have actually pulled up and are pulling away from Trinity and have opened up about 3/4 of a length. But as they draw to the enclosure, I will hand it back to the tower to close this one out.
This Men's Club 8 has come down to us between Shannon, UCD, Commercial, Trinity, UL and University of Galway. They were side by side between Trinity and Commercial, but just in the last few hundred metres we're seeing Commercial push on. They're taking now 3/4 of a length. Have the Trinity crew anything less, but with that much of a distance in the 8th race, it's too much to do to make up. Trinity continue to push for the line, but it looks like Commercial have timed this to perfection. They power on towards the finish. It is going to be the Men's Club 8 moving from UCD to Commercial, staying in Dublin. The commercial crew just by 3/4 of a length. Now power onto the line. It's UL back in third ahead of Shannon, UCD and the University of Galway. Finish line is in sight. It is going to be the men's Club 8 heading to commercial. Just by 3/4 of a length. Trinity in second place. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then it looks like the UL crew coming in third ahead of Shannon. And UCD and the University of Galway crew, amazing race. They came down so quick to us, so we were only able to pick up the last 500 in the men's Club 8. So a win there for the crew from commercial. Fantastic display there. Side by side they were for the last 500 coming into the last quarter of the race. But the crew from commercial just found a little gear that they could change in the last run in. And again, I'm giving the names here as they're entered, so apologies if there's been any crew changes. But Aaron Keogh in the bow seat, Sean Byrne in 2, Noel Creedon in the 3 seat, Alexander Robertson in 4, Adam Brown in 5, Patrick Kennelly in 6, Theo Bulger in 7, Aaron Hurley in the stroke seat, and Elizabeth Moody coxing it. Well done and congratulations. Men's Club 8 heading the way of commercial. So, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I do need to be the bearer of bad news. We have a weekend of celebration here, but there is some bad news for the rowing community, and unfortunately, Tom Sullivan passed away yesterday evening. Tom is a legend of UCD rowing, and his infamous successes at home and in Henley set the bar for Irish rowing. Tom's presence in Island Bridge over the last 65 years brought a continuity and steadiness to the clubs of UCD Men's Boat Club, UCD Ladies Boat Club and Old Collegians Boat Club, and he'll be sorely missed by all. His passion for our sport and for the development of UCD rowing was unmatched, and until last summer he was cycling up and down the towpath in Island Bridge or coaching in Blessington. He was an absolute giant of our sport, and he would be so proud to see the club performing so well this weekend. Both UCD clubs are rowing with black armbands in his memory, and the women's senior 8 are racing in a boat named after him. Normally we do a minute's silence, but I think it's only fitting that we have a huge round of applause to remember a great man who unfortunately has passed away.
So up on screen we can see the official result of the men's Club 280. We can see the brilliant time put down by Commercial Rowing Club at 6:36.9. Brilliant time put down by them, and well done to that crew who were the winners of the men's Club 8. So apologies for the bit of delay there. We have some troubles getting onto the stake boats with the men's junior 18-4. It's been a bit of a pattern this morning, but I see there seems to be a bit of a crosswind going north, so it is quite difficult for these fours in particular to get onto the stake boats. They have to back onto the stake boats and then be attached by the people who are lying down on those stake boats. But it's taking some time, but don't worry, we'll make sure we can get off without delay as soon as possible. These rowers are finding it quite difficult to get up, but it is hard with the conditions. So we can take the opportunity to look at this absolutely unbelievable shot of the overhead of the 6 crews getting onto the stake boat just at Rubes Bridge, 2 kilometres away from where we are now at the National Rowing Centre.
You want to do this?
I'll do this, sure.
Yeah.
So off the stake boats we have the final of the men's junior 18 Cox 4. They had to go through 2 heats to get here, but they're into the final now. So in lane 1 we have St. Joseph's, lane 2 Neptune, lane 3 Castleconnell, lane 4 Closhtegnaud A, lane 5 Prez Cork A, and lane 6 Enniskillen. So we have last year's reigning champions Enniskillen in this race. They are on the left of your screen in lane 6. So Enniskillen, will they retain this title? They are pushing out in front with 2 other crews. So as we approach the 250 metre mark, we can see those crews are pushing forward. We see every 2 crews are in the lead with the other 3 further back behind. So it is now Enniskillen pushing forward. They are the last year's reigning champions. We'll have to hope they do it again. These 6 crews will all be competing for the Robert Stores Rose Bowl for the men's Cox 4s. It is still Enniskillen with Closhtegnaud and Neptune, those 3 crews, a blanket between them. There's only a bow ball between the 3 crews. They are going for first, second and third. As we approach the 500 metre mark, we'll start heading over to the catamaran. Leah is going to take the rest of this race. Over to you, Leah.
Thank you very much, guys. This race is well underway. The men's junior 18-4, yet another big one, but sure, this is the Championship of Ireland, so they're all big ones. So I'm just at the 750 metre mark waiting for them to approach me, and I think this is going to be, a great race. Enniskillen are the title defenders. They'll be looking to retain this. They won the men's junior 8 yesterday, but they had a great race put to them by Neptune, who I'm sure will be hungry to get their own back in this 4. So just waiting for them to, it's a very tight field at the moment. No one's broken contact. Looking like Closhtegnaud in lane 4 are looking good as well. And Enniskillen in lane 6 looking like they're about half of a length. But Closhtegnaud have just taken a push and they're closing the gap. They're almost drawing level with Enniskillen. Enniskillen are going to really have to find something and respond early into this race. Neptune are there too. Neptune have taken a push. They've drawn forward. Some real calibre in that Neptune 8 they've got. I think the guy in their 2 seat is going to the Junior Worlds, and we have the other 3 going to a coupe. So some serious calibre in that crew, and they have just made a gear change, and they are going, and they've just sailed through Enniskillen. They've caught up. They're pulling through Closhtegnaud, who are really trying to find something, but not sure if they quite have the power that this Neptune crew have. So Neptune have just pulled out in front now. They've got overlap with Closhtegnaud. The stern, the canvas Their stern canvas is overlapping with Cloche Nodge's bow canvas, and Cloche Nodge gone again. They've taken a push. They're not letting Neptune go. They're really fighting on this one, and it's quite level between those crews. Everyone's still fighting. Enniskillen down in 3, Castle Connell down in 3, Enniskillen in 4, but it's a battle for first place between Neptune and Cloche Nodge. Neptune taking a charge again. Looks like they've got an increased boat speed on Cloche Nodge, so it's really a battle between these two, really fighting ahead. Neither one is giving up. Really great to see we're crossed through the 1,000-meter mark, but 900 meters to go, and yeah, neither one is letting go. They've got their coxes urging them on. You're really going to need some encouragement, because this is really going to hurt now. They're really going to be feeling the pain, but either one of them lets go, takes a bad stroke, the other one's going to be gone, so they've got to draw on, and this is an amazing race. These two crews are incredible. The absolute determination. They're neck and neck. Looking like Cloche Nodge have got the boat speed, but now Neptune are going again. So it's going to be a fight to the line, I think, with this one. So I hope, I'm sure the coaches of these crews are absolutely super proud, because it's a fantastic show from these young guys. Both still going, both still fighting, clawing all the way to the line. As I said, junior 18, you only have a few years to win. I met a Cormac Folan there recently. He has about dozens anyway of senior pots, and he told me he would trade 5 senior pots for 1 junior pot, because he just didn't get one in his time. So look at these guys really fight and make sure that they get into that club. Absolute battle still going between this Neptune and Cloche Nodge Jez race. So I'll leave it to the final to take in this incredibly exciting finish.
The Robert Stores Rose Bowl Trophy is what's on offer for the men's junior Cox Fours race. Enniskillen, the current title holders. But the crew looking to wrangle it out of their hands is the crew from Neptune. The Neptune crew, last time they won this event was 2002, so they'll be gunning down towards the finish here to try take the championship trophy. Enniskillen, current holders of the men's junior 18-4. They're the two crews. Clearwater then back to the chasing pack of St. Joseph's, Castle Connell, Cloche and Presentation. But in lane 2 in the green colours, Neptune, Enniskillen, centre of the course. These are our two crews coming down with just under 500 metres to go. They're matching each other stroke for stroke. The Coxes will be urging them on now. The enclosure crowd will be ringing in their ears as they come to in towards the finish. A little glance over from 3 in Neptune. See where they are, boat to boat, man to man, as they power in towards the finish. Enniskillen looking to hold on to that championship from 2024. The Neptune crew slightly higher rate as they power in towards there, but really there's absolutely nothing finishing the two crews. It's going to come down to who has the determination, the power and the ability to get into that finish line. Neptune, Enniskillen, 2-boat race. Cloche Ignoid and Neptune, the Enniskillen crew back in third. So it's Cloche Crab. Oh, Neptune crew. They're going to have to it's Cloche Ignoid, centre of the course. The Neptune crew just recovering. So it's Cloche Ignoid. My apologies, Cloche Ignoid, centre of the course. That come in towards the finish line is going to be inside of us. Cloche and Neptune who are battling it out there. The Cloche crew take advantage of the mishap, but they were on a charge for the finish. And similar to the women's junior race a number of years ago, we see it is the crew. Unfortunately, heartbreak there for the Neptune crew, but the winners, Cloche Ignoid, centre of the course, they're the ones that take the Championship of Ireland in the men's junior 18-4. The Robert Stores Rose Bowl heading their way. Cloche Ignoid won this event in 2019, so it's a repeat of the 2019 success for them. Heartbreak for Neptune in the men's junior 18-4. The Prez crew just coming in to close it out there. But a win for Cloche Ignoid. And again, these are the names on the entry list. Jack Mannion in the bow seat, Owen O'Connell in 2, Oisin O'Connor in 3, Paul Schofield in the stroke seat, and Arthur O'Malley coxing it there. A win in the men's junior 18-4 for Glashagnoid. So next race is already underway. It's the final of the women's senior scull between UCC Cremens, Neptune Ferrick, Queen's Curry, UCG, University College Galway Murta, Tribesman Macrohan and UL Barrett. So an absolute jam-packed bunch of talent that we have in the women's senior scull. Just as we catch our breath from this race, we're going to get back up and get the footage. They've already gone through the first few hundred metres, and all eyes will be on our very well represented international scullers, Mags Kremen, Molly Curry, Fiona Murta. Just waiting for the footage to get up with the crews that are in the race that's on the course at the moment in the women's senior singles. So we'll hopefully have an update there shortly. Just a reminder of the crews that are racing here. UCC will be lane 1, Kremen, lane 2, Neptune, Queen's Curry in lane 3, University Galway Murta in lane 4, Tribesman Macrohan in lane 5, and UL Barrett in lane 6. She's ready to go. And we're going to head up the course to find out who's leading in the women's senior scull as they approach. They've gone through more than halfway now, so we'll head up and get the latest update.
Thank you very much. And what a star-studded cast for us today. Anyone who has any kind of following of Irish rowing, to them this will be just an event full of household names. So taking an early lead from the beginning was Fiona Murtaugh, former double Olympian, former Olympic bronze medalist and current European silver medalist. She's the one to beat. She's the one if you're in trials that you want to get into a crew with. But she is taking a challenge from Margaret Kremen, former double Olympian, former world bronze medalist. She's having none of it. She's not letting Fiona get away with this. So she's really taking it to her. So it's a real battle for them, and they're they're the 1 and 2, very close between them. So it's going to be a fight to the line. These are professionals. This is their day job, so they know how to fight. They don't crack under pressure. They are the best at this, and let's just watch them go. Down then in third place is Siobhan McCrahan, who's won this event many times, is a former world silver medalist and world champion. Up from Claire Fearick, who is the defending champion, former national squad rower, back in the national squad again. So as I said, it really is a star-studded race. You have to pay for this in the Olympics, guys, but you get to see them for free today. So it's still looking up ahead of the field is Fiona Murtaugh, Margaret Kremen. It's a fight between those two, and I'll send it to the tower to bring this to the line.
Thanks, Leah. They really are coming down fast and furious, these races. Next up, it's the women's senior single scull. Straight final here between the 6 competitors. The star-studded race that we have, and the next one is just the same in the men's, but a reminder, we have UCC, Mags Kremens out in lane 1, Ferrick and Neptune in lane 2, Queens in lane 3, University of Galway lane 4, Tribesman, Siobhan Macrohan, winner of the lightweight race on Friday, in lane 5, and UL Barrett in lane 6. But it's a 2-boat race. Before, we're just seeing, it looks like we've a crew overturned there, so it looks like Mags Kremen is going to take advantage of this coming in. Does look like Fiona, unfortunately, taking a turn there. So our leader coming in towards the finish, University of Galway, Murta, has turned over. These conditions have changed just in the last few hours, so there are choppy conditions here affecting some of the crews that are coming in. Taking advantage of that is Mags Kremens of UCC, out on the far side in lane 1. She's leading it out now. Nearest competitor then is Siobhan McCrone in second, nearest to us. You can see in the dark colours there, the 1 and 2. Neptune Ferrick back in third place ahead of Queen's. Molly Curry of Queen's in fourth. And then over near us as well is UL Barrett. But finish line's going to be in sight. And the Craigavon Cup for women's single sculls looks like it's going to be heading the way of UCC, with Mags Kremen taking advantage of the Fiona Merchant not making it to the finish line there. So it is going to be Mags Kremen taking the women's senior single sculls, the Craigavon Cup, heading the way of UCC. She finishes in first place ahead of Siobhan McCrone of Tribesmen in second. A little bit further back then to Claire Ferrick of Neptune in third. Coming in ahead of Molly Curry Queens in fourth. Barrett of UL closing out the race. Fiona Murcha recovering from her incident there, but a great win for Mags Kremen. She was charging towards the line and coming up to challenge for the win, but takes the women's senior single sculls. The Craigavon Cup for women's single sculls is heading the way of UCC. The next race is the men's senior scull already underway. Neptune O'Connor, Kenmare Kirby, Belfast Doyle, Skibbereen McCarthy, Castleconnell Cota and University of Colch. They're up at the halfway mark, as you can see on screen. We do hopefully be able to get the boat out of the way and we'll just see what's happening there. But while we're working on that, we're going to check in and find out how the race is going with Leah.
Yes, very good. The men's senior scull is well and truly underway, and they're through to the last 15 or 500 meters already, and it is McCarthy from Skibbereen out in front on Doyle from Belfast Boat Club. So another star-studded cast of celebrities for this one. They're just getting away from me now. So just a quick update that it is Fintan McCarthy from Skibbereen leading out over the pack, and I will pass you back over to the tower.
And senior scull coming down to us. Neptune, Kenmare, Belfast, Skibbereen, Castleconnell and UCG. And similar to the previous race, it's a star-studded cast that we have here. O'Connor and Neptune, winner of the intermediate.
The women's junior 18-8, Enniskillen. The winners of the men's club 8 commercial. And the winners of the men's junior 4 Clot Ignite. Please come to the slips at the front of the NRC. Thank you.
So back on the track here now with the men's senior single scull. I mentioned star-studded cast that we have here. O'Connor and Neptune, winner of the Interscull last year. Jonah Kirby, the junior, up here racing with the seniors. Philip Doyle of Belfast racing alongside his high performance mate of Fintan McCarthy, who's leading it out centre of the course. So Fintan leading ahead of Castleconnell and UCG. Brian Colch celebrated his birthday this weekend, and what a birthday treat it would be for him to get into the mix here. But no doubt about the leader, Fintan McCarthy, already won the senior double with Jake earlier on this weekend. Yesterday it's regatta. He's leading centre of the course. Nearest to us, Brian Colch of University Galway in second place. They're the 1 and 2, a little bit further back to the chasing pack of Neptune O'Connor. It looks like in third ahead of Kenmare Kirby. Phil Doyle of Belfast back in fifth. So they're just coming in towards the finish line. It's going to be in sight. Fintan McCarthy of Skibbereen. The John McGeehan Cup for men's single sculls is what's on offer. In full control here, Fintan, similar to what we saw in the double sculls race. Also won the championship in the composite crew at UCC in the men's senior quad. He's coming into the finish. Last few strokes for Fintan to add to the silverware that he's collected this weekend. It is going to be a win for Fintan McCarthy of Skibbereen. taking the win in the men's senior scull. Brian Colch on University of Galway in second place. A tip of the hat there from Fintan. Job well done. Jonah Kirby, it looks like in third place there. The junior sculler from Caremere coming in to take third. Ahead then of Belfast Doyle and Castleconnell Cota coming in to close out the men's senior sculls. So we said there the John McGeehan Cup for men's singles heading the way of Fintan McCarthy of Skibbereen. Already underway is the next race. 4 races left before the lunchtime break in this morning's series of finals. And the next race, it is the final of the men's intermediate 4 6-boat race here between UCC, Commercial, Skibbereen, Cork, University of Galway A and University of Galway B. So they've left the start and they're winging their way down to us. We'll get an update once we get the overhead footage. And it looks like in lane 5, the University of Galway A crew leading ahead of Cork. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment. Skibbereen in third. These 3 crews just half a length separating them. Back in fourth place, the crew from Commercial. Little bit off the pace, the outside lanes of UCC and University of Galway B. But there's 4 crews within a length and a half of each other for the final of the men's intermediate 4. Looking good so far for University of Galway A. They're striking out yet again and looking to take about half a length over the crew from Cork, centre of the course. In third place and very much in contention, the crew from Skibbereen. They're the centre 3 crews you're looking at there. Just on the outside of Skibbereen, the Commercial crew. Still overlapping and within striking distance of getting into the mix for the men's intermediate 4 final. So they're coming up now. The men's intermediate coming into view of Leah up on the course, and it looks like UCG leading out, and Leah just in the last few hundred, they've opened up a bigger lead over the chasing pack of Cork and Skibbereen.
Yes, they have indeed, Richie, and they are about half clear Cork Boat Club, but Skibbereen have just taken a shot. They have now and in the Skibbereen versus Cork Boat Club. They have Skibbereen have just got in front and they're a canvas up, and here come Commercial. They've taken a push in front. They've closed up in the Skibbereen. They're down half length, but it's still University of Galway in front. So 4-boat race. Cork Boat Club seem to have lost a bit of momentum from the rest of the field, so it's looking like University of Galway in front, taking a challenge from Skibbereen, and Commercial not letting them go either, been led on by their cocks, all 3 crews, and again it's going to be another fight. Very challenging conditions, as I'm sure you're all aware now. It's big blustery, bit of a cross, big headwind, so really challenging conditions. So you're not just competing with yourself mentally and with, you know, working with the crew to fight on the others, but also trying to keep the clean, crisp technique between every stroke, because you are vulnerable, but that means the other crews are vulnerable. So don't let go, hold in, be ready to go if someone misses an opportunity. So University of Galway still out in front, they've been in front since the beginning, they've taken an early lead, but they haven't been able to shake off these other crews, because Skibbereen aren't letting go, and Commercial look like they're going again, but can they catch up? It's a very strong crew from University of Galway, and it looks like UCC in lane 1 are taking a bit of a push. They've fallen down from the field, but they've increased the boat speed. They're closing the gap. They haven't come back into contact with the rest of the field, but as we see them now, from my view, it's University of Galway up from Skibbereen, up from Commercial, who are very close and are locked and almost level with Cork Boat Club, and they've kind of in front of the rest of the field. But here we go, taking another push. Commercial are going again. They're pulling up with this Skibbereen crew. Galway still in front, still not shaking the others off. So a good, clean, strong finish, a big surge from any one of these crews, and they could take it. University of Galway looking strong, but not safe. So I'll leave it over to the tower to take this away.
So the Paddy Highland Cup for the men's cox fours is what's on offer here, and the intermediate fours of UCC Commercials, Skibbereen Cork, University of Galway, winging the way down to us, but it's the Galway crew in lane 5. Absolutely dominant display here. We had 4 crews in the mix coming through the 500 metre mark, but centre of the 1,000 metres, we saw the University of Galway crew really put on a push and move away from the chasing pack. In lane 3, it is the crew from Skibbereen who are in second place at the moment, just ahead of the crew from Commercial inside them. They're the 1, 2 and 3. That's what's on screen there. You can see on the left-hand side, the University of Galway crew, the Cox roaring them on to the finish line. Skibbereen just on the right-hand side, ahead of inside them Commercial, the UCC crew in the background, back in 5th and 6th. But it's Galway all the way here, leading, looking to take the championship, and with Clearwater, looks like they're in full control, but we've seen everything. Anything can happen over the last few hundred metres in these choppy, blustery conditions. So the University of Galway guys just need to maintain their composure here. Cormac Benson and James Murphy won the pairs race yesterday. James in the bow seat, Cormac Benson stroking this in the Cox 4. Thomas Hume, Martin still in, and Jamie Haddock coxing there. They look like the crew in full control and coming into the run into the finish. It looks like the second place Skibbereen crew just holding off the challenge that's coming from the crew from Commercial and from Cork. And finish line's going to be in sight. They've just got about 2 or 3 strokes to go. Little glance over the shoulder from James in the bow seat, and it is the Men's Intermediate 4 Championship of Ireland heading the way, University of Galway. Skibbereen crew coming in second, so the Paddy Highland Cup for men's cox 4s at intermediate level going to University of Galway. Second place Skibbereen, third was Commercial. Just ahead it looked like the crew of Cork and UCC, and the second University of Galway crew bringing it in to the finish for us. I'll give you the crew names again. These are the entered crew names, so apologies if anyone isn't in the boat, but James Murphy in the bow seat, Martin Siltanen in 2, Thomas Hume in 3, Cormac Benson in the stroke seat, and Jamie Haddock was the all-important Cox taking the Championship of Ireland in the men's intermediate 4. So we have 3 more races to close out this morning's programme. Apologies for some of the sound quality. We are working on our best to make sure we can get quality sound from the catamaran. If it doesn't work for the afternoon session, we'll do all the commentary up here, so we'll come in loud and clear. So thanks for bearing with us. Leah's doing her very best out there to keep us updated on how the crews are going. And we have 3 left now and underway already. It's the men's junior 16 single.
Thank you, Richie. So this is the men's junior 16 single, one of the most heavily contested events of the entire weekend. There was 68 scutters started. We have now narrowed it down to 6. In lane 1, we have Kenmare Kirby. Lane 2, Lee Valley Creedon. Lane 3, Skibbereen Wheeler O'Brien. Lane 4, Lee Valley Scally. Lane 5, Methodist Miller. And lane 6, St. Michael's Buckley. So really fast times to coming through the heats and the time trials. So definitely in the middle lane, Skibbereen and Lee Valley ones to watch. We can see up on screen the view of all 6 scullers. They had to go through war to get into this race, but as they approach the 250 metre mark, Leah is ready to take on the start of this race with the middle lanes in the lead. Over to you, Leah.
Can the winners of the men's Club 8 commercial and the winners of the men's intermediate 4 University of Galway please come to the slip at the front of the NRC? Thank you.
So a quick update in lane 3, we have Wheeler O'Brien in first place, followed by Creedon of Lee Valley. They are about 500 metres in. They have their start all off the stake boats. It's apologies, some technical difficulties with our catamaran, but off we go. So Skibbereen Wheeler O'Brien still in the lead. Lane 3, he looks really strong coming through the time trials and the heats this morning. So it's Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen, followed by Creedon of Lee Valley. Wheeler O'Brien will be going to the Coupe de la Jeunesse in Linz, Austria this summer. He's then followed down by Creedon of Lee Valley. He came second in the junior 16 double sculls yesterday. He is being chased down by Kenmare Kirby, the brother of Jonah Kirby. Jonah will be obviously representing Ireland this summer, so a big rowing family there down in Kenmare. Following them on is Mark Scally of Lee Valley as well. He also came second with Johnny in the junior 16 double, so a massive amount of experience in this race. St. Michael's Buckley, the winner of the junior 16 double, he is on the far side on the left of your screen doing really well too. So it is going to come down to the wire with these scutters and how they get on. So they have about 750 metres done, coming towards the 1,000 metre mark. They're about halfway through their race. This is junior 16. Junior 16s, this is their first year racing a full 2,000 metre course in their single sculls. It's a real challenge, but they are well up for it. So it's Wheeler O'Brien, followed by Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley, so that's the 1-2, followed by Noah Kirby of Kenmare in third, so that's the 1-2-3. Sam Wheeler O'Brien from Skibbereen in first place, followed by Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley in second, then Noah Kirby of Kenmare in third. That is our 1-2-3. So you can see that shot of the first 3 scullers up on screen. They are really fighting for it, pulling like a dog, as you would say. So really good battle there between those 3 scullers, Skibbereen, Lee Valley and Kenmare. The second Lee Valley sculler, Scally, he's not out of it yet either. He came second through the time trials this morning. So Scally definitely putting down a good battle. So it's Skibbereen, Wheeler O'Brien, followed by Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley, who is still yet to face any challenge against Skibbereen, but we'll have to see how they get on as they're past now the 1,000 metre mark. So it's still Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen, followed by Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley, then Noah Kirby of Kenmare. You can see Mark Scally of Lee Valley putting a challenge for third place, followed by the Scudder Buckley of St. Michael's. So it's a real battle for that third place spot. There will be medals for first, second and third in this event. This is Junior 16, so there will be podium finishes for the top 3 Scudders in this event. But undoubtedly still leading with good amounts of lengths. We have Wheeler O'Brien. He has 2 lengths over second place over Creedon in Lee Valley. So it's going to come down to the wire with this one. Creedon with the red Lee Valley oars, the local boy. He's used to this course. He rows up this course nearly every day, coached by Mick O'Callaghan. So he has a lot of experience on this course. He is the home boy, along with Mark Scally, who trains here. They have the double together, so they did so well yesterday in the Junior 16 double. Can they challenge for first? 1 place better than yesterday. So it's Wheeler O'Brien still in first place with about 2 or 3 lengths over the Scudder from Lee Valley. Creedon still yet to pose any challenge, but as they come towards their last 750 of the race, it's anyone's game. So anything can happen at this point of the race. They're starting to tire, their legs are starting to burn, anything can happen. So Wheeler O'Brien still in command and control, followed by Creedon of Lee Valley. It looks like Scally of Lee Valley only just creeping into third place, so it is Lee Valley in second and third, but Skibbereen still on that top spot in first place. Skibbereen in first, followed by Lee Valley, and then Lee Valley. St. Michael's and Kenmare in definite potential to make it into that third spot as well, with Methodist Miller a little bit off the block, but he's still in contention of making it to the rest of the pack. But undoubtedly Skibbereen, Wheeler O'Brien in control of that race. He'll be going to the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and there's no wonder why. He's doing amazing in this race so far. So Sam Wheeler O'Brien dominating from the start. He looks really strong. Those white blades of Skibbereen from West Cork slicing through the water as he surges towards the 500 metre mark. This is where these rowers will be putting on their final sprint. As we have heard before, the sprint can change anything. As Methodist showed in the quads yesterday, a crew can easily go from third or fourth to second or first just through their sprint. Skibbereen, Wheeler O'Brien still in first place, followed by Creedon of Lee Valley. Scally of Lee Valley still has that third place. He is under a lot of pressure, but he needs to keep going if he wants to keep onto that bronze medal. So it is Wheeler O'Brien holding onto that gold, followed by Creedon of Lee Valley in that green Philippi boat in silver medal position. It's going to be a fight to the line between Scally of Lee Valley and Kirby of Kenmare for that third spot. It's going to come down to the wire. I'd recommend everyone gets over to the stand, watches this race. It's going to be a close one. Up on screen, really good view of those Scudders. Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen, followed by Creedon of Lee Valley. It's going to come down to the wire here. Creedon of Lee Valley putting pressure on Wheeler O'Brien, but Sam Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen has so much control over the rest of this race. He's dominating. He's taking his final surge. That headwind looks hard to deal with, but he's managing it well. So Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen, followed by Lee Valley. Creedon. You can see on the top of your screen Kenmare Kirby, but can Scally of Lee Valley hold on to it? And it looks like he has. So Wheeler O'Brien, as he pulls to his last few strokes, will he be the Junior 16 men's single scull champion of Ireland? We're going to have to see. He pulls into his last few strokes. He's waiting for that finish line, the honk of the hooter. Only a few more strokes left. We can see here Scally of Lee Valley challenging for that second spot, but it's going to be lucky Skibbereen in first place, followed by the 2 Lee Valley boys. Johnny Creedon in second place, Mark in third. So just confirmation, Sam Wheeler O'Brien, the Junior 16 single scull champion of Ireland, followed by Johnny Creedon of Lee Valley in second place, then Mark Scally of Lee Valley in third. Congratulations to those three, and with commiserations to the rest of the crew. They did so well to fight through those heats. There was 68 originally, and they've narrowed it down to the top 6. So huge amounts of effort put down by those boys, and well done to Sam Wheeler O'Brien, the Junior 16 single scull champion of Ireland.
Volunteers for the second shift this afternoon, can you please presented the slip at 13:35.
Test, test.
And fresh off the stake boats is the final of the men's intermediate double scull. In lane 1 we have Commercial, lane 2 Cork Boat Club, lane 3 University of Limerick, lane 4 University of Galway, lane 5 Killorglin and lane 6 Dublin University Boat Club. Again, this is men's intermediate double, hotly contested category. We're expecting some fast times, we're expecting good technique, and we're expecting high rates. They're about 250 metres off the stake boats up there, just beside the bridge. We'll have to wait for the drone footage to see who's looking like they're out. But judging by the way these crews were selected, our fastest times would have been from University of Limerick and University of Galway. They were the ones who, as they came in to these final, but as they leave the stake boats, we're looking about 200, 300 metres into this race. I have no doubt it's going to be a tight race. And looking at the backs of all these double sculls as they make their way down the track, again you can see the green of University of Limerick there in the middle lane. And here we go, now the drone is up. This is where we're going to get the shots. It's looking very, very close. You could throw a blanket across all these crews. If I was going to look at the leaders, I'd be looking at University of Limerick, followed by University of Galway, but this is tight. We're talking half a canvas between all of these crews. Again, men's intermediate double. This is the Jimmy Smith Challenge Cup for the men's intermediate double sculls. We're looking at University of Limerick in lane 3 and University of Galway in lane 4. But not forgetting about Commercial over there on the right hand side of your screen. And also Killorglin there on the left. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 as they go through about 500 metres. So, University of Limerick, all the way from County Limerick, and University of Galway, they row on the Corrib. There'll be no stranger to pacing up and down this course here in Enniscarra, County Cork, at the Irish Rowing Championships. Again, so last time I had a look, we were looking at University of Galway. That's a fast boat, no doubt. But look at this. It's bow ball to bow ball. University of Galway and University of Limerick. But look at Commercial up there on the outside. We're talking about half a length back to Commercial. That's your 1, 2, 3. University of Galway looking. Can we squeeze on a little bit of a push here? I'd say they're out to about half a canvas lead as they go through the first 500 metres. Okay, so as they start to lead away from me, we're looking at University of Galway, followed by University of Limerick, and then pretty close to Commercial. We're going to go over to Leah out on the water to give us the live updates. Over to you, Leah.
Thank you very much. Yes, they're right coming up to me now. University of Galway looking quite comfortable for a final. Fair play to them. Up on the crew from University of Limerick. They're coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Conditions not as choppy here, so it seems to be the third 500 that is the particularly bad conditions. University of Galway just about 5 strokes away, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, and they're looking comfortable, but they shouldn't be, because here come University of Limerick taking a bit of a push. As I said, you can be in clear water in a small boat like a single, a double or a pair, but that is not much in a small boat. You need to be well out in front before you can relax, because here comes Commercial in lane 1. They've taken a push, and look, they've come from nowhere. They have just drawn up to the crew in University of Limerick from lane 3, and they're closing in on that University of Galway crew. So University of Galway need to go now if they want to hold this lead. Long way to go. They've got 750 metres left, so it's all to play for at this point. University of Galway, I think, have responded to the challenge now. They've gone up and they're just holding off from University of Limerick. But Commercial are just seeing the bowman in Commercial looking to his left. Where am I? Do we need to go again? And they might need to go early in this race because it's all to play for between these three crews. Sorry, all to play for between these two crews. And I think they're having a look around. They know where they are. They know what the stakes are. And they're starting to really fight now. University of Galway responding. Things like they're still holding their lead from University of Limerick. Commercial down in 3. They're the 1, 2, 3, but they're all in contact. So it's anyone to play for. Now we've hit the tough conditions. The third 500 metres, it's a lot more blustery here. Bit windy, little bit choppy down at the 500, or the second 500, but not too bad. But you can really feel it when you come into the third 500. You know, they're going to be hitting a wall of wind into their back. So it's really going to come down not just to the strongest and the fittest crew now, but actually the most technically proficient crew. So there's a kind of an extra level in there now in these conditions. So it's all three of these crews coming in. They've got about 400 metres to go, and it's University of Galway on Limerick, on Commercial, and I'll leave it into the tower.
So men's intermediate double, the Jimmy Smith Challenge Cup for men's double sculls is what's on offer for the winners, and leading it out at the moment it is Rian Claffey and Zach Meegan of the University of Galway. Queens, the current holders of this event from last year, not contesting it, so it looks like it might be heading the way to the men from the City of the Tribes. In second place, the crew from UL in the green colours there. You can see really blustery conditions here, the bows slicing through the bumpy and lumpy conditions they have, but in full control it looks like. The University of Galway crew, about 300 to go. The UL crew will need to mount an unmerciful finish if they are going to get back into the mix here. Commercial in third place, top of your screen. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and then it's further back to the crews from Cork, Killorglin and Trinity. There's your leaders at the moment in lane 4. Rian Claffey, Zach Meegan, no stranger to championship wins. Now rowing for the University of Galway, and they push on again, and they're looking to open up even more of a Clearwater lead over the chasing UL crew in second place. There's a huge gear change from University of Galway. They lift it again as they come in towards the finish. Chris O'Day, the name of the boat that they're rowing in, as they power in towards the finish. Last few strokes and then they're down to about 10 to go. UL in second, holding off the Challenger Commercial. Then it looks like the Killorglin crew back in fifth along with Cork and the crew from Trinity. But no doubt about the leaders here, the Jimmy Smith Challenge Cup for the men's double sculls, heading the way of University of Galway. They take the win, and absolutely delighted Rian Claffey and Zach Meegan. Job done. Second place, really good showing from UL, pushed all the way into the last quarter of the race. They take second ahead of Commercial in third, and then it's the Killorglin crew coming in to take fourth ahead of Cork and Trinity. The Cork crew just getting in ahead of Killorglin there, and the Trinity crew coming in to round it out, just approaching the finish line now. That is our second last race of this morning's sessions, the final of the men's intermediate double. A win there going to the University of Galway, Rian Claffey and Zach Meegan. On screen you can see the results. So the men's intermediate 4, University of Galway from Skibbereen and Commercial, they were the 1, 2 and 3. And we're down to our last race of this morning's session, the drone winging its way up there now, and the race is the women's club single. Back on the water now to close out our last race of this morning's session. The Women's Club Single Scull, Fermoy Lane 1, Tralee Lane 2, UCC Lane 3, New Ross Lane 4, Neptune Lane 5, that's Neptune Jordan, and Neptune Mahon Lane 6. You can see on the drone footage here, it's Lane 6, Neptune Mahon leading it out in Lane 6 by Clearwater, and then all of the 5 chasing crews. Looks like there's only a couple of lengths separating them back. And in second place at the moment, UCC Winter, it looks like ahead of New Ross Brennan. They look like the 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. New Ross Brennan, winner of this event last year, back now looking to defend her title, but a lot of work to do, as it looks like it is Neptune Mahon leading it out, and we'll head up to Leah to pick up the last race of this morning, the Women's Club Single Sculls.
Yes, indeed, and she's comfortably in front, Richie, as she's cruising through. Now, they're all rating quite lowly. I would say that is very much down to the conditions. Very challenging, very difficult to get the high rates up, so it's lower rates and power on, and right into this headwind. And Mahon is cruising in front now. She's about 3 lengths of clear water, but here comes Winter from UCC, who's taken a push. She's pulled away. She's just broken contact from Brennan and New Ross. So they are the 1, 2, 3, and Winter is now closing in on Mahon. So as I said, you can be up in clear water in a small boat, but you really have to be very far in front before you can relax, because they respond very well to pushes, because the field is closing. Nagel from Moy in lane 1 is just taking a push. She's drawn level with the girls in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and is now pulled into 3rd place. So it's Mahon Neptune 1 up from Winter UCC up on Nagel, who's now having to fight with O'Sullivan from Tralee for the 3rd place, and Brennan New Ross is still in it, so it's very close for 3rd place at the moment. They're all in contact with each other. It's looking like lanes 1 and 4 the better boat speed. They're just pulling out in front. Their canvases are popping out in front of O'Sullivan and Tralee, and it's still up in front though. Neptune Mahon and Winter UCC. Mahon still holding her lead. They've gotten into the 3rd 500 now, so the very blustery, choppy conditions. It's looking like maybe, now I can't really fully tell, but it's looking like maybe lane 6 has nicer conditions than lane 3. That might just be my view, but Mahon seems to be coping quite well with them anyway, so I don't know if it's down to the lane or maybe she's just a superstar in these conditions. I'll allow you be the judge of that. So it's between those two. Mahon holding on to her lead, but Winter not letting her go, and they are the 1 and 2. Nagel Fermoy still putting in a valiant effort here, but I just don't think she's quite up to the pace of those two. Certainly not this moment, but she's breaking contact from the other crews in 4th, 5th and 6th positions. She's pulling up. I think she's actually closing in on Winter from UCC. So still very much fighting, doing very, very well. But she's going to have to go now. She might just have to take a very early charge. I know there's still coming up to the 500 meter mark to go. So maybe if you want to get in and up and in front, it might be for the ones further down the field to just find something in them and go for a deep, deep push. 60, 70 strokes to go, because from the beginning it has been Mahon in the lead, getting a challenge from Winter UCC as they have about 400 meters to go, and you can see Winter from UCC looking to her left. She knows Mahon is there. She's taken a push. It's time to go now, guys, because you're past the 500 meter mark. You know, you can breathe at the finish line, someone once told me. So I will leave that to the tower to close into the finish there.
So our last championship of this morning's programme, the Women's Club Single, on its way down to us here, and you can see some tactics in play. Mahon of Neptune, I think she saw what the conditions are, the blustery conditions we have down towards the finish in the middle of the course, and she wanted to get out to an early lead so that she makes sure she has no issues in the run into the finish. Just on screen there we're seeing the results of the men's senior men's senior, men's junior 16 single, and as a win there for Wheeler O'Brien of Skibbereen. And back onto the course now for the women's club single. A winner of this event last year was Brennan of New Ross, so unable, it looks like, to defend her championship here. It looks like Mahan of Neptune took those conditions into mind as she took to the water and decided, I'm going out, and I'm going out to an early lead, and I'm going to hold on for dear life, and that's exactly what she's done. A really solid couple of 100 metres from her off of the start, so her open up clear water and move into the lead. And she's held out the petition. So it's Ali Mahan of Neptune leading it out. The only challenge really coming from UCC Winter in second place. These two well clear then of Fermoy, Nagel, Tralee, Sullivan, Neptune, Jordan. There is Ali Mahan of Neptune. She's powering away to the line here. She's down to just under 10 strokes to go. Clearwater then back to UCC Winter. So the women's singles sculls club championship looks like it's heading the way of the crew from Neptune. They're coming, Ali Mahan coming up to the line. Last few strokes for Ali. You can see UCC just above her there, a little over a length of Clearwater back in second place. But it is going to be a win for Ali Mahan of Neptune, taking the women's club single scull champion. Arm goes up. Job done for Ali Mahan, taking the championship. A really good race there from Winter of UCC in second place. A delighted Ali, all smiles as she catches her breath, punching the air. A job well done for the women's club single scull, heading the way of Neptune. Blanket finish then for the other positions between Fermoy, Nagel, Tralee, O'Sullivan, Neptune, Jordan, and New Ross Brennan closing it out. The last few strokes. So that completes our morning program and gets us up to the lunchtime break. Congratulations to everyone, all our winners, competitors. If you want to make your way to the podium, we can get the presentations done during the lunchtime break. We'll be back shortly. We're going down with a hammer and some spanners to see if we can improve the quality of the race commentary from out on the launch. Our plan B will to do all the commentary from the balcony, so we will have better quality one way or another. We'll work on that over our lunchtime break. So just a reminder, all the vendors are open for food and drink. You can take an air-conditioned break from the heat as well up here at the National Rowing Centre, and the Finish Line Tuck Shop is available for a couple of snacks. So enjoy the break, and we'll be back just before 2 o'clock with our time trials to close out the last day, day 3 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships.
owner of the silver Volvo 10 KY2439, please return to your vehicle. Silver Volvo 10 KY2439.
Can Pat Kinsella please come to the presentation tent, please? Pat Kinsella, thank you.
One, two, one, one, two, two, one, two, one, one. 2, 1. Two, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1. One, two, one.
Sean Heaney, come to the slip, please. Sean Heaney to the main slip.
So welcome back to the afternoon session of day 3 of the 2025 Irish Rowing Championships. Will be underway shortly with a series of 3 time trials, starting off with the women's junior 16 single scull time trial, where we're looking for the fastest 18 crews to advance on to the semi-final, after which we'll have the women's junior 18 double sculls time trial, and again whittling down the big entry there down to 18s for the heats later on, followed by the last time trial of the entire regatta, the time trial of the women's junior 18 coxless quad. Big entry there, looking for the crews that will get us to the top 12 going through to the final, heats of the women's junior 18 quads. Short break after that before we get into the heats for the men's senior 8. 10 crews competing for 8 positions in the men's senior 8. We have a composite crew of Enniskillen Portora. We have UCDB Commercial Cork, a composite of UCC Skibbereen. And in the second heat, we're going to have Trinity University Galway, Neptune Cork, and UCD-A. After that, we have the heats of those women's junior 16 singles I mentioned, followed by the men's junior 18 double. And then to round off the heats and qualifying this afternoon, we have the women's junior 18 coxless quad. After which then we start into the finals, and just 6 finals this afternoon to round off the regatta. We have the men's novice 8, 2-boat final between UCD and Queen's. The women's senior 8 between a composite crew, UCD and Old Collegians. University of Galway in lane 2, UL, another composite crew, Trinity and Skibbereen. Composite crew is St. Michael's and UL, and UCC will finish out the lineup for the women's senior 8, after which then we have the final towards the end of the evening of the women's junior 16 single, men's junior 18 double, men's senior 8, and to round off our 3 days of Irish Rowing Championships, the women's junior 18 coxless quad. So we'll have footage underway shortly. Just a reminder, the time trials, different format this year, where we have crews coming down in lanes 2 and 3 at intervals of around 45-50 seconds. So what you'll see is 2 lanes in use coming down, and they're looking for the fastest time. When they get down, we combine all the times and find out who the top crews are advancing onto the heats. Those faster of all the qualifiers get the central lanes and lanes 3 and 4. The next fastest outside in lanes 2 and 5, and then 1 and 6. So that's how it is. If you're checking in online on the live tracker, you can see the details there for the draw as well. And we've had a few people watching the racing and wondering what happens if you're in your time trial and a faster crew is approaching you. It's up to you to move out of the lane and give way to the faster crew. So if I'm in lane 2 and I'm racing and Fintan McCarthy is chasing me down, in the highly unlikely scenario that he's faster than me, I would move out into lane 1 and give him way to come through in lane 2. And similar for the other crews that are using lane 3, they would move out to lane 4. So just a little bit of background information for the time trials. And 3 of those will be coming up shortly, so we'll see the first few crews coming in. We'll give a little bit of focus to each of the competitors as they come in. And because they go off in sequence, we'll be able to see and hopefully gauge how their timing went as well. So back shortly with the first time trial of the afternoon session, the women's junior 16 single sculls. So first few crews are coming into view for the time trials this afternoon. The women's junior 16 single sculls. 105 should be Neptune. I'm not going to do an eye test here, but I can see the green colours, so it looks like Brennan of Neptune is the first sculler on the way down. It'll be Closhignoid Ryder behind Methodist Nugent. And you can see some of the crews bunching up a little bit further back. In, and we mentioned so hard to race against the clock when you don't have crews chasing you down. So difficulty for Brennan, but she looks like she's absolutely motoring here coming in towards the finish. And this is the first of the crews for the time trial in the women's junior 16-8. So there's 40 competitors here. Or less than 40, sorry. I'm going by the sequence there. So Neptune and Brennan first crossing the line. If Michelle Carpenter or Barry McWilliams are available to go to the presentation area, if they can make their way over to Peter. Thank you. So just waiting for the footage to come up, but the second rower, Closhignoid Ryder. Looks like then Methodist Nugent, Lee Valley O'Connor, they're all the ones coming in. And again, the fastest times is what we're looking for here. So they'll have their own stroke coaches, the majority of them, or even fitness watches where they know what they're capable of doing in their race paces and training, and that's what they're doing, racing against the clock. So they will have taken off, looking for PB to make sure that they can get into the heats later on. An absolute armada of boats coming down there. Closhignoid, McCormack, Cork O'Brien, Carrick Butler, all making their way down, and we're just looking at the footage there. We'll get on to the run in towards the finish. We'll get the crews. He's there now. So the drone is up there, so hopefully we'll get the crews at the finish coming into view. Just looking at some of the crews, looks like Cork coming in. And we'll be checking on those all-important bow numbers. So the women's junior 16 are the scullers that are getting us underway. Just looking at the finish line there. Someone stopping before the finish, so I think she's realised a bit of an encouragement from the bank, reminding her she's not quite done yet, so she's need to wind up yet again. So the women's junior 16s, Neptune, Closhignoid, Methodist, Lee Valley, second Closhignoid, look like they're all the way through. Trying to get some bow numbers up close to see. Great footage there. Up at the start, you can see the marker where they get going. So look at the crews getting into their lanes. They're being ushered in by the starter and aligners there. And what they do is they take off rowing. They can do a start if they want it. They can build into it. But the red buoy that's showing there is when the timing marker starts. And you can see the absolute convoy of boats coming down and the intervals they're going off in and where as well. We just watched the Skibbereen sculler about to take off. And back now towards the finish. We're just viewing some of the crews coming in.
A phone has been handed into the regatta office. It was found in the playground. If the owner would like to come to the regatta office.
So again, just watching some of the crews now towards the finish. There's the finish line and the marker. There's a safety launch over on the other side. Just waiting. Here you see two crews side by side, so it looks like there was a faster sculler coming through, trying to get the details there of who it is. Looks like a New Ross sculler, Nolan, maybe on the top of the screen. And Shandon Monaghan looks like really going strong here. Shandon Monaghan in 1-2-4. Ahead of New Ross Nolan just coming in to finish. So really powerful row there for Shandon Monaghan. Looks like she got up and passed out the New Ross sculler. Heading back up then Number 122, that's Cork Scannell that are coming up towards it. Glance over the shoulder there from Cork Scannell. She's just finished, gone over the line there. There are about 10 competitors who have gone through the women's junior 16 singles so far. Back up now to the next sculler. From Lee Guiney, 125. Big support here from Lee. And she glances over her shoulder as well. I'm sure all these rowers are thinking, where is that finish line? Surely I'm done by now. And she is just getting in. Really good row from Lee Guiney. We'll see if she's in the mix later on when we get all the numbers put in. A couple of competitors not competing here. St. Michael's and Killorglin did not start. And Lee as well, Lee Russell. Up to Enniskillen Black, 127. Just coming into the run into the finish. Really nice rowing. Again, these are junior 16 rowers. So impressed to see the technique of the junior 16s. The Galway 8 yesterday, really impressive. The girls 8 that won their race. Seen lots of doubles and singles with absolute perfect blade work. And the bow there of 127. Enniskillen Black just easing its way in towards the finish in the run-in. This will bring us up to about halfway in the women's junior 16 single time trials.
So as we see that powerful sculler from Enniskillen Black, we come next to Lee Valley Cotter. So Cotter of Lee Valley in the end packer with the red oars, the local girl Avian Cotter of Lee Valley Rowing Club, pushing down as she just comes to her last few strokes, towards the finish line. She is then followed by Johnson of Ban in the red one piece, who has then been overtaken by Walsh of Sligo. So Walsh of Sligo looking really strong, coming down towards the enclosure. So Sligo, Walsh, followed by Ban, Johnson, but we see on the camera, we see Avian Cotter of Lee Valley Rowing Club looking extremely strong. Definitely one to watch later on as she pulls through the finish line and we hear the honk of that hooter. So Sligo Walsh pull past the rower from Ban, Johnson. They are pushing through to the finish line now. You can see the rain coming down on these scullers. It's the first time we've seen it all weekend. We've been very lucky with the weather so far, but I'm sure these girls won't complain with the cool from the rain. So Sligo looking really efficient. A lovely Philippi boat there. A really nice boat for that J16 Sligo girl as she comes through the finish line, followed by that rower from Ban, Johnson. So that's Sligo, then Ban. A reminder to everyone watching today that these rowers are all let off in increments of about 45 seconds. So even though Ban was led off first, Sligo was passed her out, meaning she has good ground on the rest of the scullers. So we see Johnson of Ban pulling through as coming towards the last 400 metres. We see a group of scullers. We see at Lunkert O'Shaughnessy, at Lunkert Thunder Beastie and Lee O'Sullivan. So the two at Lunkert scullers fighting each other. They are neck and neck at the moment. It looks like the sculler Thunder Beastie has pushed down in ahead of the other at Lunkert sculler O'Shaughnessy. There's definitely a bit of a rivalry there. They probably row and cruise together, so their coach definitely is going to be shouting them on to row as fast as they can in this time trial. There is 37 rowers in this time trial, and only 18 will go through to the semi-finals later on. So we can see the two at Lunkert scullers, O'Shaughnessy and Thunder Beastie, followed by Lee O'Sullivan, coming down towards their last 100 metres. You can see the at Lunkert sculler on the inside towards us, closer to the enclosure, taking a bit of a sprint there. But O'Sullivan of Lee catching up to those two scullers, Thunder Beastie and O'Shaughnessy. As on the screen you can see the two at Lunkert scullers pushing each other on. They're definitely looking left and looking right, saying where am I compared to my teammate. But O'Sullivan of Lee really challenging those two at Lunkert scullers as we have three boats coming towards the finish line together. Really cool to see for a time trial, all three boats finishing at almost the exact same time. That's at Lunkert Lee through the finish line. Now we have a bit of a gap, but on her way down we seem to have we seem to have the scudder from Skibbereen. Skibbereen O'Flynn. She has passed out a number of scudders, which means it can only mean one thing. She's putting extremely fast. O'Flynn of Skibbereen putting really efficiently ahead of the scudder from Bantry. So it is O'Flynn of Skibbereen doing really well. Skibbereen having an excellent weekend so far, winning a number of scudding events. So no doubt she'll be in strong contention for that final later on. So it is O'Flynn of Lee passing out Bantry Murphy. So Skibbereen O'Flynn coming to her last 100 metres. We can see that Bantry scudder further back, followed by Killorglin and St. Michael's. So Bantry has moved out to allow Killorglin and St. Michael's in. So we can see Killorglin coming up next, followed by St. Michael's and then Bantry. So these scudders are fighting for that spot. There's 18 to qualify. They need to put in the best time possible. On the screen, we can see that scudder O'Flynn from Skibbereen, as I mentioned earlier, looking really strong. The white blade of Skibbereen putting through the finish line. So that scudder from Killorglin O'Sullivan making a surge for the finish line, followed by the scudder from Bantry and St. Michael's Keane and Bantry Murphy, all making surges. The rain is really starting to topple down on top of us. So it is Killorglin O'Sullivan, followed by Bantry Murphy and St. Michael's Keane. They are the 1, 2, 3 coming towards the finish line, but this is time trials reminder. There are 37 crews. They're all being let off in intervals of about 45 seconds. So coming in towards the finish line, we have our scudder from Killorglin O'Sullivan, followed by Bantry Murphy, just coming in towards the camera shot. As she finishes her last few strokes, wow, the rain is really toppling down. These girls are doing so well to keep up with the conditions. This is the first time we've seen something like this in quite a while, as Bantry Murphy coming towards the finish line, and we can see Keane of St. Michael's. So we can see looking down the course, we can see those men's junior 18 doubles who will be racing later on. We'll be able to see them afterwards. They're doing their time trials as well. But we will try and focus on the finish line of the Junior 16 single sculls whenever the camera is ready to move over there. So coming in towards the enclosure, we have the other scudder from Skibbereen. Skibbereen coming towards us in the Empacker boat. She's dealing with those conditions really well. The rain coming down on top of her. Those oars are very tricky to handle when they're wet, so making really good efforts to make sure to keep onto those handles of the oars. She is then followed down by Waterford O'Flynn. We seem to be having a lot of O'Flynns and O'Sullivans in this race. So O'Flynn of Waterford following down the Skibbereen scudder. So Waterford making a push at the 250 mark as Skibbereen comes through the finish line. We come to our last couple of scudders coming down towards us. The rain has really picked up. So we can see that scudder from Waterford O'Flynn pushing down towards the enclosure. Those navy and white blades of Waterford pushing down. They are slicing through the water here in Ascara at the National Rowing Centre, County Cork. This is day 3 of the Irish Rowing Championships. This is coming into our last 2 time trials of the year. So after Waterford, we can see the scudder from
Jamie Haddock, University College Galway, please report to the Regatta Office Galway.
So on the screen, we can see that scudder just pulled through the finish line. But next, we can see Clostic, not Jamie Stapleton. And after her, we can see the scudder from Neptune. Neptune done, looking really strong. That scudder from Neptune looking very skilled indeed. But it looks like the Jamie Stapleton of Clostic Nod that Jay is putting through. The Jays had a brilliant win in the Junior Men's 4 earlier on. Can they continue their success today with the Junior 16 women's single scull? Clostic Nod, that single sculler putting through. She's looking like the conditions are tiring her, but she's not giving it up as she pulls into her last 5 strokes. She's followed by that sculler done by Neptune, who again looks very skillful. She's making effort, but that scudder from Clostic Nod, she might have thought the finish line was there, but she had to keep going. Further up, we can see the scutter from Tralee O'Sullivan. Tralee O'Sullivan, a name we saw earlier on the club single, so maybe a relation. So O'Sullivan, definitely a strong name in Tralee Rowing Club. So O'Sullivan of Tralee pulling up. She has about 250 metres left to go. She is then followed down by Stafford of Cork Bow Club. So it is Tralee from Cork Bow Club. There is a scratch crew in the middle. That is no problem. So we can see that scutter from Tralee looking really strong. Tralee Rowing Club having a brilliant weekend so far. They've made finals in both the men's and women's club single scull final. So Tralee Rowing Club pulling down, followed by Stafford of Cork Bow Club. Cork also having a brilliant weekend so far. So on the screen, we're just waiting for crews to pull into the finish line. So O'Sullivan of Tralee about to be visible on the camera. So the camera just about to pick up the scullers from coming towards the finish line. We only have a few left. So we can see a lovely shot there of all the scullers finishing their races. There isn't many left. So Cork Bow Club, Tralee Rowing Club coming down, followed by Cork. So as Tralee O'Sullivan finishes off her last few strokes, she's almost at the line, not there yet. She is followed down by Cork Bow Club. And followed by Cork, we have our last scutter of this event. We have McCarthy of Neptune. So Cork Bow Club, Stafford, she has only a few more strokes left. She's looking to her left. She's figuring out where is this finish line. This is a really tough 2,000 metre course. It is really long. It starts at Rubes Bridge, finishes at the National Rowing Centre. So as Stafford pulls to the line, she's the penultimate scutter through the line. As we can see, Neptune McCarthy following her. Neptune McCarthy into her last 300 metres, but it looks like she could be caught by the next category, the men's junior 18 doubles, but we'll have to hope that she has enough fight left in her to try and fight off that double. So it is still Neptune McCarthy in the last slot of the junior 16 women's single scull. So Neptune McCarthy coming down into her last 150 metres. She is being caught. She's being seen by that double from Ban, who have just had some technical difficulties, but hopefully they will continue. So we can see on screen that scutter from Ban looking really strong in that Wintec boat. Or apologies, not Ban, Neptune. Neptune coming down the green and black, rowing up in Island Bridge in County Dublin. So the final scutter of the junior women's women's junior 16 single scull pulling towards the finish line. And as she pulls through, that is the last scutter from that event. We move straight on to the men's junior 18 double sculls.
Watching McCarthy of Neptune catch her breath there before the crews from the men's junior 18 double come into play. Ban just had a little bit of a speed wobble coming in towards, but they recovered really well. A little frustrated, as you can understand, but hopefully the time that they put in advance might get them into the mix. 18 spots on offer, 43 double sculls racing here. After Ban, I think it was the common Raviach de Gloshna Caraba in that came in second there. The guys from Ban just rode out here. Heads up, guys. Taylor Swift, shake it off, shake it off. You did well. 146. And we're just watching Muckross B coming in. 149 is the crew from Muckross, men's junior 16 double. So Muckross coming through there. And again, difficult for the crews the last few days. Everyone enjoying the sunshine. Might have got a little bit of cold and rain waiting out there. But again, nothing these crews are not used to racing throughout the regatta season in Ireland. Another coming Raviach to Closhna Caraba crew coming through on the far side, 150. Greg Namana as well. I mentioned 43 double sculls have been entered in this category, whittling it down then to 18 that are going to compete in the 3 heats later on, our fastest 18. So still all to play for. Mentioned as well, a lot of the crews will have stroke coaches or timing inside the boat, so they'll know themselves what time of time they posted. Hopefully it's something that they would get normally in training so that they can know how they're going and gauge the race that they had. So 2 crews coming in there to close out 151, the crew from Greg Namana. And it looks like another Neptune crew there, 152. Coming in, really good row from the Neptune guys. If they made inroads into the lead that Greg Namana had at 151 when they went off. A little bit further back now to the next cruise. Crew, 4 or 5 crews already through in the men's junior 18 double. Just watching the next ones coming in there. This is like an eye exam. 53 and 54. CRC, this their D crew. Again, another little speed wobble there, just coming in towards the finish, but the power on. And beside them, 154, the Fermoy crew. So again, Fermoy must have been absolutely motoring there if they caught up with the crew from CRCC. All those times going into the mix. Both of them racing in the Wintech boats. Next up is going to be Muckcross. You can see on the yellow out on the far side. Inside them then, crew from Cappoquin. There's Muckcross 155, Muckcross D. So a number of crews competing in the junior 18 category. They wind up to the line. Right beside them then the crew from Cappoquin. So it's 155 across. And Cappoquin, dark colours of Cappoquin. Finish line's just going to be in sight for them. Looking up the course then, we have the crews from Commercial, Ban, Clonmel. They're the next ones coming down. Just watching the 2 doubles paddle on through the finish. So Commercial crew 158, again looking to qualify in the men's junior 18 double scull. A glance over from Bowman. Finish lines in sight. Go again, lads. You have it. In towards the finish. Should they be looking forward to getting off the water and warming up. So Commercial to catch up with the band crew because they would have got off 45 seconds behind. So looking good so far for these two, Ban and Clonmel. After that, we're looking towards Cork and Galway. Should be the next crews coming up. And they're pushing each other on here side by side. The Clonmel crew doing their best to pull through the Ban crew. Ban responding as well, even though it's only a time trial, they're pushing on. So Ban, Clonmel. Next will be Cork and Galway. Neptune, Muckcross. So we had Ban, Clonmel, Cork A 162. They're the next crew coming in. So about maybe 15 crews have gone through so far out of the 43 racing in this category. Racing in the Aidan Bugler boat there, as you can see. Another Wintech coming down towards us. 162, Cork A. And they're just coming up to the finish line. After that, we should expect to see Galway, Neptune, Muckcross. Some great drone footage, as you can see. Conditions quite different to what we had over the last few days. There is blustery conditions, the last of our races that we had before the lunchtime break. Some difficult conditions. We saw some of the crews coming a cropper, but hopefully we get a clean run of it here in towards the last races of this 3-day regatta. We're looking at Galway there, 163, their men's junior 18 double. Coming in towards the finish. Last few strokes for them. Big effort by the boys there from Galway. Shake of the hand for the Galway boys. Job done. Hopefully we'll see them in the mix for later on in the final 18. 3 crews then coming down together here. We have, looks like, might be Neptune, Macross, New Ross, who Neptune, Macross, New Ross. We're further up the course here now, catching some of the crews coming down. You can see the Muckross crew absolutely motoring in the background there, and the Cork crew are giving way. So fantastic displays of sportsmanship here. The Cork crew doing what they need to do. If a faster crew comes upon you, it's up to Cork to move out of the way. They need to make an adjustment there now to make sure that they don't impede the faster boat. 168 at Lone, that's leading out, coming through, 500 to go. I think that's where we are now. Just watching New Ross cross there, 166, the New Ross crew. Eat that slip. And back now with the drone. Further up the course, coming in the men's junior 18.
Locate a red Samsung phone. Can they please bring it to the regatta office?
So back again with the Athlone crew motoring along there, but that crew from Muckross absolutely flying it. 169 Muckross, they pulled through the Cork crew that went ahead of them, and these two are absolutely motoring down now. The Muckross crew will be able to see the puddles of the Athlone crew. A little glance over side by side, they'll know how close they are, and we might get a little sprint finish from them as they come into the last 200 metres. Athlone nearest to us, Muckross on the far side. Again, racing against the clock as well as racing against each other here, and two very, very competent junior 18 crews. Lovely bait work and timing, and great power in the water. So little glance over the shoulder there for Athlone. Finish lines in sight. They're winding up all the way to come in. So it's Athlone, Muckross. Cork will be coming into view shortly, those two crews. I'd say there was some great racing there from Athlone and Muckross to get up side by side with each other. Cork in the background there, and after Cork we'll hit in then to probably the halfway mark with Athlone, Muckross, St. Michael's. So it should be St. Michael's, CRC and Blackrock, the next crews that come through. That's the Cork crew, 167 just coming up to the line, and this again is the time trial for the men's junior 18 double.
As we are more than halfway through the time trials of the men's junior 18 double sculls, we can see on the screen the CRCC, Come On, Rovate and the Clash and the Curba crew coming down. But as we on your screen now, we have St. Michael's B. St. Michael's B pushing down in that Philippi. They are number 170 coming down towards the finish line. As you can hear the honk of the hooter, looking really strong. That bow looks a bit winded, but he looks okay. As they have just done their 2K, they'll have to wait for times that are on. Coming down towards the enclosure as well, we can see that the finishing CRCC crew. Following them, we can see Blackrock and Clonmel B. So that crew from St. Michael's just recovering on your screen there As we push out away from them, you can see the big course, but we have Clonmel B in that boat. Brian Hurley and Oisin Walsh in that boat racing down, charging down as fast as they can. But on the finish line, we have CRCCB just finishing off their race, and you can hear that iconic sound of the honk of the hooter. CRCC look wrecked from that race. It's not an easy event, 2,000 meters. So coming down, we have a good fight between Blackrock and Clonmel, as Clonmel are slowly inching up on that Blackrock College boat, but will they have enough time to catch them? Blackrock in that iconic navy and white stripes, Clonmel in the blue and white stripes. Who will prevail from this? Reminder, they're let off in about 45-second intervals. So although Clonmel are behind the Blackrock College boat, it means that they have caught up to them in terms of time, and we'll have to see the times at the very end of today. So Blackrock and Clonmel pulling in towards the end of their race. And that is their time trial of the men's junior 18 double sculls. We can see Brian and Oisin in that boat of Clonmel. Following down, we have New Ross from County Wexford, light blue and brown, racing down with about 100 metres left to go. They have their sprint. They have to get as many seconds off their sprint as possible. So New Rossby coming down towards the finish line. They are then followed by Shandon, another light blue crew, who are then being gained on by Sligo. So it is currently New Ross, Shandon and Sligo coming all the way down. So we see New Ross coming through the line. We see a bit of a handshake there from the New Ross boys. Shandon and Sligo coming down towards us. Shandon from the marina. They're well used to these Cork conditions. They're being chased down by that Sligo crew from the west of Ireland. So Shandon Boat Club followed by Sligo Rowing Club. So you can see that New Ross crew on the screen just recovering from their race. These are time trials. It's quite hard to gauge where you are in comparison to everyone else, as that Shandon crew, the lovely light blue of Shandon, pulling down towards the finish line. So Shandon Boat Club, that really strong looking crew, they've brought their rate up for the sprint. So they're sprinting towards the finish line. That Shandon crew just putting through the finish. They are followed by Sligo Rowing Club in the black and red. So Sligo as well, just coming down the lane next to them. So that is Shandon, then Sligo. On their way down next, we see Commercial B up from Island Bridge in County Dublin. They are then followed by Blackrock A, who are also from County Dublin. So we'll have to see a fight between these Dublin crews. Commercial followed by Blackrock. Commercial look like they have a bit of clear water over Blackrock, although they started first. So it looks like that Blackrock crew are gaining on Commercial. The lovely white, blue and green of Commercial pulling down towards the enclosure. They have about 200 metres left to go. So they're just making their sprint now. The sprint can change a race. We've seen that in other finals, that the sprint can bring you from fourth to first. These lads all want to be in the top 18 later on, going through to the semis. They don't want to be in that 19th or 20th place. So as Commercial winded down to their last few hundred metres, they're followed in by Blackrock College Dublin. They're A crew. So Commercial, that lovely side shot of Commercial in the lane. They're followed by Blackrock, who are hot on their heels. So it's Commercial from Blackrock. They're the 1 and 2 coming towards the finish line. This is time trials. So that boat 178 of Blackrock just behind Commercial, coming towards the enclosure. That Wintec boat of Blackrock, really nice boat there. So that is Commercial and Blackrock. Now next we have boat number 179 Waterford. Waterford coming down Waterford A. So boat 179, they're alone in this field. They seem to have a huge gap behind and in front of them, which can only mean one thing. They've pulled away from the crew. The crew behind them are Muckross C. Muckross, their third crew from Killarney and County Kerry. So as we see Waterford pulling towards the line, we have Waterford just coming to the last couple of strokes. There you see Muckross C way behind them. There's a huge gap, so no doubt that Waterford crew putting down massive lengths to get into that final later on. They look really strong on that camera as they pull through the finish line. The honk of the hooter is heard. So Muckross C coming down towards us, the lovely canary yellow of Muckross. just pulling down towards the enclosure. You could see on screen the Waterford boys just recovering from that race. A little bit of hand in the air from the bow of Waterford. Just happy with that race. Muckers C coming down towards us. There's a bit of a gap between them and the next boat, but it's Muckers C looking strong. Muckers having a brilliant weekend as well in terms of sculling. Came third in the junior women's double scull yesterday. So can they make another good result in the junior 18 men's double scull? We'll have to see. So Muckers C looking really strong there on the overhead shot. That stroke man bringing the pace up, saying to the bow, we need to bring it up. We don't have much left in this race. Coming down towards them, we have the local boys, Lee Valley Rowing Club. They have overtaken the boat from Castleconnell, and we see Dara O'Mahony and Colin Creedon of Lee Valley coming down. They train here every day. They've put a lot into this double, so there's no doubt they'll be getting a huge score later on. They are both going off to the Coupe later on in July and August, so best of luck to them, and hopefully they get into the final later on today. So Lee Valley Rowing Club coming down towards the finish line. They've overtaken that Castleconnell crew very well. The white LVRC of Lee Valley Rowing Club just coming down towards the finish line. The red blades surging through the water, slicing that water through as they come through the finish line. Next up, we see Castleconnell from County Limerick. They are just trailing behind Lee Valley. Lee Valley still on the screen. We can see them looking very comfortable indeed, actually. They look like that didn't take anything out of them. They looked so comfortable in that race. No doubt they'll be in with a shot of a good lane in the semi-final later on. Hopefully we'll have to see they're in the top 18. So they're followed down by Castleconnell and St. Michael's C. St. Michael's having an excellent weekend as well. They've won the junior men's single. They've won the junior men's quad. Can they do the double as well? So Castleconnell pulling through the line. As we say, St. Michael's C and Skibbereen. Skibbereen definitely one to watch as well. Skibbereen in that red Philippi looking really strong as well. So Castleconnell just recovering from their race as they are followed down by St. Michael's C. But St. Michael's C are under pressure from that boat from Skibbereen. Skibbereen have a lot of calibre. They won this event 3 years ago in 2022. Can they do it again? We'll have to see. So St. Michael's through the line, and we see Skibbereen coming up next. Skibbereen in that boat. We have Thomas Birchall and Ulton Carney, really strong crew there, looking very strong indeed as they pull through the finish line. They are then followed down by Capaquin A and the other St. Michael's A boat. So we see on screen Michael McGrath and Bill Murphy in that Capaquin A boat. Came third in the men's quad yesterday. Can they do it again? So Capaquin pulling through the line. Two men who have a lot of international experience between the two of them. Following them down, we have Evan O'Byrne and Jack Rafferty of St. Michael's. The two of those boats will be having a massive rivalry in the final later on, hopefully, if we can get into the semi-finals. So Jack Rafferty and Evan O'Byrne putting into the finish line from St. Michael's A. So we can see on screen there the two boats, St. Michael's and Capaquin. There's a big rivalry between those two boats. So they are then followed down by the crew from Cork as the drone goes back up the river. We see Cork D, their fourth crew. So Cork D are racing down, charging down towards the finish line. We're almost done with these men's junior 18 doubles as Cork D come towards the enclosure. They are then followed by apologies there. It is actually Killorglin coming down towards the line. Killorglin have overtaken that Cork D crew. Cork D are just behind Killorglin. So it is Cork D who have been overtaken by that Killorglin crew from County Kerry, looking really strong. That lovely double, I was admiring it earlier. That double from Killorglin, County Kerry, looking extremely efficient through the water, slicing those blue and white blades through, focusing in on that Cork D crew, their fourth crew in that boat. The bow takes a look over his left. He's looking, where are we in relation to the rest of the field? They have about 200 metres left to go. Focusing in on that Cork Boat Club crew. Apologies for the mix-up in the Capaquin boat earlier on, but we see the men from Cork Boat Club putting towards the finish line. So Cork D coming through. We see the boat hot on their heels. We see Methodist College Belfast coming after them. So as Cork pull through the finish line, we have Methodist. Methodist doing really well this weekend. So Methodist have overtaken a number of boats. Cork B. So Methodist will be up on the screen in just a second. They're looking extremely strong. So Methodist College Belfast doing really well in men's sculling at the moment. They have an amazing junior sculling program. So as they pull through the finish line, we see Isaac Nugent and Oisin McEwen in that Methodist boat. We see the stroke line down. He needs to recover with a really tough battle and last towards the line in that draw. We see Enniskillen. Enniskillen pulling through. Enniskillen also doing very well this weekend. They won the junior men's 8. They medalled in the junior men's 4. Can they do it again? The junior men's double, we'll have to see later on. Enniskillen pulling through. They're the final boat. It's always hard to be the last boat in a draw, but they're definitely handling it well. So Enniskillen with the iconic white E on the back of their one pieces, charging down, surging down towards the line. They are just looking for that finish line inside. It's almost there as they conclude the junior 18 men's single scull, or double sculls, apologies.
With the last of the crews completed in the men's junior 18 double sculls, the times will be totaled up and we'll get the fastest 18 crews will be going in 3 heats later on this afternoon. So you keep an eye on the live tracker and you'll see the results being populated there. And the fastest crews out of the time trials get the lanes, center lanes, so they'll go into the centre lanes when we move into the finals. And that concludes the men's junior 18 time trial in the doubles. But now we've got the women's junior 18 coxless quad, and we have 22 crews going off in the time trial, competing for 12 spots in the heats. So Ban nearest to us in the red and white, beside them the crew from Methodist. They would have gone off around 30-45 seconds apart, so it looks like the Methodist crew might be the faster of the two here, but with Methodist beside them, the Ban crew are going to push on again. So it's 1:09.2 Ban and 1:09.3 Methodist. In the last time trial of our 3-day Irish Rowing Championships, the time trial for the women's junior 18 quad, great action shots there you can see. These quads are coxless, so that means there's no cox in the bow or in the stern. Someone in the boat has a little plate attached to their shoe, and they're steering the boat using that as well. They can also affect the steering with their blade work as well, going lighter or harder if they need to adjust. But someone in the boat has the tough job of steering. We're just watching them, the 2 bows surging towards the line, and they're going to be the first 2 crews home in the time trial for the women's junior 18 coxless quad. A great row for Methodist there if they ate into the lead of the time that would have gone for the Ban crews. So we'll expect to see the crew from Methody in the mix, 1:09.3. Up the course, we should next have the crews from St. Michael's, and there they are. The blue bow and stern of the St. Michael's coxless quad. Coming in towards us in the background, then we've the crew from Waterford. So St. Michael's, great shots of St. Michael's there. In the Owen Rafferty boat, named after Jack and Shane Rafferty's dad. And that beautiful quad from St. Michael's rowing very nicely. It'll glance over the shoulder from the 2 girls, just wants to see where they are. And plenty of encouragement here from the bank as well. So St. Michael's crossing the line there. Right behind them, the Waterford crew. That's 4 out of the crews that'll be home for the Women's Junior 18 quad. Waterford crew of Jessica Cook, Sarah Power, Edie O'Flaherty and Kate Lemon just crossing the line. Next up after Waterford, it should be Muckross CRCC. On screen you can see the 2 crews just paddling down on beyond the finish. There's Muckross coming into view now. The Muckross crew, Myrna Donoghue in the bow seat, Eve Stack, Rachel Fuller, Kim Fleming. Motoring here, they look like they have really taken a good time coming down. They're going to cross the line. Next cruise we should be viewing will be the cruise from CRCC, Neptune, Skibbereen, Offaly, all part of the flotilla of 22 crews coming down towards us to find the fastest 12. The Muckross girls just catching their breath there. Look like a really great row and a good time. We'll see as soon as the racing is finished. Next up we have Neptune crew. 198 for Neptune. In the background it looks like the crew from Skibbereen as well. So about 100 meters to go for Neptune. Really nice rowing. High rate from the girls from Neptune in the time trial for the Women's Junior 18 coxless quad. Bit of clear water back to Skibbereen. Looks like the other crew on the outside, maybe CRCC, moved out of the way to allow the Skibbereen crew through. So that bodes well for a time for Skibbereen, 199. Their unique number. Just hearing the finish for Neptune crossing the line, and Skibbereen are not going to be far behind them coming in. Skibbereen crew of Hazel Dean, Abigail Fowler, Audrey McCarthy and Aoife Hendy. Next is CRCC. The B crew from CRCC. Niamh Ní Reagan, Rosa Wall, Sophie Maloney and Eva Delgado. The crews, any of the crew names that we're listing out here are the crews entered, so apologies if anyone has been substituted or changed, but we're going off the system we have here. So CRCC 197 coming in. Next up we should see Offaly, Cork, Lee and Skibbereen B. There's Offaly now coming into view. Crew 200. Ailga McAuliffe, Nicole Duke, Sive Keown, Blaheen Clark. They are the women's crew from Offaly. After Offaly we should have the Cork crew coming through. On the run into the finish, Offaly looking good here. And again, this is the time trial for the Women's Junior 18 coxless quad. No coxless in these boats. Someone in the boat is doing the steering. As they come in towards the finish, some overhead shots now of the next crews. We're just seeing that's the Offaly crew coming in. After Offaly, we had Cork and Lee. Cork there at the top, Lee at the bottom. The Cork crew and Lee crew. Looks like the Lee crew are absolutely motoring here if they made up the speed that the time for the Cork crew. Racing in the Tom O'Riordan boat there, 2:01, just coming in half a length ahead of the Lee crew. Cork crew of Danny Puspur, Eva Fisher, Anya Cronin, Jessie Kennelly. The Lee crew that we saw just coming in towards the finish there. Lily Power, Alana O'Shea, Emer O'Flaherty and Aoife Guiney. And then we're back up the course. The next cruise coming into view should be Skibbereen and Athlone. They're rowing side by side here, Skibbereen and Athlone. If they went off in sequence, it's the Athlone crew who look like they are absolutely flying down the course here. Skibbereen would have gone off first, so if Athlone went off second, they are absolutely flying. 2:05, the Athlone crew. In the Athlone crew, Sophie Reynolds, Alice Doran, Anna O'Grady and Sarah Rocket. And they are coming down like an absolute rocket because they pulled through the Skibbereen crew that are there. Skibbereen B. So that's Athlone just coming in. Really nice row from them, it looks like. And then the Skibbereen B crew, Yvonne O'Brien, Mimi Jacob, Saoirse O'Donnell, Mia Maguire. Those two crews too. We're down now to the last 10 or so. Clonmel, CRCC and Killorglin and Sligo should be the next ones coming into view. Clonmel A. Kate Meehan's, Siofra O'Loughlin, Anna Kiley and Isabel O'Loughlin. Just on screen now. Really nice rowing from the Clonmel crew again. They're powering on here. Crew 206, Clonmel A. Kate, Siofra, Anna and Isabel. After that we're going to have CRCCA. The Clonmel crew just coming to the line there. And just 8 left out of the 22 starters to round out. We're just going to see the next crew coming through. Should be CRCC, the A crew. And then the other 207 CRCCA, Katrina Nikeda in the bow seat, Aoife Sessions in 2, Emma Dolan in 3, Rachel Corcoran in 4. Good support for CRCC. And then we have the next crew, Killorglin, coming into view now. Down to the last few strokes, Kate McMahon, Freya Doyle, Fio Gorman and Siva Sullivan, the crew from Killorglin just crossing the line. Again, it's a waiting game now to see who's going to get the qualifying spots. 12 on offer, so there's just 3 crews that are there. After Killorglin, the next crews are going to be Sligo A and Clonmel B. So Sligo A. Lauren Dolan, Emma Lineen, Sarah Walsh and Emma Walsh should be coming down shortly. That's them there. Sligo just coming through. Five left. And it's Clonmel, Shannon, Sligo, Greg Namana and Galway will be the next crews. That is the Shannon crew. Niamh Thomas, Isabel Collins, Aoife Laffin and Hannah Balfe from Shannon. Crew 211. They're coming in to close out the women's junior 18 coxless squad. So that's Shannon. Again, a good row from Shannon if they pull through the crews that were there. Clonmel B. Just coming up to the line now, Clonmel B. Watching commercials 8 heading up towards their heat. So looks like Clonmel just coming through there. Freya Lenihan, Emer Sweeney, Millie Crean and Lucy O'Loughlin. Galway crew, again absolutely motoring this Galway crew on the right hand side of your screen. Alison Strange in the bow seat, Chloe Burke, Aoife McMorrow and Siofra Finnerty. And then 212, the Sligo B crew. Sheena Clark, Rachel Clifford, Alana Glacken, and our very own commentator Ella Clark is in the Sligo crew. So we'll give Ella a very special cheer as she comes in. The Galway crew there is the Sligo crew 212. Just coming in towards the finish. Galway there on the right hand side of your screen. Just coming into the line ahead of the crew. This is going to be Sligo B crew coming in. Well done, and well done in particular to our very own Ella. And then now we're watching Galway, and looks like Greg Namana in the background there. They're the last two crews to close out the very last time trial of this Championship Regatta Day 3. And we move in the Galway crew 214. Just coming in, Alison Strange in the bow seat, Chloe Burke, Aoife McMorrow, and Shifa Frinty. And that's our second last crew home. And the very last crew, last time trial of the entire regatta, making their way through now. It is the crew from Greg Namana, 213. That's Emily Kelly Butler, Lily Heffernan Dempsey, Anastasia, Michaela Anastasia O'Brien, and Ala O'Shea, the Greg Namana crew. So that's going to close out the women's junior 18 time trials. We'll be back shortly with the results of those time trials to find out who the heats are. The draw already up for the next heats in the men's junior 18 double, the women's junior 16 single. So the 18 fastest scullers and the 18 fastest double scullers out of those time trials already populated, available online. And then we have just the last race that finished, the women's junior 18 quad. Those time trial results will be available soon, and we'll have our draw. We'll take another little break here, and we'll be back shortly with the first heats of the afternoon. We're starting off with two heats of the men's senior 8. Heat 1 will have that composite crew of Enniskillen and Portora against UCDB, Commercial, Cork, and another composite crew of UCC and Skibbereen. And in Heat 2 of the men's senior 8, we'll have Trinity, University of Galway, Neptune, Galway B, and UCD A. So little suspiog here, and we'll be back later on to kick off the heats this afternoon with the men's senior 8.